Chapter 162. Dumbfounded, Thales stared at the invitation in his hand. His thoughts were a mess. No way. Is this real or fake? He blinked in disbelief, confirming that everything in front of him was not an illusion. Is someone playing a prank? A few seconds later, he put down the invitation and took a deep breath. He tried to make sense of the current situation. First of all, wasn't that guy killed by Yodel? Then, Etta was next door. Waya and Ralph took turns guarding the door. And the other soldiers and guards in the diplomat group, the countless guards in Heroic Spirit Palace, and even those so-called cool-looking white blade guards. How could they let that guy? Suddenly, Thales felt his heart palpitate. He stopped breathing. Thales felt something. He turned his head, feeling his skin crawl. He shifted his gaze to the window. At that moment, the prince's heart skipped a beat. His long-lost friend, Asda Sakern, stood by the window with his hands behind his back. He stared at Thales with a pair of seemingly indifferent eyes. Just like the first time they met, the mystic wore a thin but neat blue robe. His posture was straight, and there was a mysterious but confident smile on his handsome face. He was as elegant as ever, as composed as ever. At that moment, Thales' mind went blank. What happened to 15 minutes? Hello. The air mystic nodded at him slightly. His tone was gentle. My smart, mature, and mischievous little friend. Thales opened his mouth and took a deep breath. From now on, no sound between us can travel more than a foot away. Asda seemed to know what he was thinking. He slowly raised his right index finger and shook it at him with a smile. No one else will disturb us. Hearing that, Thales felt like a deflated balloon. He exhaled the breath he took in. He gave up on the idea of calling for help. Asda's smile was so warm, but in Thales' eyes, it made his heart turn cold. Wait, he and the mystic were not the only ones in the room. Thales thought of something. Following Thales' line of sight, the mystic glanced at Little Rascal, who was deep in slumber beside the bed. Of course, your adorable little maid won't be woken up either. Little Rascal's mouth was still opening and closing in her dreams, but Thales could no longer hear her murmurs or even her breathing. Thales sighed softly. He turned his head and curled up the corners of his lips to reveal a smile that was uglier than crying. You're still the same. You're so considerate. Asda nodded politely. Thales forced himself to start thinking about everything he knew about this mystic. However, the first memory that popped up was the chess room in the center of Red Street Market, where 3 people were squeezed in a balls. The second prince gulped and laughed dryly. He tried to imagine something acceptable, like comparing him to the adorable Giza. All right. Thales shrugged in a feigned relaxed manner and waved the invitation card in his hand. He tried his best to speak in a most normal tone and said nonchalantly, I thought you would only arrive after 15 minutes. You know, Asda flashed his pearly white teeth. I like to enter early. Thales tried hard to keep his thoughts in check and swallowed the sarcasm that was at the tip of his tongue. Is that so? I thought you wouldn't appear so soon. Thales changed his sitting position and smiled awkwardly. Everyone said that you would disappear for a long time. Asda stared straight at him. His gaze was as calm as water, and it made Thales' skin crawl. The weapon in your masked friend's hand is obviously not complete, the air mystic said slowly. Otherwise, a legendary anti-mystic equipment that is in perfect condition and fully activated can seal a mystic for a period of time. It should be Asda's gaze was still calm, but the words he spat out startled Thales slightly. Permanently. Legendary anti-mystic equipment. Sealed. Mystic. Permanently. Even so, that incomplete equipment can still seal me for at least 10 years. Asda curled up the corners of his mouth and continued to smile. But I received some small help, and that's why I was able to get out of prison so quickly. Thales did not know if it was due to the curiosity he inherited from the memory fragments of his previous life, his natural personality, or his anxiety towards the mystery of himself. But at that moment, Thales' exuberant desire to learn about mystics overwhelmed his fear of his identity as a calamity. He yearned to know more. First of all, I would like to congratulate you. Asda put his hands behind his back and walked towards Thales with a smile that was clearly friendly, but inexplicably frightening. Thales, Your Highness? Although I know from your behavior that you are definitely not ordinary, I have to admit that this identity has surprised me. Thales watched Asda approach him, and his heart slowly raced. He forced himself to shrug. I remember that there are chairs for receiving guests in the room. We can sit down. Asda shook his head and said nonchalantly, "Don't worry about it." The next moment, Thales felt his skin crawl as he watched Asda walk towards him. Then he bent his knees and sat in an invisible space. Asda grinned brightly on the transparent chair. I brought my own chair. The prince looked at this strange scene and tried his best to control his facial muscles so that they would not twitch too much. "Let's talk about your future." Asda watched Thales' performance with interest. "Your Highness." Thales knew that although he addressed himself as Your Highness, the man before him did not care about this special identity at all. This made Thales, who had experienced all kinds of gazes after becoming a prince, instantly feel a strange feeling. Thales took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Only then could he understand the situation and protect himself, even if the existence before him was a calamity that could not be understood with common sense. Of course, he recalled his conversation with Ramon and muttered, "During this period of time, I have thought of ways to investigate some things about air, mystics, and magic." First of all, in this asymmetrical conversation, he had to seize the initiative. Very good. This will save us a lot of time. As expected, Asda's eyes brightened. "What do you know?" "Not much, but not little either." Thales carefully chose his words. "For example, what exactly is magic in the 3 great magic towers?" I met a person who is quite knowledgeable about magic. Asda's interest was piqued. While Thales was on tenterhooks, he briefly repeated what Ramon told him. Even Asda could not help but sigh softly. 1,000 years have passed since the collapse of the magic tower, and magic has been banned for 6 centuries. To think that there are still believers in magic. This is indeed beyond my expectations. Thales observed Asda's expression and at the same time tried his best to think of a way to escape. The other party is a mystic. I don't even need to think about non-peaceful means. Stall for time. I can consider this. But can I really stall for time until help arrives? Or will help really work? The other party's goal should be to become one of them. Damn it, the mystic that everyone hates. Then, my best choice is to deal with the other party on this issue and achieve some results by making concessions and lowering my stance. So, is magic the kind of existence he mentioned? A kind of meaning, a kind of belief? At the thought of this, Thales asked cautiously. At the same time, he was really curious about this question. "What do you think?" But the air mystic did not answer immediately. Asda's lowered gaze did not move. Under Thales' curious gaze, he crossed his hands and remained silent for a long time. "No, magic is not like this. Not only that, it doesn't have to be like this." Finally, Asda shook his head slowly and spoke slowly. "Everyone has their own understanding of magic, and they believe in the magic they understand." Thales was stunned when he heard this. Asda raised his left hand and looked at his palm. His gaze was complicated. At that moment, Thales felt that the Asda in front of him was more like a normal person than ever before, and not a terrifying calamity. Magic is a kind of choice. Asda stared at his palm and slowly clenched his fist. And these choices are neither exclusive nor mutually exclusive. There is no superiority or inferiority. This is the basic philosophy of the seat of all magic in Soul Tower. Thales shuddered. Wait a minute. He heard a special word. It is also one of the philosophy of magic that I agree with and recognize, Asda said flatly. Thales raised his hand subconsciously. This was a habit from his previous life in the memory fragments. He quickly realized that this was not his previous life, and there were only the 2 of them. Just as he was about to put his hand down in embarrassment, to Thales' surprise, Asda very skillfully and naturally extended his palm, tilted it up slightly, and then nodded. He was allowed to ask questions. That feeling was as if he had done this hundreds and thousands of times. Both of them looked at each other's actions and were stunned for a moment. Asda reacted and smiled slightly. Very good. It seems that I do not need to teach you the etiquette and habits of a wizard apprentice in class. Thales put his hand down and asked eagerly, Soul Tower? I know this, but what kind of magic tower is it? What about its origin? Thales did not even realize that he had completely forgotten that Asda before him was an extremely dangerous non-human existence. He even forgot his original intention. At that moment, his desire for unsolved knowledge completely surpassed his consideration of reality. Soul Tower? Asda narrowed his eyes and smiled mysteriously, as if he knew that Thales would ask this. What do you know? Soul Tower. Thales lowered his head and desperately tried to recall Ramon's words. Air. I remember that it has a special emblem. Then, the impression this magic tower gives people seems to have many different opinions and no one can come to a consensus. Also, it seems to be at odds with the other two magic towers. Asda did not comment. He only fixed his gaze on him for a very long time. Under the other's scrutinizing gaze, Thales forced a dry smile. Very good. Exuberant curiosity and desire to explore are qualities worthy of encouragement. The air mystic said slowly. Thales could only respond with a smile. Besides, this is the prerequisite knowledge that you should know. Asda was expressionless, but his eyes shone brightly. Listen up. Thales subconsciously straightened his back and sat upright. This time, the mystic did not keep him in suspense. He answered straightforwardly. In the year 618 of the era of kings, not long after the battle for survival between the humans and the three races ended, the imparter wizard Yuri Newmoon, who returned from the battle, left the ascetic tower with his 5 students due to differences in ideals. Thales was shocked. They preached their ideals and taught methods along the way, gathering many wizards who were exiled due to the war. Their group gradually grew, and their theories and methods became clearer. At this point, Asda paused and narrowed his eyes to look at Thales' expression. Thales furrowed his brows. And then, don't leave things unsaid. Asda stared at him with a profound look and continued with a smile. In the end, Wizard Yuri, whom we later respectfully call the Master, and a group of wizards led by 21 other sages arrived at the Tripping Peninsula by the coast of the continent. They built a twin tower there and settled down to study magic. Asda paused for a few more seconds. His gaze pierced through Thales, as if he was looking at the past many years ago. But Thales had no time to care about the other party's expression, because he was already engrossed in the story. Putting away his perplexed gaze, Asda shook his head and continued. The new magic tower attracted many wizards to visit. The novel, free, casual, and equal atmosphere of magic research gathered a large number of people. Soon, the land became a gathering place for wizards with the twin towers as the center. Unlike the painstaking contemplation and protection of the ascetics, and the fanaticism and destruction of the alchemists, this settlement gradually became the forefront of theoretical research in the magic world. After various unprecedented and unbelievable magic theories and hypotheses were proposed, they were gradually perfected through endless debates and demonstrations. Magic branches that were originally not recognized by the two magic towers were established one after another, forming the Soul Tower magic system that we are in contact with today. Just like that, the sages jointly built the third branch apart from the ascetic tower and the alchemy tower. It is also the youngest, the most special, the most active, the most prosperous, and the most influential wizard inheritance in the world. At this point, Asda lowered his head and let out a sigh that only he knew. After Yuri Shinyue passed away, his ashes were placed in the middle of the twin towers, suspended in the air. A sentence was engraved on the surface of the box with iron elements. May every wizard have an independent and free soul. That was how the Soul Tower got its name. Asda closed his mouth gently. Thales came back to his senses and exhaled a long breath. The era of kings. The battle for survival. Wizard Yuri, the imparter of magic. The youngest wizard inheritance. The origin of Soul Tower. These are taboo knowledge that he could not easily obtain from books. Thales' heartbeat quickened as he listened. It was as if an unprecedented world had opened up. If Ramon was here, Thales thought, would he kneel down and cry in excitement? He continued to raise his hand eagerly. Also, you mentioned the seat of all magic just now. What is that? Seat of all laws. Asda did not seem to see Thales's expression. He continued to speak slowly and unhurriedly. His clear and pleasant male voice echoed in the small space, narrating the world's most taboo, lost knowledge. This is an important branch of research in Soul Tower. It originated during the first civil strife in the Empire and was officially established in 373 of the Empire calendar. It flourished between the 5th and 7th centuries of the Empire calendar. At its peak, half of the wizards in Soul Tower came from the seat of all magic. Every time it opened, apprentices and wizards from the Alchemy Tower and the Ascetic Tower would come to listen, comment, and oppose each other. Asda paused again. He looked at Thales's face, which was filled with curiosity and thirst for knowledge, and nodded in satisfaction. Thales's heart stirred slightly. Only then did he realize that the initiative of the conversation had once again fallen into Asda's hands. But I really want to know. The second prince looked at Asda before him, and a sense of contradiction rose in his heart. The mystic smiled and continued. I can't summarize the characteristics of this branch of theory with simple words. That would be irresponsible to the students. But I can give you a list of the most influential books of this branch. No, to be exact, it should be 23 important works. If you want to have a deeper understanding of the seat of all laws, I can give you a list of the most influential books. Thales's heart raced as he listened to the mystic's words. An inexplicable sense of excitement filled his brain, but he quickly calmed down and realized a problem. Mr. Asda, you are a wizard, right? Thales looked at Asda in surprise. Before you became a calamity? He did not even think about whether his choice of words had violated the other party's taboo. Wizard, that is a title that only those who have achieved publicly recognized achievements in a certain field of magic can obtain, at least in Soul Tower. Asda crossed his arms and grinned slightly. He shook his head slightly. I was just a small apprentice back then. Thales's heart stirred. Ah, so as expected, you were once, yes. Asda nodded. There was a strange light flowing in his eyes. An apprentice of Soul Tower. Thales frowned. But you just said, the magic tower has collapsed for 1,000 years? Collapsed for 1,000 years, so I know what you want to ask. Asda looked at him and smiled faintly. 1,190 years old. That is my age this year. Thales was shocked. 1,190? In other words, this guy, Thales stared blankly at the young and handsome Asda Sakern, who had not changed at all compared to the first time he met him. Unbelievable. He's 500 years older than the king of Renaissance, Tormund Jadestar, and the hero, Rikaru Ekstedt. Thales opened his mouth wide. No need be surprised. Every mystic is an immortal, indestructible, and immortal existence. Asda did not care when he saw Thales's expression. This age is very normal. The oldest mystic has even existed for more than 1,300 years. Thales subconsciously wanted to find a notebook until Asda stopped him with a hand gesture. There's no hurry. Asda raised his head and stared at him with a burning gaze. We still have a lot of time to spend together, and I have enough patience. I will teach you from the beginning, from the basics, from magic to the magic tower, to mystic energy and everything about being a mystic. From philosophy to power, from history to the future, all the secrets of the magic world will be open to you. Asda's tone was full of temptation. Then, you will obtain the secrets and power of mystics that are above all of them, until you truly become a mystic. At that moment, Thales felt as if he was pulled back from a dream world to reality. Become a mystic? Thales swallowed hard. He remembered Gilbert's attitude towards the calamity and the drama of the Battle of Eradication in Dark Knight Temple. And that crazy and unreasonable blood mystic. The mystic who is hated by everyone? Can I say no? But a voice also whispered in Thales's heart. But I am very curious. I want to know more, to learn more, to understand more. Thales realized that the knowledge that Asda described earlier had captured his thirst for knowledge and his thirst for knowledge. Moreover, with his obviously abnormal body, he had to understand his current situation better. Thales frowned with a bitter expression and said tentatively, "About this, if I don't want to become a mystic." The air mystic did not speak. But the prince felt that the atmosphere around him had become tense. Thales tried hard to control his breathing rate and waited anxiously for the answer. "Thales." Asda stopped smiling and looked at him sternly. He said softly but seriously, "Becoming a mystic is your destiny. You cannot and cannot avoid it. There is no second choice." Thales panted slightly. "Looks like it's a little bad. Why didn't he tell me first?" Tension and pressure returned to Thales' heart. He tried to smile and asked carefully, "Mystics, what are we?" This time, Asda stared at him expressionlessly for a long, long time. As he withstood the mystic's seemingly emotionless yet pressurizing gaze, embarrassment and helplessness crept onto Thales' face. Until Asda spoke slowly. "I cannot tell you the answer to this question, because you are still not a mystic." Asda's gaze was still fixed on him, but his tone and words had become cold and mysterious, as if he had returned to that night in Red Street Market. "Only when you truly become a mystic that only you can understand, will you finally know what a mystic is." Asda's gaze was still fixed on him. Thales furrowed his brows slightly. "He doesn't want to tell me? But before that, you have to tell me some basic information, right?" Thales scratched his head. As he thought of a plan to escape, he said, "At least tell me your understanding. What do you know about mystics?" But before he could finish, Asda's expression changed. He suddenly opened his mouth and used an unprecedented solemn tone to interrupt him. "No," Asda said solemnly. His expression became cold again, and he added solemnly, "Absolutely not. You're not allowed to ask this question again." He looked as if he had encountered the most terrifying thing in the world. Thales was shocked by Asda's sudden nervousness. "Did I ask the wrong question?" Thales observed Asda cautiously until he was sure that Asda would not skin him alive the next time he opened his mouth. Only then did he ask carefully, "Why?" Asda narrowed his eyes, but his expression remained serious. "Because this is one of the 3 great covenants," the mystic said softly. Thales was completely stunned for a moment. Three great? What? Remember, what I'm going to tell you next is a top secret that only we mystics know." Asda knew what Thales was puzzled about. He furrowed his brows and his gaze was as cold as frost. With a solemn expression and tone that Thales had never seen before, he said the following words under Thales' fearful gaze. "Revealing them is equivalent to betraying all the mystics in the world. Believe me, you will not like that outcome." Once he finished speaking, Asda's gaze was cold as he stared straight at Thales. Thales instantly froze. Top secret that only mystics know? At that moment, the air around them seemed to have frozen. Thales could only feel his heartbeat speeding up. He could only force a smile and nod with difficulty. After seeing Thales' reaction, Asda nodded slowly. "There are 3 rules that mystics must abide by. They are known as the 3 great covenants," Asda said softly in the frightening silence. "What I just said is the first one." Thales frowned slightly. Chapter 163. First meeting? Do not investigate each other? Thales revealed a puzzled and doubtful expression. Mystic energy is the foundation and root of our existence. It is also the reason why we are called mystics. Never, ever, ever, ever ask another mystic about their understanding of mystic energy, and never reveal your own understanding of mystic energy to any other mystic. Asda's gaze was cold. He used the word never 3 times to emphasize his attitude at the moment. This is do not investigate each other. Mystic energy? Understanding of mystic energy? Thales could not help but raise his eyebrows when he heard this. So that is the weakness of mystics. Once your foundation and root is figured out, you will be attacked by another mystic. However, Asda only maintained his cold gaze and stared fixedly at Thales. For a few seconds. "What's wrong?" Thales felt a chill down his spine under his stare. "What you're doing now is trying to probe my understanding of mystic energy," Asda finally said quietly, but the words that came out of his mouth caused his listeners to turn pale with fright. Among mystics, this will be seen as a declaration of war. Startled, Thales subconsciously shrank back a little. This is considered a declaration of war? Thales immediately remembered the blood mystic's words, the civil war of mystics. All right, I won't ask. The second prince could only shrug anxiously. So mystics cannot talk about mystic energy? Then everyone's daily interaction is to greet each other when they meet, say hello, goodbye, have you eaten, and then go their separate ways, never to contact each other. This is not a joke. Asda interrupted him coldly. The three great agreements of mystics were concluded by our predecessors through countless experiences and examples over a long period of time. No matter which one is violated, it will bring about terrible, serious, and unpredictable consequences. The air mystic's eyes flashed, causing Thales to feel a slight chill down his spine. Thales was stunned. He could not help but ask in a daze, "What are the consequences?" "You will know." Asda shook his head. "Now, you only need to remember the first agreement and that it must not be violated." Thales sighed. "What about the other two?" "You are still far from the level where you know about them." Asda still shook his head mysteriously. "When you become a mystic and find your own name of origin, I will tell you." "Don't ask me what a name of origin is. You will know when the time comes." Thales, who was about to speak, could only hang his head in disappointment. "All right, at least, can you help me answer one of my doubts?" Asda nodded slightly, and his expression seemed to relax a little. Thales revealed a worried expression. "When I use that whatever mystic energy you mentioned, the effect is different every time. But almost every time I use it, I feel intense pain. Recently, it almost took my life." As Thales spoke, a few worrisome scenes appeared before his eyes. In the dungeon of Vine Manor, Ralph was shackled. In front of Renaissance Palace, the young psionic assassin and his warm, beating heart. In front of the muzzles of Black Sand Region's mystic guns, red light scattered everywhere, and Araka's motionless bow. Thales secretly clenched his fists. What's going on? He suddenly noticed that after Asda heard his words, he furrowed his eyebrows slightly. The mystic had always looked indifferent, but this instead highlighted the unusual change in his expression. "Use?" After a while, Asda narrowed his eyes. He shook his head and snorted, as if he did not believe Thales' words. "You haven't even touched the door to becoming a mystic. How can you use mystic energy?" Thales was slightly stunned. "That's right. Do you remember that time at Red Street Market? You squeezed me." The second prince rubbed his hands in embarrassment. He observed Asda's expression and decided not to describe what happened that night in detail. "In short, we blew up a house, and you discovered that I have a mystic's constitution or something. It was the feeling at that time. Later, I realized that as long as I bleed, I can use that power." It was the same feeling. Asda's expression changed slightly again. The room was quiet for a few seconds. Asda stared at the ground, as if he was thinking. "No." After a while, the air mystic raised his head and said solemnly, "Your performance that night, we habitually call it losing control." Asda pursed his lips. "Yes, losing control." Thales suddenly clapped his hands and said, "I remember now. You said this word that night. Losing control." The next moment, Thales' face paled, and he did not continue. He suddenly understood what the mystic meant. Losing control. Losing control. Thales looked shocked and murmured, "Losing control?" Asda stared at him silently. The expression in his eyes was unclear. "You mean this power, this so-called mystic energy?" Thales furrowed his brows, and his breathing quickened. "Can't be controlled by myself? I can't actively use it?" Asda narrowed his eyes slightly. He seemed a little surprised that Thales had reacted so quickly. Asda shook his head and confirmed Thales' guess. "At least in your current stage, you can't." Thales looked at Asda doubtfully. "Impossible. I can use it every time I bleed." Thales gritted his teeth and touched his head. "That feeling is like I woke up from a chaotic dream." At this moment, the mystic's expression changed. He suddenly raised a finger. In the next second, Thales' voice was cut off. He then felt the air around him stagnate, and he could no longer inhale air. Thales stared at Asda, who had raised his finger, in shock. However, the mystic only stared coldly at the prince. He did not say a word. What? Thales clutched his neck and opened his mouth with all his might, but he still could not get any air. It was as if the air around him had solidified and stopped moving. Are you trying to suffocate me to death? Thales opened his mouth in vain, but no sound came out. He could only make an angry expression at Asda until his face turned red from the lack of oxygen. Just as Thales was about to reach for his dagger, Asda finally lowered his finger slowly. The air began to flow again. Phew! Thales finally inhaled a mouthful of air. He slumped on the chair and panted heavily. Why? Thales, who had regained air, raised his head and looked at Asda with anger and indignation. Have you forgotten so quickly? The mystic leaned forward and stared into Thales' eyes. His expression did not change, but his tone was cold. What did I say to you just now? What did you say? We only met. Thales was stunned at first, and then he reacted. We just... All right, right? Thales murmured, remembering Asda's words. The first contract of mystic energy. His face fell, and he sighed. Not delving into each other's affairs. Damn it. Asda stared at him deeply and nodded slowly. Don't forget again. The mystic gave Thales a deep look before returning to his seat. After experiencing what happened just now, Thales was in an extremely bad mood. He continued to straighten out his breathing. At the same time, he raised his slightly lowered vigilance to the highest level again. Damn it. This guy, as expected, he cannot be treated as a normal person. While Thales was cursing in his heart, Asda lowered his head quietly. His expression was unclear. There was a strange silence between the two of them. After a while, Asda finally said, aside from your feelings and understanding of that state, tell me all about the times you actively lost control. Thales sighed. He narrated everything from Vine Manor to Broken Dragon Fortress. A few minutes later, aside from Red Street Market, the rest did not seem like I lost control at all. Being able to use mystic energy during the unconscious contact or stage? Asda muttered, that's too strange. This is the first time I've heard of it. I should say, in the history of mystics, there has never been such an example. And it was accompanied by increasing damage and burden to the body. Asda's eyes flickered, as if he was deep in thought. For a moment, Thales could swear that he saw a flash of blue light in the mystic's eyes. Thales slowed his breathing and could not help but feel nervous. It felt like he was waiting for a doctor to read out a diagnosis. However, every mystic is unique. Finally, Asda raised his head with a calm expression. Perhaps you are one of the more special ones. Who knows? But before we progress step by step, don't use mystic energy anymore. I don't want you to become a corpse before you become a mystic. One of the more special ones? Why? Why am I special? Thales sighed in his heart. As he said this, Thales suddenly thought of something. He thought of something crucial. By the way, Mr. Asda, Thales said hesitantly. Excuse me, Asda narrowed his eyes and waited for him to ask. If you have lived for so long, you must know your own kind air peers. Thales paused for a moment, then finally gritted his teeth. Excuse me, do you know a mystic? Her name is... He took a deep breath. There in Joanna. Asda's expression did not change. Thales raised his head and looked straight into Asda's eyes with a burning gaze. She might be my mother, and the reason why I'm so special. Asda leaned back in the air. More than 10 seconds of silence fell between the two of them again. In the silence, Thales could even hear his own heartbeat. But he did not rush him. Instead, he looked at Asda anxiously and waited for his answer. This might be the best opportunity to unravel the mystery of my constitution and origins. Thales looked at the mystic and thought, I can't waste it. Moreover, he had long suspected the identity and race of his birth mother in this life. While Thales was distracted, Asda's voice rang slowly. Why do you think so? The mystic said flatly, why do you think that your mother is a mystic? Thales was slightly stunned. The only possibility is that I inherited the constitution of a mystic from her, isn't it? Thales touched his head and said anxiously, and I was thinking, if my mystic constitution is hereditary, could my mother also be? And Thales anxiously thought of his strange and rough physique that recovered quickly, his abnormal brain capacity, and the memories of his previous life that often came back in the form of flashbacks. Not only that, from King Kessel, Gilbert, and Gine's secretive attitude towards my mother, to the suspicious conversation between King Kessel and Lycia during the bloodline ceremony, to the high ritual master's fear and hatred toward my mother, and Yodel's words about being entangled with calamities in Mindy's Hall. Doesn't all this indicate impossible? A clear male voice rang. Thales was stunned and looked at Asda in front of him. Asda looked into his eyes and shook his head sternly and decisively. Firstly, Asda's gaze was indifferent. The constitution of a mystic is not inherited and has nothing to do with the bloodline. There was once an experiment conducted by wizards. They divided 5,000 people into 5 groups. Forget it, you don't want to know about this. After all, mystics are not hereditary. Thales frowned slightly. Asda closed his eyes and slowly opened them again. Secondly, mystics are no longer ordinary creatures. Once we completely become mystics, our physiques will undergo a huge change. Everyone is different, but there is one thing in common. We can no longer reproduce with other races. Asda closed his eyes and slowly opened them again. Thales opened his mouth in shock. Thirdly, Asda's expression was solemn and his tone was resolute. Other than you, there are a total of 14 mystics in the world, including those who have been sealed. I have met every single one of them, but none of them have this name. Asda's expression was solemn and his tone was resolute. Thales stared at him blankly. 14 mystics. So few? And none of them are. Anyway, Asda shook his head with absolute certainty and his tone was resolute. Your mother cannot be a mystic. When he heard this, Thales was stunned for 10 seconds. Then, he nodded absent-mindedly. I see. So, there's no mystic named there in Jarana. Thales exhaled. For some reason, he felt as if a tense string had been released from his heart. As for mystics, it's impossible for them to reproduce. His prediction was off. With a sense of disappointment, he leaned against the back of his chair and pondered the mystery of his origin. A few seconds later, Thales exhaled and revealed a self-deprecating smile. This can be considered as letting go of a doubt that has been lingering in my mind for a long time. But at the same time, Asda shook his head again. However, strictly speaking, there is still a mystic who has the ability to create life, although I don't think it's giving birth in the true sense of the word. Asda crossed his arms and thought for a while before he slowly said, but strictly speaking, there is still a mystic who has the ability to create life. Thales' heart instantly froze. The second prince's pupil shrank. He slowly raised his head. Who? Asda separated his clasped hands and raised his head. A lady with a bad temper. Asda revealed a clear smile. Then the mystic said a name that made Thales' expression change. Giza Streelman, Asda said flatly. Chapter 164. Your reaction is not quite right. Asda leisurely pressed down on his slender and beautiful fingers while he observed Thales' reaction. The air pressure in your body is changing rapidly. Giza Streelman, the air mystic, repeated flatly. Why? Does this name evoke any memories? Giza, the blood mystic. With an uncertain expression, Thales recalled the unusual time in the birch tree forest. It was a combination of nervousness, fear, horror, disgust, perversion, and madness. He also recalled the words that the unreasonable lady left behind before she disappeared into the darkness. I will never let you suffer. The pale-faced prince of Constellation snapped out of his thoughts. He raised his head to look at Asda, sighed, and nodded. Not long ago, I had a relaxed and friendly conversation with your dear Madame Giza, one of the leaders of Blood Bottle Gang that is widely rumored in the outside world. Thales said listlessly. Asda narrowed his eyes slightly. Thoughts formed by mystic energy slowly surged in his body. Giza? That means she has survived the threat of the burning wind cannon. She has returned from her weak state of slumber and regained her consciousness. Perhaps she has also regained her ability to eat. Asda's thoughts fluctuated slightly. Ever since I returned to my physical state, I have been following this boy's unique breathing and searching for him from thousands of miles away. I have never bothered with Blood Bottle Gang. Compared to the value of this boy, the Blood Bottle Gang was simply a piece of trash that could be discarded. But since Giza has returned, perhaps it's time to have a long-awaited conversation. After all, with this boy's appearance, Blood Bottle Gang's plan may have to be delayed. However, Thales' next words attracted the mystic's attention again. Thales observed Asda's expression. He took a deep breath and sighed heavily before he said, "When Lady Giza saw her mystic companion after a long time, she expressed her uncontrollable joy to me. She also decided to kill me, to celebrate my first meeting with her." After he finished speaking, Thales saw Asda frown, which was a rare sight. The air mystic, who had been calm and unmoved since the beginning, placed his right hand on his left arm, pinched his delicate chin, and muttered to himself. Thales raised both of his hands and hooked 4 of his fingers into quotation marks. He raised his eyebrows and said sarcastically, "This is for your own good." Asda's expression was solemn. "You mean, Giza knew that you were the future mystic, but she still tried to kill you?" The air mystic keenly caught the main point. The second prince looked into Asda's eyes and nodded slightly. "Obviously, she doesn't welcome my identity as a mystic." Thales shrugged and said sarcastically, "I guess the competition in the field of mystics is so fierce that it has reached the point where newcomers need to be suppressed." Asda continued to ponder. Thales could feel that he was thinking carefully. "I was lucky that day." Thales shook his head. "I can already imagine the next time I meet her." After a while, the air mystic raised his head solemnly. This is a problem." Asda's tone was cold again, and his eyes were bright. "As a partner, I will go and talk to her, just like in the past." Thales looked at Asda's expression and guessed that the conversation should be about over. At least, the enmity between them had gradually disappeared. "It's time to discuss my future plans with him. In short, becoming a mystic is too risky. I can't do it when I have limited understanding." "Very well." At this moment, the air mystic stood up from the empty chair and interrupted Thales' thoughts. He was expressionless. "Let's go." Thales' expression changed drastically. "Go." Thales' eyes moved, and his breathing quickened. "Where are we going?" "To get you out of here, of course." The air mystic raised a hand. The bedroom window was blown open, revealing the darkness outside. Cold air and wind continuously seeped in. Little Rascal, who was sleeping soundly by the bed, unconsciously curled her body, licked her lips, and hugged the blanket tighter around her body. Now, Thales shuddered. He clenched his fists and looked at Asda in disbelief. "Isn't this a little too sudden?" At this very moment, there are 2 complete and powerful legendary anti-mystic equipment in Dragon Cloud City, Asda said slowly. "They're in the palace we are in right now." Thales was stunned. He looked outside the door. The air mystic sighed. "You didn't think that I took such a huge risk to come to you just to sit down and chat, did you?" Thales frowned. His breathing quickened uncontrollably. The thing he was most worried about had happened. "Prepare to start your new life." Asda nodded nonchalantly. "As a mystic, you still have a long future ahead of you. You still have a long journey ahead of you." "Wait, but I still have a lot of questions." Thales scratched his ears and cheeks, desperately thinking of excuses to stall for time. Like the relationship between wizards and mystics. How can I become a mystic? And what Giza said about the factions of mystics. All right, there's also the legendary anti-mystic equipment. You and I both know very well, child. Asda shook his head mercilessly and exposed his intentions. There is no benefit in wasting time. Even if your subordinates realize that something is wrong and come to rescue you, it will only be their misfortune. Even if the elf next door, whose breathing is stable and steady and who seems to be a supreme class elf, is the same. The mystic replied flatly. We have proven 1,000 years ago that even the gods are helpless against mystics. Thales was stunned. He looked at the open window and felt the cold air coming in through it. **T. What should I do? Wait. Thales raised his head. His expression was worried and anxious. I can't go with him. I have to think of a way to stay. Mystics have a very bad life in this world, right? Thales looked at the air mystic and sighed. From the destruction of the ancient empire to the battle of eradication and the fission of the continent. Perhaps following you is not a good idea. Perhaps I should stay and weaken regularly. This time, Asda looked at him from above. His gaze was subtle. Thales felt his heart clench under his gaze. He could not help but stop talking. Asda slowly opened his mouth. His tone was fleeting, but there was a chilling aura in it. This world has chosen to forget about magic and the past in order to suppress our numbers. That is why most people do not know what we are, such as those idiots in the gang under my command. Even the battle of eradication, which people are supposed to be familiar with, has become a legend of heroes fighting against unknown calamities. The mystic placed his hands behind his back. However, those with status and power are still wary of our existence and see us as their greatest threat. Whether it is magic or mystic energy, they all abhor it. Asda narrowed his eyes slightly. But it is precisely because of this that you must come with me. Thales felt his skin crawl as he looked at the other party. Asda's gaze was solemn. Once your identity is exposed, they will not care whether you are a prince or not. You will end up worse than the orcs who fell into the hands of humans. Thales stared at Asda in a daze. He pursed his lips and recalled the drama of the Battle of Eradication in Dark Knight Temple. Gilbert's words about the calamities, the unsettling Black Prophet, the secret of Ramon, and Yodel's mask. But a dozen seconds later, no, I can't just leave like this. Thales gritted his teeth and shook his head. I am the prince. I have a mission on my shoulders, and I know many people. There are some things that cannot be simply left behind. But he was once again interrupted by the mystic. I say, Asda smiled faintly. His eyes were full of mockery. Is it because you are worried about your safety that you are unwilling to become a mystic? Or is it because you are unwilling to give up your noble status as the Prince of Constellation? Thales was slightly stunned when he heard this. The air mystic snorted coldly and said, even if 2 months ago you were just a lowly child beggar. At that moment, Thales' heart was truly shaken. Unwilling to give up, Prince of Constellation, noble status, the image of the night he first arrived at Mindy's Hall appeared before his eyes. That strong figure announced that he was the only remaining heir of Constellation. Gilbert and Yodel knelt down on one knee in front of him. Wyatt placed his hand on his chest and swore to him that he would die for him. Ralph used his clumsy sign language to show that he did as he was told. There was also the surge of people under the Hall of Stars. There was also the deafening cheers that reached the horizon. Thales subconsciously clenched his fists. If I had come to you when you were still a child beggar, would you still react the same way? Asda spoke at a moderate pace, and his tone was not heavy, but Thales felt an inexplicable sense of pressure from him. Thales took a deep breath. He remembered the child beggars shivering in the 6th house. He remembered the struggle in the cold and hunger every year. He remembered Morris Fierce and Angry Wolfhound. He remembered Quide's ferocious expression. He remembered Rick's mysterious smile. When you were intoxicated by the title of prince, or struggling bitterly in the misery of being a child beggar, when you were moving back and forth between the joy and pain of both, Asda stared at him coldly. Have you ever thought about what you really are? When you're stripped of all the definitions that others have given you, and when you leave all the situations that you used to exist, what is left of you? A prince who is noble because of his bloodline? A beggar who was born lowly and unfortunate? A genius child who matured early? A pitiful person who is struggling to change his fate? Asda lowered his head and looked at his expression. Thales' breathing gradually quickened. A noble prince, a lowly child beggar, a magnificent palace, a worry-free life, and subordinates who listened to his orders. A dilapidated abandoned house, a daily life of cold, hunger and cold, and thugs who beat and scold him at every turn. Heaven and earth. He opened his mouth slightly and subconsciously wanted to refute, but he realized that he could not say it out loud. Thales stared at the ground in a daze. Do I really think this way? I can't leave, can't bear to part with the nobility of prince? Child, you have to understand that to become a mystic, The air mystic said coldly. You have to wave goodbye to your past, no matter how glorious and unforgettable it is. Don't let your past bind you. Only by decisively abandoning it can you finally ascend. Thales subconsciously grabbed his chest. It seemed that the wound made by the Mindy's silver coin was throbbing again. The inscription on the silver coin appeared in his mind. A king is not respected by his bloodline. Being a mystic is not a profession, it is not a job, and it is not a title, Asda said firmly. The meaning it represents is far beyond what you can imagine. This is an unprecedented choice. It is an opportunity for you to find yourself, understand yourself clearly, and reshape yourself. Now, you have such an opportunity to make your own choice. The mystic walked in front of him and extended his hand towards his face. Choose to return to your original life and continue your seemingly realistic, seemingly down-to-earth life. But in reality, you have no choice. You have no freedom. You are muddle-headed, and you are confused about your future. Asda's hand stopped in front of the mystic's nose. He flipped his palm over, an array of blue light flashed from it. It spun continuously around the mystic's palm and eventually formed a deep blue light ball. Just like that night at Red Street Market. Or choose your own heart, the mystic continued. Choose to see how far you can climb and what kind of scenery you can see in the end. Discover who you really are. Thales stared at the ball of light in Asda's hand and frowned deeply. How far I can climb? What kind of scenery? Who am I? Asda slowly clenched his fist. As he moved, the ball of light in the mystic's hand was extinguished. Gusts of air blew past Thales' face. The mystic's gaze changed. These are the words my guide said 1,000 years ago when he led the confused me on the path of mystic energy. Thales listened to Asda's words with an unpleasant expression. He clenched his fist even tighter. And now, 1,000 years later, I will be your guide and guide you to become the most amazing existence in the world. Asda nodded slightly. Trust me, a mystic can not only obtain unlimited life and endless power. Those are just the most insignificant additional gifts. The air mystic slowly raised his arms. His tone was ethereal and mysterious. The world we can see, the vision we can touch, and everything we can feel is far beyond the imagination of any other existence. Compared to that, the light of the gods, the glory of the priests, and the dignity of the king are all dwarfed, insignificant, and boring. The panic-stricken Thales lowered his head. Asda lowered his arms and looked at Thales. With a firm gaze, he nodded slowly. We should go. In the next moment, before Thales could react, he was already floating in the air. Thales turned pale with fright. Just as he was about to speak, he realized that his vision was rapidly changing. As the wind howled, a chill invaded his exposed skin. Cold air poured into his mouth and nose. No, wait, I haven't. Thales wanted to speak, but he was powerless. He only felt himself begin to spin. He did not know where the sky was and where the earth was. Asda flew out of the window with him. Thales gritted his teeth in pain while he was high up in the air. The scenery before his eyes changed from a small bedroom to a vast expanse of snow and towering mountains under the moonlight, as well as the things that were slowly becoming smaller and farther away in his vision. Heroic Spirit Palace. The Star Killer, Nicholas, stood in the Hall of Heroes with an unpleasant expression. His gaze was fixed on the ferocious-looking spear on the wall shelf. The Soul Slayer Spear. Asterisk, buzz, asterisk, a low and rapid vibrating sound was heard. The few members of the White Blade Guards beside Nicholas stared at the gun in shock. The legendary Soul Slayer Spear is vibrating? Nicholas narrowed his eyes. He walked forward and placed his hand on the Soul Slayer Spear. The commander of the White Blade Guards felt the sensation in his hand. Then he heaved a heavy sigh. Sound the alarm in Heroic Spirit Palace immediately. Nicholas raised his head abruptly. His expression was stern and solemn. The highest level. We're in big trouble. A guard beside him frowned. The highest level? But he still nodded respectfully and turned to leave. Seal the gates leading to Axe District and Spear District. Count all the people patrolling, be they palace guards or white blade guards. Nicholas turned around and pulled out the white-hilted saber on his back. It was a unique saber. The blade was bright silver, the blade was slightly gray, and the spine was a deep brass color. The arc of the saber was different from the white blades unique to the white blade guards. There were 2 curved arcs from the hilt to the tip. I want everyone to report back every 5 minutes. If someone goes missing, I want to know where he disappeared to within 5 minutes. Nicholas held the saber in his hand. His expression was as cold as ice. As he walked, he ordered his subordinates. "We will go to His Majesty's bedroom immediately." The guard who delivered the order immediately disappeared before his eyes. Soon, urgent orders came from afar and nearby. "What's wrong, boss?" An assistant beside Nicholas frowned and asked him, "The Soul Slayer Pike is, yes, the situation is not good." The Star Killer's footsteps became faster. There was a hint of redness on his pale face. The Soul Slayer Pike will not warn for no reason. It is recorded in the legend of the White Blade Guards that the last time it sounded like this was more than 600 years ago. His assistant's expression froze. More than 600 years ago? The assistant repeated in disbelief. As the order was given, more and more soldiers came to relay the order. The orders became more and more urgent, and the atmosphere became more and more tense. Yes, more than 600 years ago. Nicholas calmly walked towards the king's bedroom. As he raised a saber in his hand, he said sternly, when the Soul Slayer Pike was still in King Raikaru's hands, when we went through the battle of eradication. Thales tried his best to open his eyes amid the howling wind. He wanted to see the scene before him clearly, but he could only see Asda's figure in front of him and his fluttering robes. A few seconds later, he could feel that they were descending rapidly. At this moment, asterisk swoosh, asterisk a rapid and sharp sound rang out, as if the wind was being torn apart. Asterisk clang, asterisk there was a muffled sound. Thales did not understand what happened. He only felt his vision waver. The next moment, he rolled on the soft snow. His shoulder hurt from the friction. Damn it! Thales coughed violently. He cursed his luck in his heart as he struggled to get up. Damn it! What happened? Why did I suddenly stop? He shuddered in the cold snow. Then, the Prince of Constellation was stunned. He raised his neck as high as he could. Under the moonlight, he found that a huge statue appeared before his eyes. It was almost several stories tall. It was a heroic warrior holding a pike. His expression was heroic and compassionate. It was the statue of Raikaru Extet. Thales woke up abruptly. They were at the highest peak in Dragon Cloud City, the Cliff of the Sky. He looked around and found that the whole of Dragon Cloud City was beneath his feet. I see. The statue of Raikaru, the hero, looked so small from below. But when it's right in front of me, at this moment, Asda's voice rang and abruptly interrupted his thoughts. Did you really think that I wouldn't notice you? Asda sighed. There seemed to be a lot of dissatisfaction in his voice. Whether it was in Heroic Spirit Palace, just now, or in the air, I was deliberately avoiding you. Thales turned his head in shock and saw Asda standing under the statue. He was facing a dark figure in front of him from a distance. Thales narrowed his eyes and looked at the figure. Who is that? Because I'm really not in the mood to play with you today. Asda shook his head. His gaze was sharp. You monster that won't die. The mystic narrowed his eyes and cracked a smile. Black sword. What? Black. Thales shuddered violently. Black sword? Thales took a step forward and looked at the figure in disbelief. In his impression, this title represented Blackstreet Brotherhood, the legendary. Under the moonlight, the figure walked out slowly. Under the moonlight, he raised a strange, black longsword. What a coincidence! The expressionless man turned his body sideways and lowered his head slightly at Asda. The moonlight could only shine on his black robe. Only a pair of sparkling eyes could be seen in the dark. They were directed at the mystic. I'm not in the mood either. You monster that won't die. Black Sword's eyes emitted a chilling light. Chapter 165. So, you want to tell me, King Nuvan stood in his bedroom, wearing his crown and armor. 2 rows of white blade guards stood nervously by his side to protect him. The king turned around and looked at the captain of his personal guards. He said sternly, "In Dragon Cloud City, something that Ekstead has never seen in centuries has appeared." King Nuven strapped a saber to his waist. His expression was solemn. "Calamity? To be precise, your majesty." Nicholas held his blade in his hand. His expression was cold. "It's not just Dragon Cloud City. The legend of the world records the range of the Soul Slayer Pike's warning. At this moment, that thing is probably in heroic Spirit Palace." The old king pondered for a few seconds. "Very good. At least we now know that those monsters are not just legends." King Nuven's expression was solemn. He strode out of the bedroom, the white blade guards following closely behind him. The old king glanced at the guards outside the door. They were in their best state of vigilance. "What's the situation now? I've already sounded the highest alarm and sealed the gates leading to Axe District and Spear District. I've asked the people below to report to me at regular intervals." Nicholas shook his head. "Unfortunately, up until now, none of the guards, servants, or white blade guards in the palace have gone missing, and none of them have shown any abnormalities." King Nuven turned around and stared at Nicholas with a frown. "Unfortunately? I'm sorry to use this word." The latter lowered his head slightly. "But if that's the case, we can't pinpoint the location of that thing." King Nuven inhaled and nodded. "Inform the archdukes first. They should know why our alarm went off. Then lock up all the drunkards at the banquet and chase them out at dawn. Recall the white blade guards who are on duty. If possible, send someone to Shield District and summon Gleeward. I need him to wield the Soul Slayer Pike. Inform the chief garrison officer. Have him send his disciplinary officers to patrol the districts and fire signal arrows. Similarly, report regularly. Light the first portcullis. All archers get into position. Don't be stingy with eternal oil." As orders were issued, the guards in charge of relaying them hurriedly ran back and forth. "Don't be nervous, boys." The old king did not stop walking. His eyes sparkled. "This is Ekstead, Raikaru's hometown. Things are no longer like they were 600 years ago. It's no longer the Battle of Eradication, and it's no longer the time when those monsters ran wild. But they are still the legendary calamities," Nicholas said warily. "The legend of the world records their strength. I know that they are powerful. Every archduke is taught that." King Nuven's voice was sonorous. "But if power is everything, what happened 600 years ago?" The old king's expression became stern, and his gaze was sharp. "Why are we still fighting the battle of eradication?" "Of course." Nicholas nodded with a pale face. "Next, after ensuring the safety of the palace, I will expand the search area beyond the sluice gate." At this moment, an unknown noise came from the back of the team. Swoosh! The guards and white blade guards unsheathed their weapons nervously. They surrounded the king in the middle. King Nuven watched his subordinates' actions and snorted coldly. Under Nicholas' reprimand, the guards let go of their overly nervous nerves and returned to their normal state of alert. A guard hurriedly sent a message. "Your Majesty," the guard said loudly. "It's the Empire's envoy. He insists on seeing you." King Nuven frowned. Soon, the vice diplomat of the Constellation Diplomat Group, Lord Poutre Nemain, appeared before the king. The thin vice diplomat's face was pale. Ignoring the extraordinarily high level of vigilance around him, he said anxiously, "Your Majesty, there's an intruder in your palace. I already know." King Nuven waved his hand and said impatiently, "I'm handling it." The guards on both sides stopped Poutre and gestured for him to go back. "No, Your Majesty." Poutre grabbed the guard's arm and said loudly, "No matter who that intruder is, he just abducted Prince Thales." King Nuven's expression changed abruptly. Nicholas stared at Poutre with a strange gaze. It was obvious that he was suspicious. The old king stared at Poutre with an unpleasant expression. "What happened?" King Nuven took a deep breath and asked calmly and cautiously, "Is there anyone else missing?" The guards let go of Poutre, who was panting anxiously. "Yes," at the same time. Poutre adjusted his breathing and revealed another piece of shocking news. "And your granddaughter, that Lady Saroma Walton, how unlucky." Why would I meet you here? Asda closed his eyes. His tone was full of displeasure. When did the Brotherhood open the Northland sightseeing route? The air mystic said sarcastically. Or should I say, your resentment towards me is so strong that even Broken Dragon Fortress can't withstand it. Thales took a deep breath of the cold outdoor air. From Asda's words, he finally confirmed the origins of the man in front of him. The man in front of Asda shook his head slowly. Someone told me that I would meet an old friend here. The man spoke slowly, but there was an inexplicable pressure in his words. I thought he was lying to me. I didn't expect to meet you. The man sighed. It seems that sometimes lies are right. Looking at the man, Thales could not help but think of the old days in the Brotherhood. As the lowest-ranking members of Blackstreet Brotherhood, the child beggars were lowly existences that could be beaten and scolded, but they were also the future blood of the Brotherhood. Hence, the internal affairs of the Brotherhood were the most widely spread news among the child beggars. In the Brotherhood's 10-year history of development, the 13 great generals that the child beggars were most familiar with had fought their way out in the last 5 years. Ruthlessness, fierceness, and youth were their common characteristics. The 6 powerhouses, who held high positions in the Brotherhood, had long experience in the Brotherhood. Each of them could be said to be a big shot in the kingdom's underground world. But when it came to the most powerful, terrifying, and incredible existences in Blackstreet Brotherhood, there was no doubt that they were the 3 great assassins who were superior to the 6 powerhouses. There were also rumors that they were the 4 great assassins, but the 4th person was so mysterious that even his code name varied. It was unknown whether it was a name or a nickname, but the 3 great assassins were strangely named after 3 strange weapons: reverse machete, prison lock sickle, black sword. Among all of them, Black Sword's story was undoubtedly the most legendary. In the rumors that Thales heard, there was the one where he alone, with 1 sword, slashed the Black Street, where many forces occupied, until blood flowed like a river and the ground was covered with mutilated corpses. In the end, he obtained the first piece of territory for the newborn Brotherhood. There was also a terrifying story where the enemies of the Brotherhood joined forces and offered a large sum of money to buy Black Sword's life, but their heads all disappeared in their sleep. There was even a story where Black Sword sat alone in Sunset Pub and calmly drank and ate in front of the city defense team soldiers who came to capture him after receiving bribes. He was a hot-blooded legend who used his gaze and actions to force 17 police teams to retreat. The most bizarre thing was that the shrewd and ruthless Blood Bottle Gang had laid down layers upon layers of ambushes that they were determined to win. With a battle formation of hundreds of people, they surrounded and killed Black Sword. However, the next day, they were horrified to find that Black Sword was walking on Black Street once again, completely unharmed. From the stories of child beggars and thugs to the common people, Black Sword was like an omnipotent legend of the night with a myriad of faces. He was the embodiment of fear and a legendary symbol in the underground world. In the 10 years when the Blackstreet Brotherhood rose with his sword and dominated the kingdom, even the 2 mystics, whom the Blood Bottle Gang made a big deal out of, paled in comparison to the legend of Black Sword. And now, the legendary Black Sword was standing in front of Thales. Thales could not believe it. Compared to the ferocious, cold, and cruel figure in the rumors, Black Sword's face under the moonlight looked very ordinary. He had a flat forehead and a pair of small eyes. Even his body was slightly above average. He was neither fat nor thin. In a crowd, he was just an ordinary person who couldn't be any more ordinary. He didn't even have any distinguishing features that would make people remember him at a glance. It was as if there was nothing on his body that could be taken out, except for his sharp gaze, which did not match his overall style. And his sword. Thales narrowed his eyes and watched the man slowly raise the sword in his hand. It was a strange sword. The pitch-black appearance of the weapon might have explained the nickname Black Sword, but that was far from the only strange thing about it. The strange sword was of moderate length. The body of the sword was slightly curved, but the tip was curved like a bird's beak. The blade of the sword was single-edged and had a deep and long blood groove. On the back of the sword, 1/3 of the blade was hollowed out to form a barb. From the barb on the back of the sword all the way to the hilt, It was covered with fine saw teeth. Looking at the strange, legendary black sword, Thales could not help but furrow his eyebrows. The hilt of the strange sword was not aligned with the midline of the sword's spine. Instead, it was slanted to one side, just like a kitchen knife. Also, the sword did not have a crossguard. It only had a one-sided guard that extended down from the hilt, almost parallel to the hilt. It seemed to be able to fit 4 fingers, except for the thumb. Looking at the sword, Thales thought to himself, it doesn't look like a sword at all. It looks more like a long and straight knife with all kinds of small designs on the blade. Thales could not help but think of the Swiss Army knife from his previous life. But at the same time, Thales also realized that the strange black sword was not Black Sword's only weapon. There was another long weapon covered in linen tied to the latter's waist. Is it another sword? And you are like an annoying black cockroach. Insignificant, but extremely tough. Asda's tone was flat, as if he did not care about the legend in front of him. You can always drag your last breath and crawl back in a flustered but lucky manner. Then you crawl back in a disgusting manner. Continue to be annoying. The man did not reply. His gaze went past Asda and landed on Thales. Thales could not help but feel a chill in his heart when that pair of sharp eyes swept past him. These two fellows, Thales thought to himself, they are both extremely dangerous existences. But obviously, as members of the Brotherhood and Blood Bottle Gang, they were enemies. Maybe I have a chance to escape from Asda. Asda looked at Black Sword and shook his head slightly. Over the years, I have watched you grow from super class to supreme class. You have become stronger and stronger. You have almost developed feelings for each other. Black Sword still did not say a word. You know, standing in front of me in a daze is the most foolish thing to do. Asda was not bothered by Black Sword's rudeness. He smiled and said, during this period of time, I can completely make the air in your body. But before Asda could finish speaking, Black Sword moved in the next moment. Black Sword's figure swayed. He stepped on the snow under his feet, dragging his sword with one hand and shielding his chest with the other. He charged towards Asda. The corners of Asda's mouth curled up slightly. He was unconcerned. Thales was shocked. Ever since he came to Red Street Market, he had witnessed the movements and body movements of many elites in a short but exciting experience. They ranged from super class to supreme class, and each had their own unique characteristics. The elusive Yodel, Chris, who turned into blood mist, Ida, who was so agile that it was hard for the eyes to follow her movements, the Corleone sisters, who were so fast that their figures could not be seen clearly during the fight, the Fortress Flower, who had the strength to carry 1,000 kilograms but was able to maneuver freely, and the Kingdom's Wrath, who could not be stopped once he went on a rampage. All of them left a deep impression on the people. Even Ralph's gliding figure in the wind, Istron, who moved at an astonishing speed, and Nikolai the Red Viper, who gradually increased his speed, were all obvious. But Thales frowned as he watched Black Sword, who was running towards him at a moderate pace. It was not because of how sharp and dazzling Black Sword's performance was. It was because Black Sword's running movements were really too ordinary. So ordinary that he was like the most ordinary soldier charging toward the most powerful enemy. There was nothing special about him at all. Even Jayla's body movements, which moved and dodged in the blink of an eye, seemed to be a level higher than Black Sword's. Compared to Black Sword's legendary reputation, no, Thales thought of something. The most ordinary soldier? The most powerful enemy? He narrowed his eyes and saw Black Sword's movements clearly. The hand that was raised high in front of his chest, the sword that was dragged behind him, and the distance between his legs. Thales thought of something. This movement is so familiar. With a thought, Thales' eyes once again entered that strange observation mode. As expected, Asda turned into the most dazzling blue light in his field of vision. But strangely, Black Sword's figure remained the same. There was no change. But Thales had no time to care about that, because Asda, who was motionless, looked at the attacking Black Sword and snapped his fingers. Asterisk snap. Asterisk panic surged in Thales' heart. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk in the next second, the snow on the ground between Asda and Black Sword suddenly flew into the air. The snowflakes scattered in all directions, revealing the black and gray rock stratum underneath. In Thales's vision, an energy embellished with blue light surged in an instant. Starting from the middle of the two, it swept towards the charging man. Thales's pupil shrank. He immediately realized that it was an airflow, the most turbulent airflow. The airflow was more than 10 meters tall and dozens of meters wide. Like a moving wall, it blocked the space between Asda and Blacksword, completely covering the top of the cliff. And now, it swept up a large amount of snow. With a menacing momentum, it swept towards Blacksword. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk, it was like a huge paddle slapping towards the smallest insect. SH asterisk T. Thales furrowed his brows anxiously. Blacksword could only see the drifting snow. He could not see the invisible airflow. Unless Blacksword could burrow in the ground, he would not be able to evade the sweeping airflow that had no blind spots, regardless of whether he moved left or right, or whether he leaped or retreated. Be careful. Seeing the situation before him clearly, Thales could not help but blurt out, "In front of you is a wall formed by strong winds. Dodge it." Asda moved slightly and turned around to look at Thales. There was a ruminating look in his eyes. As for Blacksword, Blacksword did not seem to notice. He continued to charge forward. Thales clenched his teeth. Did he not hear me because the airflow is too strong? He will be blown away by the airflow. Then he will be blown off the cliff. He will fall from the highest peak of Dragon Cloud City and fall to the ground. Thales felt dejected. Blacksword might be my only chance to prevent myself from being captured by the Mystic. At the very least, I have to let him live and send a message, but he could only watch helplessly as Blacksword charged straight at the invisible wall of air that he could not dodge. He did not retreat or evade. He was charging toward his own death. Finally, Blacksword charged into the turbulent airflow. His hair was blown backwards and his robes fluttered. He was about to be swept away by the airflow. But in the next moment, Thales opened his mouth wide in shock. Blacksword was not swept away. As he crashed into the airflow, he held the sword with both hands. The tip of the sword was pointed straight ahead, swaying in the airflow. Blacksword's body suddenly moved to the side. His feet began to move in a strange manner. He no longer attacked in a straight line. Instead, he began to move in a zigzag pattern in the direction where the tip of the sword was pointing. Just like that, Blacksword raised his long sword and withstood the airflow that could blow away boulders. He changed his direction occasionally, but his speed did not decrease as he continued to charge towards Asda. Like a wedge, he pierced into the airflow and continued to go deeper. Thales watched his movements in disbelief. How is this possible? Why does Asda's airflow have no effect on him? Thales narrowed his eyes. The fluctuation in his body began to gather, allowing his vision to become clearer. Soon, Thales understood why. In his field of vision, Blacksword was not charging around aimlessly. In the airflow that flashed with blue light, he was regularly turning towards a few specific spots. Almost all of them were the sparsest and dimmest parts of the blue light. Using some unknown method, Blacksword had already figured out the invisible airflow. He found the weakest link in the uneven airflow. Using his footsteps and angle, he forcefully squeezed into the airflow controlled by Asda. Thales could not help but feel puzzled. Normal people can't even see the airflow, let alone Blacksword in it. How'd he do it? As his opponent, Asda did not seem surprised. He only moved his fingers slightly. In Thales' eyes, the airflow that flashed with blue light suddenly brightened. The airflow suddenly multiplied. Blacksword's advancing footsteps halted. He was about to be swept away. At the same time, Blacksword's arm turned. His strange long sword suddenly trembled. Blacksword slashed an arc with both hands in the oncoming turbulent airflow. Thales widened his eyes. In the instant that the blue light intensified, Blacksword's Blacksword, Thales really did not know how to differentiate between his nickname and his weapon. Slashed at a weak spot. Asda's expression changed slightly. With this slash, the airflow's momentum was disrupted. Thales saw it clearly. In that instant, the airflow that was filled with blue light was actually a gash was torn open by the man's sword. Although it was only for a moment, at that moment, Black Sword was like a legend who suddenly came to life. He tapped his feet on the ground and leaped up. In Thale's eyes, he squeezed through the narrow gap in the airflow that could last for an unknown period of time. In the blink of an eye, Black Sword was already 5 steps away from Asda. The man's eyes were cold as he stared at Asda. He did not stop moving. At that moment, Asda suddenly raised his arms. For some reason, Thales felt that Asda's actions seemed to be a little panicked. In the next moment, the air pressure around Asda seemed to explode. Asterisk bang. Asterisk with Asda as the center, a large amount of air shot out in all directions in the shape of a ball. In Thale's eyes, the only thing he could see was the blue light around Asda's body shooting out in all directions. At that moment, Thales thought of a funny analogy. Why was Asda like a porcupine shooting arrows in all directions? He charged at Black Sword in exasperation and retaliated angrily. A huge force surged in the air and Thales was pressed to the ground. He had no choice but to return to reality. Thales knew that this was Asda's doing. It was to protect him from being hurt by the explosive air pressure. He gritted his teeth and tried his best to raise his head to see the battle clearly. Snowflakes fluttered in the air. The majestic and turbulent air pressure erupted violently. Black Sword, who was a few steps in front of Asda, bore the brunt of it. Once again, Black Sword made an unexpected move. As if he knew what kind of threat was coming at him, Black Sword's body swayed as he moved forward. Started spinning? Thale's shocked gaze was fixed on Black Sword. Asterisk hiss. Asterisk his entire body brushed past the terrifying air pressure, producing a violent and ear-piercing sound. The man's body continued to spin like a strange dancer as he spun and moved forward amidst the explosive air pressure. However, he cleverly reduced the pressure he had to bear to the minimum. Black Sword's body spun twice. With each spin, he maintained a perfect balance and took a step towards Asda. The air pressure did not affect his speed at all. Under the ear-piercing sound of the air explosion and Asda's solemn gaze, Black Sword took a step in front of him. At that moment, the air mystic and Black Sword's eyes met in the air. In the next moment, Asda, who had an unpleasant expression on his face, raised his right hand and clenched his fist. Black Sword swung his arm and hurriedly thrust his strange sword forward. The air around them trembled and began to change in a strange manner. Black Sword's long sword moved and drew a strange arc in the air. Asterisk shick. Asterisk the sound of the blade piercing flesh was heard. However, the moment Black Sword swung his sword and Asda clenched his fist, the air around them suddenly became thick, heavy, and extremely viscous. This reminded Thales of the move that Asda used to suffocate him. He could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Asterisk boom. Asterisk Asda's clenched right hand was separated from his body and fell to the ground. Asterisk bang. Asterisk in the air. A boundless pressure assaulted them, forcing Black Sword to kneel on one knee. Without waiting for his opponent to react, Black Sword pushed against the ground with his left hand and rolled backward. At the same time, he swung his long sword and broke through the heavy atmosphere. Black Sword rolled back a few meters and left the range of Asda's air pressure. He held his long sword across his chest and watched Asda vigilantly as he panted. Meanwhile, the air mystic stared blankly at his arm that had fallen to the ground. This sudden showdown finally came to an end for the time being. Thales got up from the ground. He had already forgotten to breathe as he watched. Asda's ability to control the atmosphere at what was already shocking enough. Thales believed that no matter who it was, if they were to encounter any of these situations, they would only be able to cover their heads and flee like a rat. But Black Sword, in the shortest amount of time, his every move effectively cut into the weak points of Asda's strange ability. He overcame every obstacle and rushed to the mystic. He even chopped off the mystic's arm. Compared to Giza, who was bleeding profusely, not a single drop of blood flowed out of Asda's wound. Instead, it glowed with a faint blue light, just like the time at Red Street Market. The air mystic was stunned for more than 10 seconds. Black Sword took advantage of this time to constantly adjust his breathing. His panting slowly calmed down. Finally, Asda heaved a deep sigh. This strange mystic slowly opened his mouth. This is the closest you've been to me since we first met for more than 10 years. You even chopped off my arm. Asda shook his head and shook his severed arm. Whether it's reflexes, physical fitness, or on-the-spot intuition, I have to admit that you're getting stronger. Looks like I have to take back my description of you as a black cockroach, Asda said mockingly. You've already become a poisonous black scorpion. Black Sword stared fixedly at the mystic and did not reply. And Asda thought to himself, since we first met 12 years ago, this guy's strength has been rising rapidly, as if there were no bottlenecks or obstacles. Back then, he was just an insignificant character, but now... Thales felt his skin crawl as he watched Asda's arm on the ground turn into blue light and disappear. Even though he had expected it, and it was not like he had never seen it before, he still found it a little strange when he saw it. At the same time, the blue light on Asda's severed arm shone again. The light gathered to form a new arm, even his robe. Black Sword, you're probably the first person in history to be able to fight a mystic head-on and not be at a disadvantage with your body of flesh and blood and a sword made of ordinary iron. Asda held his newly acquired right arm and sighed with emotion. Recalling the past 1,000 years, Asda could not help but sigh. Which supreme-class elite in history had the strength he has now? Hearing this, Thales stared at Black Sword in a daze. The latter stood up slowly and flicked the snowflakes off his long sword. You flatter me. Black Sword's tone was still flat. He said flatly, but I can feel that you're deliberately suppressing your strength. Black Sword raised his head and looked at Raikaru's statue. He frowned slightly. If it were in the past, you would have blown the entire mountain into pieces. Asda narrowed his eyes. What? Black Sword turned and looked straight into the mystic's eyes. Are you afraid of something in this city? Thales frowned. Of course. Asda said it himself earlier. There are at least 2 legendary anti-mystic equipment in Dragon Cloud City. Asda smiled faintly. The air mystic shrugged and said indifferently, this is the capital of a country. After all, there's order here. I don't want to make a ruckus to the point where I have to massacre the entire city. That's not my style. The capital? Order? Black Sword took a deep breath. At that moment, his expression became extremely terrifying. 12 years ago, when you, a monster, went on a killing spree in Renaissance Palace, why didn't you have such concerns? Thales trembled violently. However, Asda's next words shocked him as much as the former. TSK, TSK. It's too ironic coming from your mouth. Asda stared at Black Sword and shook his head with a chuckle. There was a faint blue light surging in his eyes. Chapter 166. Under the moonlight, the two stood facing each other quietly. Thales looked at Asda in disbelief, then at Black Sword. What? Renaissance Palace started a massacre? Killed the Crown Prince? In Thales' memory, the only thing that fits these two descriptions was... Thales gulped. His brain was working furiously. What roles did these two guys play in the Bloody Year? Asda maintained his chilling smile, but this time, his smile seemed to be mixed with other emotions. It's time to get down to business. A strange blue light appeared in Asda's eyes, and it grew brighter. This time, I will get rid of you once and for all. As soon as he finished speaking, Asda changed. Thales was dumbfounded as he watched the blue light in Asda's eyes overflow from his eye sockets. Like the water in a stream, it split into a few tiny branches and covered his face. From afar, Asda looked as if his skin was chapped, and blue light flashed under the cracks. It was very strange. Thales felt a chill from the bottom of his heart. At that moment, he felt that not only did Asda's appearance change, but his entire being had also changed. What's going on? Your luck ends here, the mystic with the blue light flowing on his face said slowly. But this time, it was as if all his emotions had faded from his words. There was not even a hint of fluctuation in his tone. You will not have the chance to get close to me again, just like a puppet with a stiff face. Black Sword's eyebrows gradually furrowed. Obviously, he had seen Asda like this before. Blacksword's left hand slowly stroked the ridge of his sword. He bent his knees slightly, lowered his body, and made a posture that Thales found extremely familiar, but completely different from what he remembered. It was just a test just now, Blacksword said flatly, pointing the tip of his sword at the strange Asda. The mystic's face was expressionless and lifeless. Blue light flowed from his lips from time to time. No matter what you want to test, it ends here. The next moment, Blacksword did not say a word. He stomped on the ground with his hind legs and charged forward again. The mystic with the flashing blue light did not even look at his opponent. He stared blankly ahead. This time, Blacksword's charge was obviously faster than the previous time. In just a few seconds, he was already 10 steps away from Asda. The mystic only raised a hand slowly in the direction where Blacksword was charging from. Blacksword let out a low growl. His upper body leaned forward, and a surge of power surged from his legs. The speed of his charge increased once again. Air is everywhere. The mystic's unusual and apathetic voice rang slowly. It fills your entire body, inside and outside your body. Thales widened his eyes. He felt that something had happened. Sure enough, the moment Asda raised his right hand as if he had sensed nothing, Blacksword's attacking figure suddenly swayed. His speed suddenly slowed down. The blue light on the air mystic's face grew brighter. The air in your lungs has been frozen. It cannot enter or exit. You can't breathe anything. Blacksword's expression changed, and he clutched his chest with his left hand. Thales opened his mouth in surprise. What? The air in a human body? Could Asda do this? As expected, Blacksword seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. His face and eyes began to redden. His movements changed, and his footsteps began to sway. Thales looked at him worriedly. He looked at his only chance to escape. Blacksword supported himself on the ground with his sword. He lowered his head and gritted his teeth. But in the next second, the scene around Blacksword suddenly blurred in Thales' vision. At that moment, it was as if some power had blocked Thales' vision, and the latter was a little surprised. But reality did not allow Thales to think too much. Blacksword had already pulled his sword out of the ground. His stagnant movements became strangely smooth again at that moment. Blacksword's body moved. He actually regained his original speed and continued to charge towards Asda. Thales was puzzled. What did Blacksword do? Not a bad response. The mystic's calm and emotionless voice rang again, answering Thales' question. Using the power of eradication to strengthen and stimulate all the muscles related to breathing, you forcefully inhaled a small amount of air. Blacksword's body swayed, and he staggered as he rushed towards Asda. Like a drunkard, his movements had long since lost the fluidity of his first charge. Thales was very worried that he would collapse at any moment, and Thales frowned. If there's no legendary anti-mystic equipment, then wouldn't Asda? The mystic did not seem to care about Blacksword in front of him at all. He was heard saying in an extremely calm voice, "But it can only let you live for a little more than 10 seconds." Blacksword looked at Asda, who was shining with blue light in front of him. He clenched his teeth, as if he was enduring unprecedented pain. He raised the strange sword in his hand towards Asda. The light path on the mystic's face flowed with another wave of blue light. The next moment, the mystic's eyes shone with blue light. No one could see his gaze clearly. Thales saw that the air around Asda was glowing with a faint blue light. A heavy pressure descended on the air again. No, Thales gritted his teeth and took a step back, maintaining his vision. This time, it's not as simple as the pressure. Asterisk boom. Asterisk, a muffled sound rang out. Thales was shocked to see that, with Asda as the center, the snow on the ground in a circular area around him had visibly lowered by a layer. It was as if someone had slapped him. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Blacksword fell to his knees uncontrollably. Blacksword's right hand was still tightly gripping his sword. The tip of the sword was only a few inches away from Asda. He knelt in front of Asda, gritted his teeth, and growled. His left hand supported the ground, trembling uncontrollably. It was as if he was carrying a heavy weight on his back and could not move. Asterisk Shik. Asterisk Black's sword had no choice but to withdraw his sword. The tip of the sword pierced the ground to support his body from collapsing. Asterisk T. I made a mistake. Black sword is no match for Asda at all. Fails clenched his fists, feeling anxious. But with such a huge commotion, someone should have noticed, right? The mystic spat out the words mechanically. His voice was lifeless. Look, once your body is pressured and your reaction speed is slowed down, you become much easier to deal with. Black sword knelt on the ground and let out a low, furious growl. The luck of surviving a great disaster has allowed you to live for a whole 12 years. Every time, you can escape with your life. But this time, you don't have a companion who sacrificed his life to create an opportunity for you to kill me. The blue light on the air mystic's face flowed again as he slowly said, and you don't have a companion who sacrificed his life to save you. At that moment, Black Sword raised his head with difficulty. His eyes were filled with hatred and anger. Monster! He bit out the word with all his might. The mystic shook his head slowly, indifferently. He stretched out his right hand and silently clenched his fist. In Thale's eyes, the blue light in the air began to brighten. The air around Asda slowly tightened with terrifying force. Asterisk Clang, Asterisk Black Sword's strange sword, which was stuck in the ground, was pressed down by a few inches. The sawtooth on the sword rubbed against the rock layer violently, making a piercing noise. Black Sword's body was slowly pressed down. His left hand and legs, which were propped up on the ground, uncontrollably shrunk towards his torso. Thale's scalp went numb. He remembered the mystic's favorite technique, forming a human ball. I've experienced it myself, haven't I? Black Sword's body trembled more and more violently. His body also shrank under the compressed air pressure. His bones began to crackle. Black Sword let out a painful roar. However, his right hand was still tightly gripping the hilt of his sword. It was as if it was his life. It's over. Thale sighed. But at that moment, Black Sword in Thale's vision blurred again. The second prince's heart skipped a beat. Based on his previous experience, this meant that Black Sword, asterisk crack, asterisk a strange sound came faintly from the ground. The mystic seemed to have realized something. His eyes flickered and a blue light flashed across his face. In the next second, the ground where Black Sword was crawling, starting from the point where his sword was stuck in the ground, let out a crisp cracking sound. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the ground beneath Black Sword suddenly cracked. Asterisk crash. Asterisk his entire body sank into the cracked rock layer. The air mystic turned his head abruptly. The blue light in his eyes flickered rapidly. At that moment, Thale saw everything clearly through his vision. Black Sword twisted his sword, unwilling to let go, and pulled horizontally on the ground. He forcefully pulled out a hole in the rock layer. The terrifying air pressure seemed to have found a vent. It drilled into the hole and broke the entire rock layer. Then, more and more air seeped into the gradually cracking rock layer. The heavy pressure in the air suddenly lessened. Thales was stunned. If that's the case, sure enough, Black Sword, who was curled up on the ground, was no longer restrained by the air. He stepped on the continuously sinking rock layer and suddenly leaped up. At that moment, Black Sword's eyes were clear, pure, and determined. He looked at the expressionless mystic in the latter's eyes, which were glowing with a blue light. Black Sword took another step forward and approached Asda's range. The mystic suddenly raised his hand slightly. His body was pushed by the air and floated backwards. It was as if he was escaping from Black Sword. But before he could float too far away, Black Sword's right hand trembled in a terrifying manner. A strange power surged. Black Sword's blade pierced Asda in a steady, powerful, and accurate manner amidst the turbulent airflow. Thales inhaled sharply and watched Black Sword's instant counterattack. The blade pierced towards Asda's head. The blue light on Asda's face shone brightly again. Asterisk clang. Asterisk a dull sound was heard. The blade seemed to have collided with the hardest metal. It was blocked by a strange transparent barrier in front of the tip of Asda's nose. Thales furrowed his brows. He saw a blue barrier appear in front of Asda. blocking Black Sword's weapon. Air wall. He looked at the blue ball of light in Asda's left hand and said to himself, "You always find a way out of desperate situations," the mystic said lifelessly. What a beautiful counterattack. Black Sword roared furiously. He exerted strength in his legs, charged forward, and thrust his blade forward. Asda floated backwards, but the blade remained in front of him, as if it could not break through the air wall. It looked as if Black Sword was pushing Asda backwards. But Thales was shocked. "They're floating towards me. Try to kill me again?" The mystic's voice was cold and calm, as if the thing in front of him was not a sword, but fly. "You already knew that I can't be killed. Then why are you still defending?" Black Sword's eyes widened in anger. He held his sword with both hands and did not stop moving, as if he was determined to break through the air wall, even if it cost him his life. "It's my habit." The mystic floated backwards and said flatly, "I don't like people getting close to me." Thales felt his scalp go numb as he watched them float towards him. He was about to run away. But at this moment, the situation changed again. Black Sword suddenly sheathed his sword and quickly turned around. He paused on the ground, gave up on continuing to thrust forward, and completely left Asda's side. As if he did not expect Black Sword's action, the light on the mystic's face flashed. In the next second, Black Sword rolled to the side and landed beside Thales. Thales was shocked. Before he could react, he felt something tighten around his shoulder. He turned his head in shock and found that Black Sword was already standing behind him, gripping his left shoulder tightly. Ow! Thales' mind was in a mess. Black Sword, the air mystic, who had been lifeless since the beginning as if he had lost all emotions, roared for the first time in a loud voice. "How dare you!" Asda let go of his left hand that was maintaining the air wall and raised his right hand. But at that moment, Thales only felt a chill on his neck. That strange black longsword was already placed horizontally in front of his throat. Asda's hand stopped in midair. Black Sword's cough rang behind Thales' ears. It made his heart pound. Thales came to a realization. Black Sword is holding me hostage? Thales resisted the urge to complain. He felt bitter in his heart. Why am I so unlucky? The air mystic watched all of this. The light on his face flashed more and more rapidly. He frowned. "You always surprise me. I told you, I was just testing you just now." Black Sword coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. "To make sure that my skills didn't deteriorate and that your response didn't change drastically. Then, I found an opportunity like this." Black Sword panted and slowly tightened his grip on Thales' hand. "Is this boy very important to you?" The blue light in the mystic's eyes dimmed, revealing his gaze. The light on Asda's face also gradually dissipated. Thales flashed an ugly smile at him. He wanted to shrug, but his shoulder was already firmly gripped by Black Sword, and he could not move. "Even if you slit his throat, I can use air pressure to stop the bleeding," Asda said solemnly as he looked at Black Sword, who was holding Thales hostage. "You know it's futile." Hearing that, Thales breathed a sigh of relief. Until Black Sword's next words. "Yes." Black Sword sighed. He switched the sawtooth side of the sword in his hand and continued to press against Thales. "So, I will directly cut off his entire head. Can you help him put back together again?" Thales' breathing stagnated. "Nah, Nanny. I'll try." Asda's eyebrows relaxed as if he did not care. His eyes were cold. "Threatening a mystic? Let's see what kind of price I will make you and your Blackstreet Brotherhood pay." Black Sword snorted softly. The blade in his hand slowly approached the boy's neck. Asda watched his movements and slowly lowered his eyebrows. Wait. A clear boy's voice rang out. Black Sword and Asda froze in unison. Both of them turned their gazes. Chapter 167. Mr. Sakern. Beside the blade, Thales tried his best to control his heartbeat and breathing. He looked at the mystic with difficulty. "I don't think you want to waste time here." "Yes," Asda said flatly. "Just get rid of this guy. That's the fastest way." "Humph," Black Sword sneered. "Same here." Thales felt a headache coming on. "Mr. Black Sword?" Thales panted and said to the person holding him hostage, You know that this guy can't be killed, right? Behind him, Black Sword's breathing gradually calmed down. Who knows? Black Sword said flatly. Maybe next time I can kill him. Asda snorted mockingly and stared coldly at Black Sword. The two people who did not give him face made Thales extremely embarrassed. Thales exhaled. I say, I have a suggestion for the two of you. Feeling the chill on his neck, Thales smiled awkwardly. Maybe you, Mr. Blacksword, don't have to cut off my head. Asda narrowed his eyes. His gaze was subtle. Look, you've already exchanged blows. Thales could not see Blacksword's expression, but he knew that it must be terrible. But Thales could only try his best to raise his voice in the cold wind. Mr. Mystic has the upper hand, but Mr. Blacksword, you always surprise us. Asda and Blacksword stared at each other. Their eyes were filled with merciless, murderous intent. If you continue to be in a stalemate here, you will only attract Dragon Cloud City's attention. Thales trembled slightly. Mister, why don't you let me go and just disappear? Then, Mr. Sakern. Thales smiled awkwardly. Since my life is in his hands, why don't you be magnanimous and let him go? Most importantly, I have to get myself out of this. Thales thought to himself. I was hoping that Blacksword's sudden appearance could help me. But in the end, neither of them are good people. Under the moonlight, the cold wind and the falling snow gradually lessened. Blacksword did not speak. Thales, who was almost frozen, tried his best to maintain a smile. What do you think? Asda and the prince's eyes met in the air. Thales felt a chill run down his spine. Even though being a mystic was much better than when he was in his emotionless, glowing mode, just now, he could still feel the chill in Asda's eyes. I refuse, Asda said coldly. I've had enough of this cat-and-mouse game. He must die here today. The smile froze on Thales' face. Hey, Thales stared at Asda in disbelief. What happened to the love between mystics? What about helping each other? Asda ignored Thales' gaze. At that moment, the mystic's heart was cold. Blacksword's performance just now proved that he was fully qualified to be one of the disaster hunters from 600 years ago, as long as he had a legendary anti-mystic equipment. In the past, the Supreme Class fighters who were carefully selected from various races were all terrifying existences who had gone through countless hardships. They held the greatest nemesis of mystics and hid on the battlefield, waiting to deliver a fatal blow. During the Great Purge after the war, they were even more terrifying trackers in the dark. They hunted down all mystics, whether they existed or did not exist, whether they were enemies or not. They did not let go of any faction. If it was not for the great fission and the political division of the various countries after the war, which caused the disaster hunters to fall apart, Blacksword. Asda looked at his right hand, which had just been cut off and then regenerated, and narrowed his eyes. He must die here. Look, of course I can let you go, child, Blacksword said softly behind Thales' ear. But he won't. The leader of the Brotherhood shook his head slowly and sighed slightly. You can only blame your bad luck. Thales sighed in anguish. Asda sneered and said, Then let us see how long a mere human can last in the snowy Northland. Yes. Blacksword tapped Thales' shoulder without showing any sign of weakness. How long can he last? Caught in the confrontation between the two, Thales frowned helplessly. What the hell? Thales took a deep breath and slowly gritted his teeth. He glanced at Dragon Cloud City beneath the cliff of the sky and kept thinking. There's no other way. I got it. Thales took another deep breath and licked his dry lips. Enunciating each word, he said, How about this? I have an idea, Blacksword, and Asda shifted their attention to him. Thales' face was downcast as he slowly finished his sentence. This way, Mr. Blacksword, you will have time to escape. I believe you can. And Mr. Sakern, we can also continue our journey. Listening to Thales' words, Asda and Blacksword frowned. Humph. Asda sneered. Are you helping him? No. Thales felt the force on his shoulder lessen. He curled up the corners of his lips again and said with a smile that was even more radiant, I'm helping all of us. Asda's gaze grew colder. It made Thales' skin crawl. A gust of cold wind blew past. Black Sword sighed softly. I've been looking for this opportunity since the beginning, Black Sword said slowly in his ear. Thank you for your suggestion, child. So you agree? Thales turned his head awkwardly and pulled his neck away from the cold blade and saw. Black Sword looked at Asda, who did not look too pleased. He patted Thales' shoulder and nodded slowly. Of course, there's only one thing that needs improvement. Thales was stunned. Improvement? I'm here for him. Black Sword widened his eyes. He grabbed Thales and stood up from the ground. I'm not here to escape. Asda's expression changed, and he stretched out his right hand. But Black Sword was faster. The Brotherhood's legend moved swiftly and agilely. He lifted Thales by the back of his collar and swung his left arm diagonally upwards in another direction. At that moment, Black Sword threw the second Prince of Constellation off the cliff. Thales only had time to open his mouth and was immediately swallowed by the wind and snow. You really threw me. Thales, whose heart was boiling with fear, felt the whistling wind. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the ground below him. He looked at the shrunken dragon cloud city in his field of vision. He roared indignantly in midair. At least give me a signal. Black Sword let out a low growl, and his body shot forward again. He charged towards Asda. The cold wind blew past Thales' ears, making him unable to open his eyes. However, he could feel that the momentum of his ascension was slowing down. Asda's left hand condensed a ball of light. Asterisk clang. Asterisk Black Sword's blade struck the wall of air in front of Asda again. A few tenths of a second later, Thales felt that he was falling. He was falling towards Dragon Cloud's city below the cliff. Thales' heart sank. His small arm was still a man's height away from the edge of the cliff. Damn you, Black Sword, I didn't ask you to throw me so far. And I told you to run away when Asda was saving me. If Asda couldn't make it in time. Fortunately, Asda did not care about Black Sword. He raised his head calmly and extended his right hand towards Thales. As expected, in the next moment, Thales felt a strange force supporting him while he was falling. His falling momentum immediately stopped. Thales floated in the air, still in a state of shock. He did not want to fall off the cliff and become a meat patty. But the battle on the cliff was not over yet. Black Sword spun around, and using the inertia, his entire body erupted with a strange force. Monster! As he roared, Black Sword struck with the most powerful strike he had made that night. The blade of the sword was against the wall of air in front of the mystic. Under Asda's incredulous gaze, Black Sword's weapon drew a streak of sparks in the air, and a deafening, violent explosion. Asterisk rip. Asterisk Thales was dumbfounded as he watched Black Sword's sword strike the thinnest part of the wall of air that was emitting blue light. It caused a ripple in the blue light. Then Black Sword retracted his long sword at lightning speed and thrust it out again in an instant. In Thales' vision, an abundant, colorless force gathered on the man's sword and exploded with astonishing power. Asterisk clang. Asterisk he stabbed the blue light that was already fluctuating unstably. Black Sword's gaze was firm as he spun the sword in his hand. A huge force gathered on a small point. In the next moment, asterisk boom, asterisk Asda roared in exasperation. The indestructible, invisible wall of air, it shattered. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk the wall of air that had lost its effectiveness turned into a turbulent airflow that swept up countless snowflakes. Blue light gathered on Asda's hand as he tried to condense another wall of air. But at least in that second, there was no barrier between Black Sword and Asda. Thales' eyebrows twitched. Black Sword did not strike again. The man reached out and instantly pressed down on the other weapon at his waist, the weapon that was tightly wrapped in sackcloth. In a fraction of a second, the sackcloth fell apart and Black Sword pulled out the weapon. It was a strange hand-and-a-half sword. No, it was a size smaller than hand-and-a-half sword. It was only the length of Black Sword's forearm. The blade was dark red, and the blade was dark red. The hilt of the small red sword was pure black with a relatively large counterweight ball on it. In the middle of the sword's guard was a similarly dark red gem. The sword's guard was curved in the opposite direction and extended towards the sword's blade. On the guard, there were a few small protrusions that pointed in the direction of the enemy. They looked like fangs? For some reason, the moment Thales saw the sword, he felt goosebumps all over his body and his blood surged. An inexplicable and indescribable feeling surged in his heart. This feeling, Thales was puzzled. Why is it so familiar? But before he could think further, Black Sword held the small red sword and stabbed it into the center of Asda's abdomen. Time seemed to have stopped at that moment. Asda looked at the small red sword, as if he was feeling the sensation of it stabbing into his body. Then his eyes were filled with shock. And panic. Just like the time when he was stabbed by Yodel in Red Street Market. Thales, who was floating in the air, was shocked. He no longer had the energy to care if he was still dangerously high up in the sky. At that moment, he knew what weapon Black Sword held in his hand. No. How could you have it? How did you know? Asda widened his eyes in disbelief as he stared at the sword in Black Sword's hand. Black Sword did not answer him. He only twisted his hand and lifted the small red sword. The blade started from Asda's abdomen, cut open his upper body, and came out from the top of the mystic's head. Endless blue light shone from Asda's cut body. Asterisk grip. Asterisk Black Sword waved his left hand mercilessly and cut Asda in half at the waist. Asda, who had been cut into two, fell to the ground. The shock on his face did not disappear. Farewell. Black Sword held the two swords with both hands and turned around coldly. Monster! The next moment, Thales' body swayed. The force that was supporting him disappeared. *T. Panic rose in Thales' heart. Asda's ability had failed. He was hundreds of meters in the air, and he was falling towards Dragon Cloud City at the bottom of the cliff. Thales looked at the mini Dragon Cloud City below him. His heart beat continuously. His body kept falling. At that moment, asterisk clang, asterisk the sharp sound of metal rubbing against stone. Thales raised his head, and his whole body trembled. He saw Black Sword step on the cliff and charge towards him. Then, Black Sword's eyes were cold as he suddenly extended his right hand. But his right hand was holding a long sword. He viciously thrust the strange black sword in his hand at Thales, who was falling from midair. Thales' pupils shrank abruptly. What? The blade did not stop. It went straight for his head. The cold wind echoed in Thales' ears. In a fraction of a second, countless emotions flashed through his mind. Why? Why do you want to kill me? Thales stared blankly at the sword that was thrusting towards his head. In between shock, fear, confusion, and anger, he could only helplessly close his eyes. Asterisk grip. Asterisk the strange sword pierced through Thales' clothes. Thales' eyelids shrank, but the expected pain and touch did not come. The wind howled. Thales trembled and opened his eyes. He was still in midair, and the miniature version of Dragon Cloud City lay quietly 100 meters below him. Thales shivered and turned his head. He watched in shock as the strange blade pierced through his collar and hung Thales on the barb on the sword. Thales hung on the sword and swayed back and forth in the air. The cold wind brushed past his body. He stared at the ordinary-looking man on the other side of the sword, dumbfounded. Black Sword held the small red sword in one hand, and the blade was stuck to the cliff's rock. Just like that, he hung on the edge of the cliff. His other hand stretched out horizontally, grabbed the strange black sword, and hung the tiny Thales on the sword's hook. The ordinary-looking man gritted his teeth and slowly withdrew the sword in his hand. Thales was in a state of shock as he stared at Black Sword in a daze. The latter smiled and said to the second prince in the air, "Before I threw you, I gave you a signal." Thales' eyes widened due to fear and shock, but he could not look away now. He felt the force on his collar and did not dare to look down. He only clutched his chest tightly. He felt the force on his collar and did not dare to look down. He only clutched his chest tightly. It was as if his heart would jump out of his chest if he did not do so. Black Sword's expression did not change. He slowly withdrew his sword-wielding arm in a steady and powerful manner. A few seconds later, Thales looked at the black sword that was getting closer to him. He finally calmed down a little. He exhaled abruptly. At that moment, Fails only wanted to complain. What the hell? Fails panted violently and said weakly, "Next time, can you?" However, before he could finish his sentence, Fails widened his eyes again. He raised his head in horror and looked behind Blacksword. No way. There, a strange blue light slowly gathered. Under the moonlight, the blue light formed a strange figure. The figure stood on Blacksword's left and looked at the small red sword that was stuck in the cliff with a complicated expression. Fails opened his mouth wide. No way. Hanging on the cliff, Blacksword's expression froze when he saw Fails' expression. Soon, he knew what had happened. Blacksword frowned and slowly turned his head to look at the edge of the cliff. There stood Asda Sakern, who had recovered and was unscathed. Next time, the air mystic's expression was terrible, but his words were still as sarcastic as ever. If you want to scare me, it's best if you find a real legendary anti-mystic equipment, and not a fake with a similar aura. Blacksword's expression changed. He looked at the calm Asda on his left, then at Thales on his right, who was hanging on the sword, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Blacksword heaved a heavy sigh. Lance! Hanging on the cliff, Blacksword closed his eyes and shook his head helplessly. In a subtle tone, he said, "You King trick me again, legendary anti-mystic equipment. There's even a fake?" Thales furrowed his brows. Asda narrowed his eyes. Blacksword looked gloomy, as if he had eaten a fly. In the cold wind, the three of them were silent for 3 seconds in a strange position. They did not seem to know how to respond to such a situation. "You child." Finally, Asda shifted his gaze and looked at Thales coldly. His tone was frightening. "You are really naughty." Thales could only put on a sad smile. But before he could say a word, Blacksword moved again. In the next moment, Blacksword lifted his feet and pressed against the side of the cliff. He exerted force with his left hand and pulled out the small red sword from the rock. Without any support, Blacksword began to descend slowly with Thales. Asda's expression changed abruptly. Thales was so shocked that he forgot to breathe. At that moment, Blacksword raised his head and glanced at the mystic, who had an unpleasant expression on his face. "A surprise for you," he said faintly. "You." Asda raised his hand angrily. Air pressure flowed, intending to support them. But Blacksword did not give him the chance. In a fraction of a second, Blacksword's power surged, and his legs kicked the rock surface. He grabbed Thales, and with a speed that Asda could not react to. Chapter 168. Thales finally knew what it felt like to fall from a great height. That was not feeling it. It was because the feeling of weightlessness, having nothing to rely on and nothing to rely on, could instantly take away all one's thoughts and take away one's autonomy and control of one's body. Only panic, bewilderment, and absent-mindedness remained. Cold wind blew against their faces. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk Thales was held in Blacksword's embrace with one arm. His lips trembled, but no words came out. In the high-speed wind, even breathing became difficult. Thales' mind was blank. At that moment, that strange fluctuation surged through his entire body, and even time seemed to slow down. But this time, that fluctuation did not bring him a miracle. The violent airflow blew past their sleeves. They were still falling. Dragon Cloud City beneath them grew bigger and clearer, and he could do nothing. Thales could only close his eyes and wait for his death with an empty mind. At that moment, Blacksword, who was behind him, suddenly moved. Asterisk hiss. Asterisk the sharp sound of metal scraping against the rock's surface exploded in his ears again. Thales felt his body fall, as if gravity had returned. He opened his eyes abruptly. What greeted his eyes was a flash of fire. Thales watched in shock as an arm stretched out from behind him. It was holding that strange black sword and scratching the cliff wall, creating a string of sparks. As they fell, they kept decelerating. In the next second, Thales felt a violent jolt. There was a sudden weight beneath him. The feeling of his torso being torn apart and the dizziness in his head assaulted him at the same time. Thales could not help but retch a few times. He panted and found that his breathing had become smooth again. Huh. The Prince of Constellation was shocked to find that they had stopped. Thales could not help but suck in a cold breath. Their falling momentum had been stopped, and they were now suspended on the cliff wall. And he, who was falling head first, was now upside down. I survived? Thales looked up in disbelief and saw the situation in front of him clearly. Blacksword's strange sword was long gone, and his right hand was now firmly gripping a thin rope. The other end of the rope was firmly tied to a thick nail, which was nailed deep into the cliff wall. They, who had no one to rely on, were firmly suspended in midair. Blacksword clenched his teeth, his right hand covered in blood. Clang! The sound of metal hitting the ground could be heard. Thales came back to his senses, and before he knew it, he was already drenched in cold sweat. This rope, the Prince of Constellation asked in disbelief, was prepared by you from the start. Blacksword smiled coldly. We chased Asda here to fight. Blacksword loosened his grip, and they slid down the rope at a uniform speed. It was to have a way out. Although the rope in Blacksword's hand was thin, it seemed extremely tough, as if it was specially made for this activity. Thales stared at Blacksword's hand in astonishment. He stared at the blood that flowed out from the high-speed friction just now, but the latter did not seem to notice it at all, as if it was not his hand. Boom! They fell on an irregular outcropping of rock at the edge of the cliff. He looked at Dragon Cloud's city below him. He could already clearly see the roofs of many residential houses. He panted with all his might, trying to regulate his breathing. But he should be more worried about the current situation. Thales began to think about his relationship with the person in front of him, as well as his options after he got rid of Asda. How would he deal with her? Does he know who he is? Thales' breathing slowly quickened. If Blacksword was the murderer who killed Crown Prince Midiur 12 years ago, Thales thought, that means he is. In Mindy's hall, Gilbert told him that it was the assassins of Shadow Shield who killed the eldest son of the king. In Heroic Spirit Palace, before Archduke Pofford died, he said that Shadow Shield had always desired his life. When he thought of this, Thales' heart skipped a beat. Thales gritted his teeth and glanced warily at Blacksword, whose back was facing him. This person is very likely, but at that moment, the moment Thales stared at him, Blacksword suddenly turned around. Thales was so frightened that he trembled and clenched his fists. His scalp went numb, as if he was being targeted by a powerful hunter. Blacksword gave Thales a deep look. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Thales did not dare to breathe loudly. He only forced a smile with an ugly expression. Blacksword furrowed his brows and inhaled. When he realized that the person who was looking at him with hostility was just the boy in front of him, the coldness in Blacksword's eyes faded, and he turned around expressionlessly. Blacksword picked up the Blacksword that had just fallen and readied himself. Thales' palms were already covered in cold sweat. Does this guy have eyes in the back of his head? How can he even sense my gaze? Thales lowered his head and clenched his fists. After escaping from Asda, he had to face such a dangerous and terrifying gang leader. The uneasiness in his heart only increased. No, I better not expose my identity. I still have to think of a way to escape safely and return to Heroic Spirit Palace. Thales tried hard to regulate his breathing. However, unpleasant things would always happen. A familiar voice rang in Thales' ears. Why had he been gone for so long? A figure appeared from behind the rock. His voice was full of anxiety. Under the moonlight, Thales saw the person's face clearly. His eyes immediately widened. No way. Am I that unlucky? Hearing the voice, Blacksword did not even turn his head. His tone was flat. I ran into some trouble. Is the rope ready? It was ready 5 minutes ago. You can slide down to Shield District if you follow it. The old man who had just appeared on the rock lay on the edge and stretched out his hand to pull out a similar thin rope. You got yourself covered in wounds again. The old man saw Blacksword's disheveled appearance and frowned. Didn't you say that you were just going back to Heroic Spirit Palace to get something? The old man's words came to an abrupt halt. He saw Thales standing beside Blacksword. The old man's mouth opened wide in surprise. Thales blinked and flashed an awkward smile. He raised his hand and waved reluctantly. "Hello, Mr. Ramon." Ramon, the Brotherhood's Black Doctor and suspected inheritor of magic, who was supposed to be in Heroic Spirit Palace and Constellation's diplomat group, was now holding onto the rock wall in a daze and staring at the Prince of Constellation in shock. Thal's heart felt as if it had fallen into an ice cave. This is bad. Is Black Sword here to save Ramon? Ramon knew his own identity very well. And he's definitely not on good terms with me. Him? As expected, Ramon's first reaction was to point at Thales and turn to Black Sword. His face was full of disbelief. "Why did you bring this guy here?" Thales shrugged. There was no emotion on his calm, smiling face. However, his brain was in a state of panic and thought continuously. "What should I do? If Black Sword knows that I'm a Jade Star, if he really was, then he definitely wouldn't be so unresponsive." Thales clenched his fists. "I can't gamble on his attitude." The strange doctor sighed. Ramon covered his head and looked like he was about to cry. "He's like an eternal oil barrel. He'll explode at the slightest touch. How are we supposed to escape now that you've kidnapped him? You know him?" Black Sword grabbed a triangular metal buckle from beside him and seized the time to test the hanging rope. His expression was the same as usual. "Who is he?" "He's," at that moment, Dr. Ramon. Thales suddenly spoke. He seemed to be very happy. Ramon raised his eyebrows. When he thought of Thales' mind-reading ability, his expression immediately turned unpleasant. However, Thales' next sentence caused his expression to change drastically. "Speaking of which, I just found out about the history of Soul Tower yesterday," Thales said with a smile. "I was about to tell you about it." It turns out that Soul Tower was established after the Battle of Survival during the era of multiple kings. A wizard named Eli Shinua. Ramon widened his eyes in shock. While Black Sword had yet to turn his head, Thales winked at him, pointed at his head with a threatening expression, and crossed his arms. Ramon was stunned. Soul Tower is a twin tower located in a place called Tripping Peninsula. There seems to be a huge research branch in it called Seat of All Magic. Maybe we should find a time to sit down and have a good chat? Ramon's eyes widened and his hands trembled slightly. Thales shook his head firmly at him. He only hoped that the strange doctor would understand what he meant. "Of course, it's best if we keep it a secret." "Soul Tower?" Black Sword narrowed his eyes and turned around. "He's in the same field as you?" Ramon snapped out his daze. He looked at the nonchalant and energetic Thales, then at Black Sword, who was moving his hands nonstop. This guy's... Ramon's expression darkened. As if he had thought of something, he looked at Black Sword and could not help but stop talking. "The youngest son of a suzerain in Heroic Spirit Palace. He's interested in magic. Nowadays, it's not easy to meet a noble who knows about and is not averse to magic." Ramon rubbed his hands together and chuckled. "I plan to rely on his resources for a long time after he grows up." Thales heaved a sigh of relief and felt at ease. He had experienced Black Sword's perceptive abilities. He did not dare to move at all. He only sighed silently in his heart. "Magic? Black Sword did not care about their quarrel, nor did he ask in detail. "So this is the reason why Asda kidnapped him?" This sentence seemed to freeze the already cold air. Ramon's expression changed drastically. He looked around. "This is Extet Dragon Cloud City. You met the air mystic?" "I was just greeting him," Black Sword said nonchalantly. "Speaking of which," after Black Sword installed the metal buckle, he pulled the rope hanging down. With a cold expression, he drew out the small red sword from his waist and tossed it to Ramon. "This is the weapon lance found in Azure Ambition. I almost let that monster eat it. Other than scaring people, it's useless." "How is that possible?" Ramon dodged the tip of the sword in a flurry. He held up the small red sword, his eyes filled with doubt. Could it be that the lady boss also made a mistake? It's a fake. Maybe. Now that I think about it, we were too confident. Black Sword furrowed his brows. After all, it's a legendary anti-mystic equipment with strange powers that can seal mystics. It's too childish to leave it in the underground mezzanine of Azure Ambition. We can only think of other ways. But the lady boss said in her letter that this is the only legendary anti-mystic equipment we can find. Ramon scratched his head. The other equipment is firmly in the hands of the various countries. Can you still kill your way into the army and snatch the kingdom's wrath motionless bow? Or go to the 38th century ground and steal the raven of death crossbow of time? Black Sword's expression darkened. He shook his head. We'll talk about this in the future. Now we have to leave quickly. Thales saw the small red sword. No one knew that the moment Black Sword drew the small red sword, Thales only felt a burning sensation in his heart. At the edge of the cliff, when he watched Black Sword draw it out, that strange familiar feeling came again. Thales stared at the small red sword in a daze. What's going on? According to them, this should be a fake legendary anti-mystic equipment. At this moment, Black Sword suddenly raised his head. He looked at the sky above his head, and his expression became extremely terrifying. Black Sword lowered his head, grabbed Ramon and Thales, and pushed them down the rope. Let's go. Ramon's face paled. I go. Black Sword's words suddenly sped up. His tone was filled with anxiety. He found us. Thales was stunned. He realized what Black Sword meant. Him. Ramon shuddered violently. Even in such a heavy snowstorm and such a long distance. Black Sword wrapped the rope around Ramon's waist and tied him and Thales together without any explanation. I underestimated a mystic's ability. Thales furrowed his brows. Damn it, I still haven't completely escaped from Asda. I'll stop him, Black Sword said coldly. But Ramon's face was filled with panic. He wanted to say something. Take him with you. Black Sword shoved the slide buckle into Ramon's hand. Without waiting for Ramon's pale face to react, Black Sword lifted his leg without warning. Go down first. Wait, Ramon raised his eyebrows and looked at Thales in disbelief. But before he could finish his sentence, Black Sword kicked him off the cliff. Damn it, Black Sword. Damn it. Amidst Ramon's indignant cry, Thales once again experienced the feeling of weightlessness. He continued to slide with Ramon. Thales took a deep breath. Fortunately, it was clearly not Ramon's first time doing this. Even though he was exasperated and cursed, he still skillfully controlled the slide buckle in his hand and slid down safely with Thales. They had just slid down more than 10 meters when the clear sound of swords clashing against each other rang above their heads, along with the rapid sound of air currents. Damn it! As they slid down, Ramon looked worriedly above his head. He lowered his head and said fiercely, Listen up, kid. Before you return to Heroic Spirit Palace, you must tell me about Soul Tower. Then, stay as far away from me as possible. You're practically a manure picker. Every day, you encounter new kinds of filthy things. Hey! Without Black Sword by his side, Thales was relieved. He grabbed the rope and protested in dissatisfaction. Is this how you describe your savior? And how did you escape from the palace? Savior? Ramon's expression changed. Come on, you cunning brat who is full of lies. Ramon thought of something and said in exasperation, You still want to lie to me that you can read minds? Thales' expression froze. How did you know? I'm not an idiot. The strange doctor's face was filled with disgust. When you asked me about magic that day, I already guessed it. In their field of vision, the area beneath them was getting closer. This seemed to be one of the more dilapidated areas in Dragon Cloud City. Even though they could only see the roofs and streets, they could still clearly see the messy layout and dilapidated appearance of the area. Finally, they landed safely behind a small house and stepped on the bumpy stone ground that was unique to Dragon Cloud City. Thales relived the sense of security when his feet landed on solid ground. A sense of relief welled up in his heart. Thales pulled himself away from the rope. His thoughts churned as he said, nonchalantly, Black Sword can't stop him. It's best if we run first. Don't worry about Black Sword. That guy definitely won't die. Ramon pulled off the rope and nodded in agreement. But I agree with what you said. The two of them reached a consensus. Without looking back, they scrambled to be the first to run. They ran up the empty street. As long as we run into the patrol team, Thales panted and gritted his teeth. At least we can inform Poitre and the others. But before they could run far, they heard a loud noise behind them. Asterisk bang. Asterisk snowflakes filled the air behind them. Thales and Ramon were both shocked. They looked at each other, not daring to look back. They only ran faster and faster along the street. They ran for a whole 3 minutes. Along the way, they woke up quite a number of residents. The window of a house behind them opened. A man yawned and stuck his head out curiously. A dog from a resident's house on the left was woken up from its slumber and barked at them maliciously. A woman's cursing came from the house in front of them. A basin of water was splashed out of a 2-story house on the upper left in anger. A wine bottle was thrown out of a shop with a sign on the right behind them. The two of them did not care. They just kept running until they were out of breath. Thales had traversed many streets and alleys in the past. He was not slow when he ran on the chaotic streets. However, a child's physical strength was limited. Although Ramon was an adult, he did not usually exercise. He would start panting after just a few steps. Add to that the poor visibility in the wee hours of the morning, and they inevitably slowed down. Finally, an urgent order came from the front. What's with the footsteps in front? Follow me. Team 3 and Team 4, go patrol the street on the left. You must meet up every 5 minutes. Once you meet up, you must send a messenger to report. Team 6 and Team 9 immediately go to the place where the sound came from to investigate. It should be under the cliff of the sky. If any team members, soldiers, or residents report that they are missing, if you encounter any suspicious person, do not let them go. But the first priority is to report back safely. The higher-ups have given the order. If you encounter any inexplicable things or people, these are their exact words. Immediately fire a signal arrow. There seems to be quite a number of people. A glimmer of hope rose in Thales' heart. Ramon's face turned pale. He seemed a little nervous. It's okay, Thales comforted him, as long as I reveal my identity. But at this moment, 2 hands suddenly stretched out from the alley beside them. Chapter 169. The 2 hands that stretched out from the alley covered their mouths with a strength that could not be resisted. Flames shone brightly. At least a dozen patrols hurried past the street outside. Orders rang out one after another, one after the other. Thales and Ramon struggled with all their might. However, the other party only lightly tapped their necks a few times, and they lost the strength to speak. Ramon widened his eyes and saw the person in front of him clearly under the dim moonlight. It was Black Sword who brought up the rear for them. With a pale face, Black Sword covered their mouths and pressed them against the walls of the alley, until the patrols left. Thales sighed in his heart. Go! Black Sword let go of their mouths and said weakly, Asda is right behind us. Thales felt nervous again. Black Sword did not wait for them to answer. He dragged them out of another alley. I've attracted at least 3 patrols. I don't know how long we can hold him back, but at least we can attract Dragon Cloud City's attention. Black Sword touched the wall and panted as he led the way. We're going through the alley. I suspect that Asda is searching for us from the sky. Thales thought of something. No. The 2 men from the Brotherhood turned their heads at the same time. Thales raised his head and frowned at Black Sword and Ramon. He doesn't need to search for us from the sky. What? Black Sword did not stop. He furrowed his brows. Thales remembered what Asda had told him in the chess room in Red Street Market. The air mystic can sense all the airflow in an entire street. For example, Thales gritted his teeth and said, our breathing. He could track us through this. At this moment, Black Sword, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped. Even Thales and Ramon became nervous. At this moment, Thales suddenly realized that, strangely, there was no sound coming from behind him, where Asda and the patrol team should have met. What's going on? It's not just your breathing. A familiar and pleasant male voice that made Thales' skin crawl came from the front. All the airflow in your body is a beacon. It's as bright as a lamp in the dark. Ramon shuddered and took a step back. Black Sword lowered his body solemnly and got into a stance that he was ready to charge. Thales sighed and looked at the entrance of the alley in front of him. Asda, Sakern, slowly walked out from the corner like a ghost. Child, you are really disobedient. Asda ignored Black Sword and Ramon. He only stared straight at Thales. The coldness in his eyes became even more frightening. I have to admit that your little tricks, along with this stinky cockroach, have indeed caused me some trouble. Ramon's expression was unpleasant. He took another step back and looked around. Black Sword was still at the forefront. He calmly placed his hand on the strange sword at his waist. That's because you're not very friendly. Thales exhaled and clenched his fists. This was a residential area. Would it help if he shouted now? Or would he kill those people who came out to watch the show? Oh no, I'm already very friendly. Asda shook his head. He seemed to be in a stable mood. But you forced me, so I could only use some rough methods. Thales narrowed his eyes. He realized that there was something wrong with Asda's words. As expected, Asda crooked his finger. Behind him, a small figure floated out. A figure that kept sobbing. Thales' pupils shrank. No, it was a scruffy girl wearing glasses. About 8 or 9 years old. Under Asda's control, she floated in the air and occasionally let out a terrified tremble. Damn it! Thales stared at the girl in disbelief. The girl's glasses were tilted to one side. She watched in horror and panic as she floated in the air. However, the moment she saw Thales, it was as if she had found a life-saving straw. It's him. It's that boy. The girl extended her small, childish hand to Thales, revealing the bruises on her wrist. Tears of grievance flowed out of her eyes. She cried out loud. As he listened to the girl's cries, Thales took a deep breath. He lifted his gaze. With a complicated and indescribable feeling, he looked at the girl who was trembling in fear and sobbing in fear. Little rascal. Thales clenched his fists. That girl. Saroma Walton. Little rascal. Come back to me quickly. Don't be at odds with me anymore. Unless, Asda said softly and hooked his finger. Do you want to see this little maid die? Little rascal, who was in the air, suddenly flipped over. Her head was facing downwards. Thales held his breath. At that moment, Little Rascal was so frightened that she stopped crying. She just floated listlessly, sobbing in extreme fear and trembling. Even Black Sword furrowed his brows. Thales clenched his teeth. I know you won't go with me willingly. Asda seemed to know what he was thinking. He chuckled. So, I took some precautions. Little Rascal, who was in the air, turned around again. The girl was already scared out of her wits. Tears streamed down her face, and she could not even speak. This is between us. Thales gritted his teeth. His heart was filled with complicated feelings. She has nothing to do with this. He looked at the terrified gaze behind Little Rascal's glasses. Before his eyes, Little Rascal looked at the convulsing Alex, covered her mouth, and retreated in fear. He then thought of King Nuven holding Little Rascal's hand tightly and placing a black ring on it. He thought of Little Rascal's trembling hand when he pulled the girl away in the Hall of Heroes. She did not know anything at all. She was not prepared for anything. She was forced to face all of this. Of course, Asda said slowly and smiled. I noticed that when we were at Red Street Market, you cared a lot about your companion, didn't you? Then let's see if you care about this companion as much as I do. The scene from a long time ago appeared before Thales' eyes. Quide, who was grinning hideously, lifted Coria. He picked up the red-hot silver coin with one hand, laughed heartily, and pressed it against the beggar's face. Coria, her struggle then, her expression then, her cries then. Thales sucked in a breath weakly and looked at Little Rascal. If I go with you, Thales said weakly, you'll let her go? No. Asda's smile slowly disappeared. He said expressionlessly, I'll keep her. Her fate will depend on your performance. Thales held his breath. Your previous actions have disappointed me, the air mystic said coldly. This is a punishment for your uncooperative attitude. Do not forget my seriousness because of my friendliness. Mystics are not existences that you can toy with at will. Do not offend the strong easily. Asda looked at him profoundly. There was an underlying meaning in his words. Unless you become equally powerful. Do you understand? Thales shuddered. He looked at the helpless Little Rascal and thought of that day again. That day, Coria, who had a high fever and a sickly red face, cried and laughed at the helpless Thales in the sixth house. I'm not afraid because Thales always has a way. However, the moment the silver coin was pressed against Coria's face, the sizzling sound of flesh boiling seemed to ring again. Thales closed his eyes and clenched his fists tighter. An inexplicable grief and indignation rose in his heart. Thales always has a way. I always have a way. Asda. Thales closed his eyes even tighter. He took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed his trembling chest. You bastard. Don't be angry. Taking a hostage. Asda snorted coldly. I learned this trick from your friend in the Brotherhood. At this moment, Thales felt a tightness on his left shoulder. That girl. Black Sword sighed and placed his hand on Thales' shoulder. Is she someone important to you? Thales did not speak. Asda frowned slightly. Thales looked up. Sir Black Sword. Thales shook his head. His gaze was firm. Please place your sword against my neck. Thales' words made Asda frown. Let's make a bet. My life or her life, which one is more important to him? Ah, child. Asda sighed regretfully. Guess what kind of punishment you will receive for saying this? Silence. Only little rascals' sobs remained in the air, until that ordinary man broke the silence. Black Sword slowly forced a smile. He patted Thales' shoulder. Black Sword turned his head and looked at Asda. I say, don't listen to that guy. He's full of sh*t. Thales raised his head in confusion. Powerful? Black Sword drew his sword from his waist and said disdainfully, This arrogant, immortal monster? Does he deserve to be called powerful? Asda's expression changed. He may seem powerful, but don't forget. Black Sword smiled from ear to ear. His tone was calm, as if the person before him was just an ordinary enemy. In this world, hiding your head and showing your tail in this vast and boundless world, trembling in fear for more than 600 years, I've fled for my life in fear in countless battles. Thales frowned. Asda's expression changed. Black Sword did not place his sword against Thales' neck like Thales had said. He took a step forward and looked at Asda. His eyes were filled with killing intent. The weak should be afraid. Black Sword stepped back and bent his knees. His eyes shone with a cold light. It's you. Calamities. Don't get me wrong. Thales did not speak. Blue light flashed in Asda's eyes. Black Sword raised his sword and pointed it at Asda. Before you find this boy monster, we haven't settled our score. The air mystic no longer smiled. Do you want my life? Black Sword taunted. Come and take it, you pitiful weakling. Asda narrowed his eyes. Blue light surged in his eyes. Little rascal slowly landed on the ground. Don't misunderstand, child, Asda replied calmly. Your punishment will continue. After I kill this cockroach. The two of them stared at each other. It was as if this was the final duel. Thales held his breath. He quickly thought about how he could deal with the different outcomes of the duel. Although Thales was not optimistic about Black Sword. After all, the legendary anti-mystic equipment. At this moment, Ramon's cry of surprise came from behind. Thales turned his head abruptly. He saw Ramon standing a dozen steps away from them with his back facing them. It was as if he wanted to escape quietly. But at this moment, Ramon turned his head stiffly and looked at them. The strange doctor showed the greatest panic of his life. His eyes were filled with shock and fear. It was as if he had seen something terrible. Black Sword's expression changed, and he began to move. Black Sword no longer cared about the air mystic. Without hesitation, he rushed towards Ramon, who had encountered an unknown accident. Thales narrowed his eyes in confusion. What's wrong? Soon, Thales no longer had to wonder. The next moment, a loud noise was heard. Asterisk bang. Asterisk Thales' eyes were wide open. He watched as Ramon, who was still alive, before his eyes, exploded. The strange doctor, who had been alive and kicking just a moment ago, was instantly covered in blood, which scattered into countless pieces in all directions. Thales watched all of this in a daze. The force of the explosion stirred up waves of air and sent the walls on both sides of the alley flying. No! Black Sword roared. He moved past Thales, slashed a flying boulder, and rushed towards the place where Ramon exploded. Thales raised his hands with difficulty to block the flying bricks, wood, and stones. Black Sword rushed into the endless cloud of dust. The sounds of intense fighting came from inside, followed by Black Sword's deafening roar. After dozens of seconds, Black Sword's roar stopped abruptly. Thales watched all of this in a daze. He did not even notice when Asda walked his side. "Step back," the air mystic said coldly to Thales. Thales reacted. He turned around and rushed towards Little Rascal, who was trembling on the ground. "It's okay now." Thales tried his best to comfort her, but his heart was filled with fear. He looked at the cloud of dust. Little Rascal grabbed Thales' arm tightly. She gritted her teeth and sobbed. After a while, a delicate figure slowly walked out of the cloud of dust. The newcomer held a sword in her hand. Thales' pupils shrank. It was a strange, pitch-black sword. "Look, how dare you call us weaklings?" The newcomer happily threw Black Sword's weapon away. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the strange black sword fell to the ground. This is what happened to him. The newcomer chuckled. "No way." Thales stared at the strange sword on the ground in disbelief. Black Sword? He was just... The strange sword was still trembling. It was as if it was calling out to its departed master. The newcomer got closer and closer until she was completely out of the range of the cloud of dust. Thales' expression changed. He looked at the new, uninvited guest with a frightened expression. It was a delicate young girl. She had a pleasant smile on her face. Thales' stomach churned. The newcomer evoked his most hated memory. "I was wondering what it was that made our chi choose to evolve." The young girl chuckled, tilted her head, and looked at them playfully. "It's all thanks to you evolving without hesitation that I could find this place so quickly." Asda took a step forward with an indifferent expression and blocked Thales' figure. "It's been a long time, my dear partner." The air mystic's expression did not change. He calmly said to the young girl, "Giza, I'll just tell you the title of the next chapter. Chapter 103, Chi and Blood." Chapter 170, Your Majesty, those constellations. On a high platform in heroic Spirit Palace, the Star Killer stood beside King Nuven with his strange blade. They requested to look for their prince on their own. King Nuven propped himself up on the high platform and narrowed his eyes as he looked down at his city. "This is Dragon Cloud's city that belongs to the Waltons." The king exhaled slowly. "Let them go." King Nuven's voice sounded a little tired. "Maybe I can find my granddaughter on the way." Compared to the current situation, perhaps the Walton family is really secondary. King Nuven sighed heavily. Nicholas nodded and turned to pass the order. Not long after, the Star Killer returned to the king's side. This time, his expression was solemn. "The patrolling team has reported back. We have located the approximate location of the calamity." King Nuven's expression changed. He turned to Nicholas, and his gaze regained its shrewdness and decisiveness. In Shield District, there were 2 teams that did not respond for more than half an hour. Then, their corpses were discovered. They had been reduced to pieces. The commander of the White Blade Guards said slowly. Shield District, King Nuven pondered for a moment. "Very well." The old king looked at Dragon Cloud's city beneath him again and said flatly, "Turning people into pieces. Is there any information about that calamity that I need to know?" There was silence. Then a peaceful voice rang out. "Yes, Your Majesty." Behind King Nuven, the master of the secret room, the Red Witch, Kalshan bowed her head respectfully. "If possible, please evacuate Shield District and the bordering districts as soon as possible. If necessary, you may even evacuate the residents out of the city." Beside her, Nicholas took a deep breath. "That much?" King Nuven frowned. "I have to evacuate half of the city for a calamity? Please believe me, Your Majesty," Kalshan said slowly, her tone gentle. "The price of half of Dragon Cloud's city, it's better than the entire Dragon Cloud city." Thales grabbed Little Rascal tightly to prevent her from falling as she trembled in shock. "What were those things? Who are they?" Little Rascal's tears had dried up in shock. The remaining tear stains told of her misfortune. No matter what they are, I'm here, Thales said softly. Everything will be fine. However, his gaze was involuntarily drawn to the two people in front of him, especially the girl who stuck her head out of Asda's shadow and looked at him with a flowery smile. Child, I've said it before. Like a girl next door, Giza Streelman's eyes were filled with gentleness and pity. We will definitely meet again. Thales felt his hair stand on end. The explosion caused by Ramon's death had collapsed 2 walls and turned the alley into a circular flatland. Many of the residents in the surrounding area had been affected. Such a huge commotion could no longer be concealed. My God! My legs are pinned down. What happened? Help! Someone help me. Hurry up and find him. Where's the disciplinary officer? Did the house collapse? From time to time, injured civilians could be heard wailing in the ruins around them. More and more Northlanders woke up from their sleep and walked out of their houses. After recovering from their shock and panic, they went to help the injured. There were about 100 people. Who are you? A few Northlanders noticed the 2 mystics who were confronting each other. Puzzled, they approached them. What happened just now? Hey, young lady, did you see the explosion just now? In Thales' eyes, a short, sturdy, and older man approached them with a solemn expression. He first stared at the handsome Asda with a suspicious expression, then said to Giza, who had a subtle expression on her face, Are you in trouble? Thales' heart skipped a beat. But Giza and Asda still stood quietly, as if they did not hear the noise and clamor around them. It was as if they were the only 2 people in the world. I'm glad to see that you've recovered, Giza, Asda said softly. I heard some things about you from that child, and your attitude towards him. That's great. Giza flashed her usual gentle smile and clicked her tongue. Then I don't have to repeat it again. Asda's expression was slightly cold. Perhaps there's some misunderstanding between you two. Thales slowly gulped. He turned his head, looking for a chance to slip away, but he only saw more and more residents approaching. *T. Thales' heart froze. Hey, both of you. I don't know if you're quarreling or putting on a show in Dark Knight Temple. The short, sturdy man impatiently pointed at the injured all around them. But right now, everyone needs help. It's best if you don't just stand there. But his voice was interrupted. A group of heavy footsteps came from afar. A team of patrolling soldiers came here with torches in their hands. They split into a formation and approached while vigilantly watching everyone on the street. Thales shuddered. Dragon Cloud City's patrolling team. But he glanced at the mystic who was still quietly confronting each other. They came at a bad time. Misunderstanding? Giza ignored the patrolling team that suddenly appeared. She shifted her gaze back to Asda, and her gaze was subtle. Don't worry, the misunderstanding between me and that child will soon be resolved. The blood mystic licked her lips. Very soon, Thales glanced at her feet. He did not know if it belonged to Ramon or Blacksword. He felt goosebumps all over his body. Asda's brows furrowed. He understood what the other party meant. Everyone quiet. Stand close to the street. At this moment, a rough voice came from the patrolling team. In the name of the king, accept the disciplinary officer's inspection. Then, leave this place immediately. The civilians who were either helping the injured or watching in bewilderment all turned to look at the disciplinary officer with various emotions. Do as I say. The disciplinary officer walked out from the team with a stern expression. I'll say it again. Hey, officer. The short, sturdy man who interrupted the mystic's conversation patted his chest in dissatisfaction and turned to the disciplinary officer. We're all injured here. We need help. Are the lives of Shield District worthless? Following his words, the civilians booed in unison. You will receive the help you deserve, but Shield District must be evacuated as soon as possible. You, the disciplinary officer said impatiently, but then he paused and narrowed his eyes. Wait, I recognize you. You're Big Leatherbelt from the Glacier Sentinels, right? The short, sturdy man nodded slightly with a stern expression. We need help. The disciplinary officer recognized the short, sturdy man, and his attitude became much better. He turned to his subordinates and waved. All right, for your sake, go. and help first. Save the injured, then evacuate immediately. Only then did the civilians calm down. The disciplinary officer turned his head and frowned at Big Leatherbelt. Where's Gleeward? He's the only one who can control these people. He was called away by a few officers just now. They said it was the king's order. I don't know if it's true. Big Leatherbelt glanced at the mystic who was confronting him. Why did they evacuate? I don't know. It's the king's order. The disciplinary officer shook his head. We were also sent out urgently. Did you see any suspicious people? Suspicious people? We're in Shield District. Almost everyone we don't know. Big Leatherbelt paused. Surprise appeared on his face as he turned to the two mystics. There are. On Thal's side, the mystics were still conversing in their own world. This child, do you know who he is? The air mystic asked slowly. Do you know what he means to us? Of course, I know very well who he is. Giza smiled. There was a hint of coldness in her voice. Move, Asda. Asda's body did not move at all. His expression became increasingly grim. I don't like to be ordered, Giza. *T. Thal's expression changed. Both of you, and those two children over there. The disciplinary officer brought a few soldiers forward and approached the mystics. Looking at their thin clothes, his face was full of suspicion. Where did they come from? What's going on? Giza turned her head and looked at the vigilant soldiers. She smiled sweetly. You or me? We'll attract attention. Asda shook his head. Maybe we should keep a low profile. No. Thales observed Giza and Asda's expressions and movements. His heart trembled. All right, I'll do it then. Giza sighed. I'll collect some materials. Asda frowned slightly. Thales' heart sank. *T. Go. Thales sucked in a sharp breath and shouted at the people who surrounded him. Hurry up and leave. Everyone, get out of here. Report to Heroic Spirit Palace. Under the puzzled gazes of the disciplinary officer and Big Leatherbelt, a boy desperately dragged a shivering little girl and screamed at them in panic. It's dangerous here. But a young child's voice obviously could not stop the Northlander's puzzlement and curiosity. What's wrong, child? The short and stout Big Leatherbelt came forward and glared at the expressionless Asda warily. What did this guy do to you? Thale stepped back and shook his head vigorously. No, you young lady. At that moment, the rudely rude soldier reached out and grabbed Giza's arm. Don't just stand there, stand on the street. But the soldier immediately shuddered and fell abruptly, his arm twitching. Giza giggled beside his ear. Damn it, my arm. What did you do, lass? The surrounding soldiers looked at the fallen soldier and burst into laughter. You can't even catch a girl, Jason. It's time for you to retire. Asda's expression did not change. He looked at the poor soldier who touched Giza and then fell to the ground, his face red from ear to ear. His fate was already sealed. Attacking the patrol team. Very well, capture them. The disciplinary officer narrowed his eyes and paused for only a second before he said resolutely, Send someone to report to the higher-ups, Thale's side. He knew it was too late. The patrolling soldiers laughed and surrounded the two mystics. Giza turned to them and flashed the warmest smile. At that moment, Thales pressed little rascal to her knees and pulled the pitiful girl into his arms, blocking the girl's line of sight. Don't look. Thales' eyes were cold as he said softly. Little rascal trembled slightly, but she obediently buried her head in his arms. Don't listen. When the first scream was heard, Thales forced little rascal, who was still in shock and did not know what was going on, to cover her ears. No matter what, don't care. I'm here. At that moment, even Thales shut his eyes tightly, his chin resting on little rascal's hair. He knew what was going to happen. These people did not know what kind of fate they would face. It was too cruel. What's wrong with this girl? I can't catch her. First came the soldiers' surprise questions. Ah, this girl is weird. She's hot. The sound of a few bodies falling to the ground reached Thales' ears again. Ah, my hand. My hand. A few unusual screams came one after another. Jason. Oh my God, he's melting. His blood. Under the panicked reminder from the man called Big Leatherbelt, the patrol team noticed that something was wrong. Oh my God. No. What the hell are you? Under the disciplinary officer's anxious orders, the soldiers unsheathed their weapons. UF asterisk king bitch. I don't care what sorcery you're using. F asterisk king stop. Or else I swear I'll kill you. This was the disciplinary officer's furious roar. But the screams grew louder. My back, there's something moving on my back. It's moving. Robbie, hang in there. Hang in there. I'm going to chop this thing off right now. Boss, hurry up and kill her. There was a loud explosion. Asterisk bang. Asterisk fails, who was holding little rascal tightly, shuddered. This was the sound of flesh and blood exploding again. This caused the surrounding commoners to cry out in fear and surprise. No, a heart-wrenching scream came. The body is moving on its own. Is that City's hand? Oh my God. It was accompanied by Giza's soft chuckle. What are you waiting for? Kill her. Kill her. This was the hysterical disciplinary officer. The sound of a sword cutting into flesh was heard. Then came the sound of a head falling to the ground. And Giza's gentle laughter. No, it's impossible. Her head, why is it still moving? Help, boss. The thing sticking out her body. Monster, it's a monster. Oh my God, don't go near that thing again. Step back. Everyone, step back. The man called Big Leather Belt roared madly. Thales clenched his teeth and tried his best not to imagine everything around him. Little Rascal was in his arms. Even though she could not see or hear, she was trembling slightly. He had seen those nightmarish scenes in the birch tree forest in Constellation's northern territory. Retreat. Everyone retreat. The disciplinary officer's voice finally began to tremble. Fear seized his brain and overpowered his courage. It was not just the patrol. Realizing that they were facing an unexplainable unknown and that the patrol could not control the situation, panic finally spread among the crowd. The people began to flee in terror, but it was too late. The sound of earth and rocks being broken could be heard. Watch out for the ground. What's coming out of the ground? Nina, don't worry about me. Take our son and run. Are these tree roots? I can't cut them. No, father, no. Don't. Stay away from me. Countless men and women cried out in fear. Boss, what do we do? These things are everywhere. As the soldiers screamed hysterically, the disciplinary officer's voice was drowned out. Thales shut his eyes tightly and bit his lower lip. His hands, which were holding Little Rascal, were trembling. The frantic footsteps gradually diminished. What replaced them were countless screams, countless sounds of being dragged, countless sounds of weapons falling to the ground, and countless cries of despair. Wait, where's the signal arrow? Fire the arrow and inform the higher-ups. Big Leatherbelt's voice came with difficulty. At the same time, there was the sound of him being dragged on the ground. The sound of the crossbow's mechanism rang out. However, in less than a second, a clanging sound came from the sky. The arrow can't be fired. It's like there's something in the air blocking them. It was the soldiers' panic cries. Thales clenched his teeth tighter and tighter. The next moment, a cold male voice hummed in the air. Oomph. Thales felt the air around him move. Asterisk crack. Asterisk a dozen crisp sounds came from both near and far, as if human bones had been crushed in an instant. The sound in his ears quieted down. The silence lasted for more than 10 seconds. Occasionally, there was the sound of flesh being dragged, and even the creepy sound of rustling. It sounded like a beast feeding. Thales tried his best to suppress his trembling. Finally, everything around him returned to silence. You said you don't want to. In the end, you still interfered. The blood mystic's languid female voice rang out. How boring. Strangely, Giza's voice sounded as if it came from underground. What answered her was Asda's faint, cold snort. Thales exhaled deeply and slowly opened his eyes. Unexpectedly, his surroundings were extremely clean. There was no blood, no corpses, no disgusting severed limbs. Of course, there was not a single living person. There were only weapons all over the ground, shoes that had fallen off, collapsed walls, and shattered ground. It was as if everyone had run away in that instant. Thales panted softly. He turned his head and felt his stomach churn. He saw Giza's torso slowly pick up her head, which was still smiling, from the ground. Then, she placed it gently and straightened it. The blood mystic touched the joint between her neck and shoulder. The bloody wound instantly disappeared without a trace. "You look brand new." Giza noticed his gaze and smiled at him. Thales gritted his teeth. At that moment, Thales dared to let go of Little Rascal and let her open her eyes. Little Rascal looked at the strangely clean street around her and shuddered. Asda shook his head and said, "I may have blocked the transmission of signal arrows and sound, but with so many people missing, they will find out sooner or later. Are you afraid?" The blood mystic smiled. Asda did not say a word. He turned around indifferently and walked towards Thales. Thales did not even dare to breathe loudly. His mind was frantically thinking about how to escape. No, from what he saw, it was a possibility to save his life. "Wait," Giza said gently. Asda stopped, and his expression turned cold. "Leave that boy." The blood mystic lifted her gaze and looked at Thales. "Then, we will still be good friends. What do you say?" Thales shuddered. The air mystic was silent for a moment. Asda turned to Giza and said slowly, "The Soul Slayer Pike and Severing Soul's Blade are both in the city. Even if you fight with your physical body, you will not be able to withstand the Soul Slayer Pike's power. We'd better escape quickly." "Oh." The blood mystic shook her head slowly. "You deliberately lured the patrols here," Giza enunciated slowly and calmly. "Just to use this reason to force me to leave? To protect your precious boy? It really makes me sad." "Partner." Hearing this, Asda sighed. For some reason, Thales felt that the air mystic's tone was sorrowful at that moment. "Have you forgotten the original intention of our cooperation, Giza?" For some reason, Thales felt that the air mystic's tone was sorrowful at that moment. "The three of us worked together, whether it was my plan, Frillin's ideals, or your persistence. Wasn't it all so that the mystics could one day be free from that shackle?" The blood mystic snorted softly. "What happened 12 years ago has long since proved how childish and laughable your thoughts are." Giza lifted her head to look at the moon in the sky that was moving westward. She sneered and said, "It doesn't matter if it's you or Frillin." Thales shuddered violently. 12 years ago. Why 12 years ago again? Could it be that the mystics were also involved in the Bloody Year? Thales could not help but recall what Black Sword said to Asda when you went on a killing spree in Renaissance Palace, and Thales subconsciously tightened his arms around Little Rascal again. Blood Bottle Gang is the result of the cooperation between the Air and Blood Mystic. But based on their conversation, there seems to be a third person? Who is Frillin? Asda heaved a deep sigh. "Very well, then we can go our separate ways from now on. After all, we went our separate ways before the war. This is your choice." The outcome of that year was indeed unable to convince you. The air mystic's expression darkened. "But what does this have to do with this boy?" Asda raised his head, his eyes sparkling. "You must have a reason to kill him, right?" "Of course." This time, Giza answered readily. "His bloodline. I made a promise a long time ago. A bloodline that must be killed." Asda turned his gaze and glanced at Thales. "Do you know his mother?" Thales suddenly tightened his grip on Little Rascal's hand. But this time, Giza flashed a gentle smile. "Why don't you take a guess?" "This reason cannot convince me," Asda said coldly. The blood mystic sighed slowly. "All right, and one more thing. I don't want him to suffer like we did, to suffer all sorts of torture." Thales' face paled. "Suffer? This reason still cannot convince me," Asda repeated stubbornly, his expression darkening. "Don't worry, I only want his life." Giza smiled and shook her head. Asterisk bang. Asterisk in the next moment, 6 blood-red thorny tree roots suddenly shot out from the ground around Thales and stabbed towards the Prince of Constellation from all directions. T. Thales was startled. He could not react at all. Asterisk thud. Thud. Asterisk the 6 tree roots stopped abruptly a few inches away from Thales. They were blocked outside by a transparent barrier. Asda raised the light ball in his left hand and stared at the blood mystic. Blue light flashed in his eyes. Don't, Giza, he whispered. Thales panted in shock as he stared at the terrifying thorns in front of him. Giza chuckled again. The tree roots moved as if they were alive. They shrank back and stabbed forward again. Ah! This time, little rascal screamed when she reacted. Asda snapped his fingers. Asterisk bang. Asterisk a few powerful air currents swept out from around Thales and broke the tree roots. Really? Giza? The air mystic said coldly with a stiff expression. The battle of eradication has already caused us great losses. It was not easy for us to get to where we are today. Don't ruin everything. The broken tree roots trembled and grew thorns again. They shrank back to the blood mystic side. What a joke. At that moment, Giza suddenly giggled. How dare you mention the battle of eradication? You make it sound like you're proud of it. Hearing that, Asda frowned slightly. We are one, the air mystic said seriously. Dividing ourselves into factions will only harm each other. It will not benefit the whole. One? Giza snorted. Her voice turned cold. One. The blood mystic walked forward slowly. The tree roots beside her followed slowly. There seemed to be flames dancing in her eyes. When we were bathing in blood and fighting for the future of mystics, where were you cowards? When we were locked in battle with the obscurants, where were you deserters? When we were cornered by the two empresses, where were you vermin? L. Bane, Lebla B. Eric. When we fell one by one, where were you so-called moderates? One? Bah! He listened to Giza's words in a daze. He memorized all these names, titles, and nouns one by one. They might be useful in the future, even though he was facing perhaps the most dangerous enemy in history. Asda's expression turned cold. Don't put your label on us. The air mystic's tone was cold. We are not moderates. Of course, this is the name Lebla gave to your faction. Giza's smile grew brighter. Before this, B called you Taurus's lapdog. Asda's expression became increasingly unpleasant. Does this mean that there is no room for negotiation? Asda took a deep breath. We are collaborators, after all. Yes. Giza nodded and smiled sweetly. You will cooperate with me, won't you? Asda sighed and closed his eyes. When he opened them again, they were filled with coldness. I have had enough of you people. The air mystic snorted coldly. It's that fellow, that lunatic, who led all of you into unreasonable, irrational, and wild dogs who only know how to bark. There was a moment of silence between the two, but Thales felt that it was more like the calm before the storm. He taught us to accept ourselves and get rid of our shackles. As expected, a moment later, Giza's eyes shone with a terrifying blood-red light. And you, a domestic dog from the Magic Tower and Taurus's follower, feel uncomfortable without a collar, don't you? I knew it. Asda did not show any weakness. The witches of the third ring can't teach any good students. He snorted coldly. You're a bastard. Giza did not speak. The lovely young girl was silent for 3 seconds. But 3 seconds later, the words she spat out caused Asda's expression to change drastically. What exactly is chi? The blood mystic said slowly, something that flows, fills, and exists everywhere. Or is it something that sustains, maintains, and is as light as nothing? What does the existence of chi represent? What will the disappearance of chi bring? Giza said nonchalantly, is chi pure, or is it a mixture of all things? Is chi permanent, or is it ever-changing? Are you chi, or is chi a part of you? For the first time in his life, Thales watched in horror as Asda Sakurn's face began to contort. What is chi? Thales' heart skipped a beat. Then he remembered what Asda said to him in shock. The first pact of mystic energy. Do not investigate each other. He stared at Giza in disbelief. No way. She's... The blue light in the air mystic's eyes grew brighter. Why? Shouldn't you be more familiar with the 3 great covenants that Taurus bestowed upon you than with your own name? The blood mystic's words made Thales' skin crawl. Little puppy Asda? In the next moment, without waiting for Asda to react, Giza opened her mouth like a beast and slowly raised her head. At that moment, Thales felt something gush out of her body. In his field of vision, Giza's red light grew brighter. A bright, blood-red line appeared on Giza's neck and gradually spread to her face. The blood-red line immediately split into several branches and slowly became thicker, like blood vessels, until it covered Giza's face. The blood-red lines seemed to have a life of their own. They slowly changed, moved, and trembled on Giza's face. It was as if they were breathing. Asda's expression changed. He walked to Thales's side and glanced at the Prince of Constellation with a frown. What? Thales opened his mouth awkwardly, but the moment he spoke, he was interrupted. Don't say anything, Asda said coldly. When I tell you to run later, run. Don't look back, don't stop. Thales stared at Asda in surprise. He could only nod helplessly. Judging from his tone, even Asda doesn't have the confidence to protect me? Little rascal curled up in Thales's arms and trembled. Giza, whose face was covered in blood-red lines, took a deep breath, as if she had just woken up from the most beautiful dream. She grinned, and there was madness in her eyes. Her originally gentle and pleasant smile turned into the most beautiful, terrifying, and enraged laugh. The blood mystic seemed to have opened the valve that controlled her emotions. She tilted her head and laughed without any scruples. It feels so good after so long. Asda stared at her solemnly. You're taking a risk by evolving at this time and in this place. Why? You don't dare to evolve? The blood mystic smiled beautifully. That's true. After all, you're a coward. Little puppy Asda, let's play a game, shall we? Asda's eyebrows sank. The blood mystic pointed at Thales, then raised her arms and shouted while laughing maniacally, If I can't kill him every minute, then I'll continue evolving. There's no limit. Chapter 171. The moment Giza raised her arms, Thales felt the ground shake. Asterisk boom. Asterisk in the next second, the blood mystic rose from the ground. No, it should be said that a gigantic blood-red tentacle with a diameter of 2 people broke through the ground, rose from the ground, and lifted Giza up by force. It lifted her 7 or 8 stories high. Asterisk splat. Asterisk then, with the sound of flesh bursting, the gigantic tentacle exploded into countless smaller tentacles. They extended a terrifying surface area and stretched in all directions. Each tentacle seemed to have a life of its own as it slithered forward. A few seconds later, the blood-red tentacles trembled simultaneously and covered the sky as they slithered towards Thales. There were hundreds of them. The tentacles covered almost his entire field of vision. Even the moon was obscured. Thales looked at the scene before him with a pale face, while little rascal grabbed him in a daze. She had long since been scared out of her wits. Asda opened his mouth and roared, Run, run. Thales shuddered, grabbed little rascal, and turned to run. He gritted his teeth. Just like Asda said, he did not care, did not turn his head, and just ran forward. Giza's maniacal and delighted laughter came from behind him. Thales had just taken 2 steps when he heard a loud bang behind him. A gust of air rushed towards him uncontrollably. Then there was another loud bang. Asterisk bang. Asterisk in another direction. The air swirled up countless rocks and snow, sweeping them away. Thales' heart skipped a beat. T. This is the situation when the air wall is forcefully broken. Bang, bang, bang. The loud bangs came one after another. The airflow became more turbulent and chaotic. Obviously, Asda's air wall was being broken again and again. At that moment, Thales felt a weight on his hand. Little rascal fell to the ground. Thales felt a chill in his heart. Before he could react, the 2 of them, who were a beat slower, felt a wave of darkness attack them. Countless tentacles attacked from the sky behind them, covering their heads like a huge bowl. Then, they blocked their way forward. In the darkness, Thales gasped. He had just pulled little rascal up when he heard the sound of flesh scraping against each other from all directions. In his field of vision, the tentacles glowing with red light attacked him from all angles. Little Rascal hugged him tightly and cried out in surprise. No! Was there no more chance? In despair, Thales touched his waist and felt for JC's dagger. At that moment, the tentacles around Thales trembled at the same time. His field of vision was filled with red light. Suddenly, spots of blue light diffused from the red light. The tentacles stopped in their tracks. Bang! Bang! Pa! Strange explosions rang out one after another. In the next second, a ray of moonlight appeared in the darkness. It grew bigger and brighter until it dispersed the tentacles' concealment. Bang! Pop! Bang! Bang! Pop! Thales watched in shock as the hundreds of blood-red tentacles around him exploded from the inside one after another. Countless blood mists and fragments burst out. In the blink of an eye, over 100 tiny tentacles exploded from their roots. The gigantic tentacle that was connected to the blood mystic's body was also undulating internally. A large hole appeared on the surface of the tentacle, and countless drops of blood spilled out. Giza laughed heartily and gently stroked the tentacle beneath her. Immediately, the tentacles and limbs that were scattered due to the explosion struggled violently and began to change shape. Some of the larger limbs grew into countless appendages and legs, like spiders or scorpions. The smaller limbs extended their length and resembled tadpoles or snakes. Some of the limbs even shrank into a round ball and began to roll like the tires of his previous life. What they had in common was that the moment they changed shape, they ran, crawled, or rolled towards Thales and Little Rascal in various ways. Thales felt his skin crawl as he watched the hundreds of strange-looking little animals chase after him with twisted bodies. He turned his head and ran for his life while tears streamed down his face. I really have trypophobia. Little Rascal seemed to understand the severity of the situation. She gritted her teeth and followed Thales' pace. However, they could not outrun the little animals. Soon a monster with 6 legs, 1 eye, and 2 claws leaped to their side. Thales immediately had goosebumps all over his body when he saw it from the corner of his eye. However, in the next second, the monster suddenly shuddered and exploded like the tentacles before it. It was not the only one. Countless of its kind behind it exploded at the same time, spraying blood all over the place. Blood drenched Thales and Little Rascal's faces. However, before Thales could rejoice, he suddenly felt the blood on his head and face begin to move as if it had a life of its own. Like countless tadpoles, they became active and trembled on the surface of his skin. F***CK. Disgust and fear flashed through Thales' heart at the same time. Fortunately, in the next moment, an unprecedented gust of wind assaulted them and lifted them into the air. Whoosh. The wind seemed to have a mind of its own. It went everywhere and forcefully scraped off the blood that belonged to Giza from the surface of their bodies. Thales and Little Rascal fell to the ground again, battered and exhausted. The gust of wind grew stronger and stronger. With a rumble, it blew away countless houses and swept towards Giza, breaking her newly grown tentacles, scattering them, and exploding them from the inside out in the air. Thales did not stop. He immediately pulled Little Rascal up, and with the help of the wind, he ran forward with all his might. Run! He panted heavily. The fluctuation in his body had been activated for a long time. Because of this, Thales held Little Rascal's hand and ran for a while from time to time, in case she ran out of stamina. Run! He gritted his teeth. He knew that everything related to blood and living things behind him could become a weapon to kill him. He could only run. This was a desperate run for survival. Finally, Thales and Little Rascal ran out of the street and saw living people again. The Northlanders on the other street seemed to have heard the loud tremors and noises. Many of them ran out to see what was going on. Some of them saw Thales running wildly and discussed among themselves. Thales wanted to yell and asked them to run. However, he was already panting from running with Little Rascal. He no longer had the strength to speak. He could only subconsciously continue running. They returned to the street Thales had just escaped from. After the gust of wind subsided, a figure hovered in the air. The air mystic appeared expressionlessly in the air. His eyes shone with blue light, and his face flowed with blue light, as if his face was cracked. He silently confronted the blood mystic on the tentacles. However, the intensity, brightness, and frequency of the blue light flowing on his face were even greater than when he faced Blacksword. Haha. The blood mystic seemed to be very happy. She laughed and said to Asda, "Look, evolution isn't that difficult, is it? You're right. Evolution has improved the finesse of my control." The air mystic's words were emotionless. His tone was flat, but he had no intention of replying to Giza. And air is indeed everywhere. For example, the insides of all living things. As soon as he finished speaking, the giant tentacle beneath Giza burst open with countless small holes from the inside out. It shriveled up. "You don't have any more blood to use," the air mystic said coldly. "Give up. How about it?" The blood mystic laughed and landed on the ground. "No blood." Giza's words became more casual, and the tone of her laughter became stranger. "No blood." Once she finished speaking, her eyes brightened. The bloodlines on her face became more prominent than before. They began to tremble more frequently and extended into countless smaller branches. "Continue evolving." The blue light in Asda's eyes shone brighter, but his tone was surprisingly calm. "You're really crazy." In the next moment, Giza laughed wantonly. The ground beneath her feet suddenly cracked, and endless tremors spread. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk the crack extended for nearly 100 meters, and the ground slowly bulged. Asterisk crash. Asterisk with Giza as the center. A giant monster that was dozens of meters tall burst out of the ground with a loud bang. Dirt, stones, and snow rolled off its body. The giant monster completely covered a circumference of 100 meters. As Giza laughed softly, the monster split into dozens of limbs that were comparable to the tentacle just now and plunged them into the ground. It was like an old tree taking root. It also looked like a gigantic blood-red octopus. If Thales had turned around, he would have recognized that this was the terrifying multi-headed snake in the birch tree forest. However, compared to its previous appearance, it was a dozen times bigger. The multi-headed snake's tentacles continued to penetrate the ground, its limbs twitching violently. Soon after, the ground trembled, and the tremors extended endlessly. Asterisk bang. Asterisk soon, in the streets and the city hundreds of meters away, several terrifying, giant tentacles burst out of the ground. One of them appeared on the street that Thales had just run to. Thales stared at the giant tentacle, which trembled as if it had sprouted from the ground. The residents around him cried out in alarm and scattered in all directions. But their luck was clearly very bad. In the next second, the giant tentacle split into countless smaller tentacles. Like a ferocious beast hunting its prey, it mercilessly and swiftly reached out to all living things around it. All life. Thales, whose scalp was numb, did not even turn around. He continued to run for his life with Little Rascal. In his heart, he was crying out in grief with all his might. What is this? The blood mystic in the past was not like this. Amidst the loud noise, countless civilian screams, cries of pain, cries for help, and desperate cries came one after another like demonic sounds. No. What is this? Help. Cut it off. Cut it, Irk. Mom. Run. Hurry. Damn it, you damn. Let me go. In a few streets, countless people were swept up by the small tentacles. They were pulled towards the giant tentacle, which served as its root, and fused into the horrifying flesh and blood. Even animals like cats and dogs were not spared. Even birds, insects, trees, and flowers. No matter what it was, their voices, just like their lives, stopped abruptly after entering the flesh and blood of the tentacles. No. Thales clenched his teeth tightly. Tears streamed down his cheeks continuously. The tragic scenes before his eyes stimulated his emotions in a way that exceeded his tolerance limit. Little Rascal only lowered her head. She did not look around, behind, or around her. She cried as she ran. She cried as she ran. A few tentacles stretched towards them, but Thales was on the verge of collapse. He did not even have the thought of dodging. There were only a few air currents and air walls that followed them like shadows, firmly blocking these terrifying predators. Asda floated quietly in the air. Everything in the air told him that something was happening in this huge city. No blood? On the other side, the blood mystic smiled like a flower at the expressionless air mystic. I am an entire city's worth of flesh and blood. How can there be no blood? With the injection of fresh life, the Hydra's body became stronger and larger. The tentacle that was closest to Thales suddenly trembled, and more tentacles erupted from it to attack him. The air mystic turned his eyes, which shone brightly, and swept a glance in the direction of Thales, who was running wildly in the distance and could barely be seen. He immediately turned his head back. The blue light on his body slowly turned from lines to stars. It was like a dazzling star. Asda's words became calmer and more indifferent. Life must rely on air. The air mystic slowly raised a hand. If there is no air, how can life survive? Giza's smiling face slowly darkened. Asda suddenly clenched his fist. At that moment, Thales, who was in the distance, only felt that a circle had appeared around him. In his field of vision, it was as if he and Little Rascal were suddenly contained in a transparent sphere made of blue light. In the next second, Thales was horrified to see that everything around him was different. First, all the sounds around him disappeared. Then, the snow on the ground began to boil at a speed visible to the naked eye. No, it was not just the snow. Everything in front of them was slowly emitting steam and boiling. A man beside them suddenly grabbed his neck, as if he was having difficulty breathing. He desperately opened his mouth, trying to inhale air. Steam came out his eyes and mouth, scattering rapidly. 10 seconds later, the man collapsed weakly. His body began to swell. Thales and Little Rascal stared blankly at everything in front of them. They realized that the snow and items around them were still normal. What's going on? Little Rascal asked fearfully. Thales shook his head, dumbfounded. With his knowledge, he could not understand such a situation at all. He raised his head and saw that countless residents around him had all fallen to the ground at the same time. Red steam came out of their bodies, and their bodies began to swell. Even those terrifying tentacles were emitting steam as they struggled, and soon fell to the ground. Thales felt chills run down his spine. He subconsciously grabbed Little Rascal and continued to run forward. In his eyes, the blue sphere around them was like a layer of protective membrane, protecting him and Little Rascal from being harmed by the unknown, terrifying situation in the outside world. In the silent, treacherous world, Thales ran past countless people who had fallen to the ground. Some of their bodies were as swollen as the man just now, but most of them were obviously dead. When they died, their bodies returned to normal size, but their skin was tightly attached to their bones. They looked like dried corpses that had been dead for a long time. At that moment, Thales felt an extreme chill in his heart. His instincts told him that there was no longer anyone alive in this district. With his trembling hand, he squeezed Little Rascal's hand tightly. The latter was also in a daze and subconsciously followed Thales. They ran past countless corpses of different shapes and postures, but all of them had died in agony. Thales gritted his teeth and wiped away the tear stains on his face, holding back the second wave of tears in his eyes. Thales knew that these people, these men and women's deaths, were all because of him. He was the one who brought death and disaster. Thales shook his head abruptly, trying to push everything out of his heart, trying to think of nothing. Out of his wits, terrified and filled with fear, he only had one goal left in his mind. Run, run. The further, the better. In the silent world, the air mystic floated quietly in the air. He watched coldly as the blood mystic and her pet fell to the ground, trembling and boiling. The blood in Giza's body was continuously evaporating, but the blood mystic still forced herself to smile at him. In the next second, the blood veins on Giza's body grew vigorously again. It was as if her entire body was enveloped in blood. The gigantic tentacle beneath her suddenly moved. Countless pieces of flesh retracted. The gigantic hydra, which was hundreds of meters long, rapidly shrank into a tiny, strange, dark creature. It extended smaller but extremely sturdy tentacles, which now looked more like black-bone spurs. The air mystic was still expressionless, but his eyebrows twitched slightly. He still clenched his right hand tightly, and the blue light on his face flickered more and more rapidly. Suddenly, the creature shot out 3 fine bone spurs, which pierced through Asda's figure. Asda's body flashed with blue light, and he swayed. The air mystic's right hand loosened. At that moment, as if an infinite force had suddenly descended, the entire shield district exploded with a loud bang. Asterisk boom. Asterisk all the houses, the ground, and everything around Thales exploded, as if they were suddenly slapped by a palm. Dirt and rocks flew everywhere, and debris flew everywhere. Many of them tried to attack Thales and Little Rascal, but they were blocked by the blue sphere. At that moment, Thales felt as if the entire Dragon Cloud city had been shaken by a giant, and then exploded. He and Little Rascal both fell to the ground. But then, Thales realized that everything before his eyes had returned to normal. First, at the moment of the explosion, the sound seemed to have returned. The snow no longer evaporated, and the shriveled corpses began to return to normal. Thales gasped for air, still in a state of shock. He turned his head and looked in the direction where Asda and Giza were. But he could not see anything. Little Rascal trembled and tugged at his sleeve. Thales turned his head and saw Little Rascal staring blankly in front of him. The street, which was dozens of meters long, was littered with corpses. There were hundreds of them. Thales knew that more corpses might be lying quietly in other streets. He desperately tried to control his trembling chest and forcefully swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Little Rascal sobbed softly. Why? Little Rascal's hair trembled, and she shook her head pitifully. Her tears slowly fell. Where are these? Don't look. Thales took a deep breath and clenched his teeth. He resisted the urge to cry, covered Little Rascal's eyes, and continued to walk forward with her in his arms. Don't look. At that moment, a great sorrow rose in Thales' heart. He gritted his teeth and said, It's okay. It's okay. Soon, it will be over. It will be over. In the distance, the air mystic slowly recovered under the healing of the blue light. He looked at Giza, expressionless. Surprised, right? Giza looked at him with a smile. But this is life, isn't it? Do you know, even in a vacuum without air, there are incomparably great lives that can stubbornly survive. Asda looked at her, and his face shone with blue light. That boy is really lucky. Are you ready for the second round? The blood mystic shook her head coquettishly. The blood veins on her face began to turn an even more terrifying dark purple. It's coming. If you evolve again, you'll have to knock on the door. The air mystic was emotionless, as if he was extremely rational. He looked at Giza calmly, as if she was not chasing after the mystic candidate he was supposed to protect. Are you sure? Puppy Asda. The blood mystic licked the corner of her mouth, charming and mischievous. I'm sure. You have to keep a close eye on him. In the distance, on a small roof in Armor District, a young man in white watched the terrifying scene in Shield District with a solemn expression. He stared at the terrifying monster that was dozens of meters tall. He was not the only one who came out to watch the show. On both sides of the streets of the Armor District, residents of all sizes came out of their houses, pointing at the monster in horror. But this young man seemed a little special. He was strangely talking to the air. Yes, the young man in white said worriedly. It has already begun, but there is a very big accident. The young man took a deep breath, raised his right hand, and said to the air, That homicidal maniac seems to be more violent than expected. Does Black Sword really have the ability to force that monster into such a state? The young man paused for a moment, then nodded. Yes, at this rate, I suspect that the entire Dragon Cloud city will be torn down by it. In the distance, The monster abruptly shrank. All right, I'll continue to observe. Oh, it seems that the commotion has quieted down. The young man breathed a sigh of relief and continued. But I suggest that we should be more cautious and consider a few more possibilities. Perhaps there are some unexpected factors tonight. A few minutes later, asterisk boom. Asterisk, a violent explosion suddenly came from Shield District. The young man widened his eyes. He stared at Shield District in the distance. It was filled with single-story houses of all sizes, but one layer of Shield District seemed to have been flattened. My God, you won't believe this. The young man said hurriedly, "This is too ridiculous. That monster looks like it wants to destroy the world. Something unexpected must have happened. Whether it's Ramon or Blacksword, I don't believe that they can make that monster go this far. Are you sure this is okay?" The young man froze for a moment. His expression was unpleasant. "Yes." The young man exhaled. "Then let's do this." The young man put down his right hand and did not speak anymore. Only his expression was even more solemn than before. "Your Majesty, did you see it?" Nicholas hurriedly rushed to the high platform and reported to King Nuven. The old king stared at Dragoncloud City beneath the high platform. He stared at the farthest, lowest, largest, and most populous district. King Nuven gritted his teeth. His eyes were bloodshot. "I saw it. Just now, a giant blood-red monster suddenly appeared there. It was followed by countless tremors and screams that could even be heard clearly in Heroic Spirit Palace. Then, the monster fell silent again. However, a few minutes later, another loud bang rang in the air. The entire Shield District shrank by a level that could be seen with the naked eye. "This is really unexpected." King Nuven's words were laced with deep hostility. "Aside from Raikaru, I am probably the first Northland king who was lucky enough to see it in more than 600 years. King Nuven clenched his fists. Anger and hatred surged in his eyes. "The monster that can only be seen in pictures since I was young, the Hydra, Kilika. Raikaru's mortal enemy." King Nuven slammed his palm on the platform. The veins on his hand bulged. Nicholas gritted his teeth. He glanced at his blade and slowly tightened his grip on the hilt. "What happened to Shield District?" King Nuven controlled his tone and tried his best to ask calmly. "How many residents were evacuated? What about the patrol team's report?" Behind him, the Red Witch, Kalshan, walked forward with a solemn expression. She looked at the smoke-filled district in the distance and sighed slowly. When she raised her head again, the Red Witch's eyes regained their clarity and calmness. "Your Majesty," the Red Witch said flatly, "forgive me for being blunt." "I'm afraid it has." Kalshan bowed, slightly respectfully. Chapter 172. Under the night sky, the blood-red stripes on Giza's face had turned purple. In the center of the ruined city, she stood on the black, slender, multi-headed snake covered in ferocious spikes. From afar, it looked like a giant, long-legged spider. She smiled enchantingly. "You won't have the chance to endanger our hope anymore." The air mystic still had that calm expression on his face. He stared at Giza as if he did not care. "I will get rid of you directly." "Ha!" The blood mystic chuckled softly. A dimple appeared on her face. "Get rid of me? What are you going to do?" The air mystic's eyes flashed. The blue light on his face shone brightly. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk, a powerful gust of air exploded around Giza out of nowhere. It blew the pet beneath her until it lost its footing. The air current continued to grow stronger, attempting to blow the blood mystic upwards. The black monster beneath her was blown off the ground and floated in the air. All that was left was a spike embedded in the ground. Giza's expression changed drastically. The air mystic spoke slowly. "Above the sky, there is a layer of unknown land. It is a place where even air cannot reach. It is cold, silent, sometimes bright, sometimes dark. It is almost impossible for life to survive there. Even gravity has lost its meaning. You will not fall, nor will you rise. You will only meaninglessly revolve around the sun, the moon, and the stars. The air mystic's voice was emotionless. Go there and sleep for a few thousand years. When we have completely won this battle for the survival of the mystics, which is measured in millennia, after the mystic evolved, his rational and dull voice trembled a little at this moment. You will be in the new prosperous and magnificent world that we have built. There are no enemies, no fear, no escape, and you will be able to live in it. Awaken. On the deathly silent street, 2 light footsteps could be heard. Thales pulled Little Rascal along and ran through a street at a speed that was close to walking. Both of them were panting from exhaustion. They had to stop and press their knees to rest for a while. Can we escape? Little Rascal's voice trembled. She turned her head away, unwilling to look at the people who had fallen dead on both sides of the road. We will find out. Once you're done resting, continue walking. Don't stop. Thales gritted his teeth and persevered. Little Rascal bit her lower lip and shook her head. Year 346 of the calendar of eradication. During the Third Peninsular War, the Eastern Peninsula Allied Army attacked Dragon Cloud City. From Shield District, Hammer District, Armor District to Sword District, Bow District, Arrow District, Spear District. Thales lifted his head and glanced at Little Rascal. The little girl shivered and murmured. Apart from Axe District and Heroic Spirit Palace, the entire city had fallen under the Night Wing King's army. That was until Chara raised his black flag in Northland. But even then, there were no casualties in Dragon Cloud City, and now, Little Rascal's eyes were red. She grabbed Thales' arm tightly, not daring to look at the corpses strewn all over the road. Dragon Cloud City. Is Dragon Cloud's city going to be destroyed? I don't know. Thales sighed with a heavy heart. But we're still alive. That's enough. Thales straightened his body and dragged Little Rascal along without any explanation. Also, he stared at the ground beneath his feet, carefully avoiding the corpses that appeared every 2 steps. And Dragon Cloud City must have a way to fight against the mystics. Otherwise, Thales lifted his head and looked at the dead silent scene on the road. He gritted his teeth lightly. This is the power of the mystics, and there. But Thales lowered his head and looked at a child who was about his age beside his right foot. Before he died, he was still holding onto a wooden stick. He felt a wave of desolation in his heart. Probably no one will survive. At this moment, a tired male voice rang from the ruins to their left. If I were you, boy, Thales shuddered when he heard Little Rascal scream. Thales subconsciously took a step back and shielded Little Rascal behind him. He touched JC's dagger with his right hand. Then, he stared at the source of the voice. Ow. Thales frowned in disbelief as he watched a corpse to his left begin to move. A moving corpse? Thales, who had a previous record, immediately felt his scalp tingle. Little Rascal closed her eyes in fear. The corpse turned over and revealed a hand. Thales widened his eyes and stared in shock at the hand that stretched out from the ground. He watched as it pulled away a pile of rubble and wood and dug a hole in the snow. A head popped out from inside. Thales felt a chill in his heart. No way. Fortunately, it's not what I imagined. If I were you, I wouldn't go over. Under the moonlight, a man with a dirty face, blood all over his body, and clothes full of holes crawled out of the hole. He panted and lay on his back. As this trick wasn't cleaned up very well, there's still things moving in front. With the help of the moonlight, Thales saw the man's face clearly. He could not help but shudder. He then stared at him. My God, he's Black Sword. Thales blurted out in disbelief. You're not dead. Little Rascal opened her eyes and looked curiously at the dying man in the ruins. I played a trick, so I'm not dead yet. Black Sword, who had the face of a passerby, lay on his back on the ground. He flashed a weak and ugly smile and patted his left upper arm. It was wrapped tightly with a thick layer of white cloth, but there was a shocking blood stain on the surface of the white cloth. My life is very tough. If one were to describe Black Sword's state as pathetic when he was hiding from Asda, then his current state could only be described as miserable. Just the large and small wounds on his body made Thales furrow his eyebrows tightly. Black Sword raised his head with difficulty and looked at the corpses on the street. He fell back on the ground and let out a long sigh. There's a tentacle made of that thing, and it's still alive. Black Sword gritted his teeth. He broke out in cold sweat and trembled nonstop. At that moment, he seemed to be suffering from some kind of pain. Thales even felt that something was happening in the depths of his body. And it's going crazy. You better not go over there. Thales narrowed his eyes and looked at the straight street. As expected, he found a frantically shaking blood-red tentacle in the distance. One of Giza's disgusting little pets. He began to worry. Is there another way? If not, just as he pulled Little Rascal up and was about to see if there was another way, Black Sword's voice rang behind him again. Wait, kid. Thales hesitated for a moment. The second prince turned and looked at Black Sword, who was lying on the ground in a miserable state. You. Black Sword exhaled abruptly, as if he had just been freed from a wave of pain. He twitched the corner of his mouth, and his gaze was sharp. Who are you? Thales looked at him and furrowed his brows. Little Rascal glanced at the prince and bit her lip. That trick of Asda's, the extraction of air, was really terrible. I'm afraid everyone in this street is dead. Black Sword gradually calmed his breathing. Lying on the ground, he fixed his gaze on Thales. I bury myself underground and desperately sucked in a small amount of air between the rocks and the soil. In the end, I survived. You're really lucky. Thales shrugged and turned to leave. I'm used to racing against death. Black Sword's deep voice rang behind him. But you, kid, you shouldn't still be alive. Thales tightened his grip. Asda released a killing move that didn't differentiate between friend and foe. But he didn't forget to protect you. Did he? Black Sword exhaled a mouthful of steaming white air. Are you really that important to him? Who are you? Thales was stunned. His heart began to race. Fortunately, Black Sword is heavily injured. I hope he doesn't have any spare energy to deal with me. But Thales raised his head. Those two fellows should be fighting right now, Thales said coldly. You'd better run away quickly. Otherwise, when they decide the winner, no matter who wins, you won't have a good ending. Black Sword stared at him without saying a word. His eyes shone brightly on his filthy face. That gaze sent a chill down Thales' spine. It was as if Black Sword already knew what Thales was trying to avoid talking about. Little Rascal tugged at him timidly. You'd better be polite, kid. The second time I faced her, I didn't stand a chance at all. That kind of battle awareness and experience, it's the seemingly powerful air mystic who is actually safe and harmless. It's impossible to imagine. Thales furrowed his brows again. Safe and harmless? He thought of the people who were squeezed into balls and complained in his heart. You're using domestic quality inspection standards, aren't you? At that moment, boom. Thales turned his head in shock. On that perfectly straight street, a blood-red shadow suddenly sprinted towards them. Little Rascal's grip on his hand tightened. It's those things. Damn it. Black Sword stared at the wriggling tentacle that was coming towards him. He tested his legs while trembling and could not help but frown. How can it still run without its roots? In the blink of an eye, the blood-red tentacle was before his eyes. Thales stared at Black Sword, who was lying on the ground, unable to move. He felt Little Rascal on his arm and could not help but feel his soul leave his body. In the duel between the two mystics, Giza laughed maniacally. A new world? Ha ha! I suddenly realized that you and Lebla should get along well. Why don't you consider joining us extremists? The air mystic did not answer. The next moment, the wind suddenly grew stronger. The blood mystic did not delay any longer. She crouched down and touched the huge, spider-like, pitch-black monster beneath her. The latter shuddered violently, and more black spikes extended from its main body, which was covered in spikes. They pierced into the ground with the swaying wind. A faint tremor came from the ground. Asda, who was calmly watching his opponent's attack, could not help but have a change in expression. A dazzling blue light flashed across his face again. The blood mystic and her pet swayed continuously in the wind, but the former still smiled and met the air mystic's gaze. A black spike protruded from the ground. Asterisk crack. Asterisk then, a shrunken version of the pitch-black monster, covered in spikes, broke out of the ground amidst flying soil and stones. Its speed was astonishing. 3 steps behind Asda, he launched a surprise attack at him. Asterisk bang. Asterisk, it crashed into a transparent barrier. The air mystic's expression did not change. He deployed the air wall in time and blocked the incoming monster from the back of its master's head. However, more and more rustling sounds and cracking sounds came from the air mystic's body. Asterisk crack. Crack. Asterisk dozens of spider-like black spiky monsters swiftly and agilely broke out of the ground. They surrounded Asda and attacked him from all angles. The air mystic clenched his fist lightly. Visible water vapor immediately rose from a 10-meter radius around him. The dozens of monsters shuddered at the same time, but the shuddering only lasted for a moment. These monsters regained their mobility and rushed forward. The air mystic raised his eyebrows. It's useless even if you strip them of all the air. The blood mystic looked at Asda in amusement from above. They are little cuties who can survive tenaciously in a vacuum. Finally, the air mystic frowned slightly, but a second later, he let go of his clenched fist. Asterisk bang. Asterisk amidst the shattering sounds of countless house ruins, air pressure surged and pounced on the 10-meter radius of the vacuum, forcefully crushing the dozens of monsters. In the next moment, on the air mystic's face, which seemed extremely calm, layers of ripples surged in the cracked blue light. With Asda as the center, an invisible air current exploded outwards with an astonishing momentum. Snow and dust flew, and soil and stones shot in all directions. A circle formed by dust began to expand from a small center. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the violent air current turned into the most unstoppable whirlwind. It lifted and cleared everything around it. The air mystic observed everything calmly from within the whirlwind. However, before the air mass, with astonishing momentum, could completely erupt, the air mystic suddenly turned his head and looked in a direction in the dust. Over there, a pitch-black little monster seemed to ignore the tyrannical and enormous air resistance, pouncing towards him without slowing down at all. In Asda's eyes, the only thing he saw was the monster swaying unsteadily in the storm. It forcibly lifted a sharp spike and kept the other spikes behind its back. Like an octopus at the bottom of the sea, it sprinted forward with a strange posture. A hint of solemnity finally appeared on the air mystic's seemingly emotionless face. This posture and movement, it's how Black Sword dealt with it on the cliff just now. More and more pitch-black monsters used strange postures and movements to pass through his terrifying air currents and shot towards the mystic from all directions. At that moment, Asda hooked his left index finger and shot into the air like a bolt of lightning. But it was too late. A monster pounced in the air and shot out an extremely long spike from its abdomen. It pierced through Asda's left shoulder blade. It pulled him downwards. The mystic reacted quickly. With a snap of his fingers, an invisible air mass condensed into a sharp blade under high pressure. It exploded in a flat plane and cut off the spike. However, more and more monsters either shot out spikes or stepped on the bodies of their own kind and used the momentum to pounce on him. A monster pounced on his back. Her other hand wrapped around his ankle. Another released a spike and pierced through his left eye. Another landed on his head. Countless more of their kind charged forward one after another. They had a clear division of labor. At that moment in the air, dozens of black monsters pounced on the air mystic from head to toe, completely covering the blue light on his body. The next moment, their spiked limbs trembled back and forth like a loosened bowstring. Asterisk shing. Asterisk asterisk pt. Asterisk the sound of flesh being scraped could be heard continuously. The next moment, under the countless monsters cutting, pulling, piercing, and biting, Asda, who was in the air, turned into countless pieces. Fingers, elbows, arms, chests, heads, thighs, ankles. The mystic's broken body fell from the air and scattered all over the ground. The violent air flow finally stopped. The blood mystic and her black monsters landed on the ground. I've said it before. Life is great. The blood mystic raised her index finger in a seductive manner and wiped a purplish streak that disobeyed and was running around behind her ear. She looked like she was lecturing a naughty kitten. Then she said with a terrifying smile, "For these little cuties, the mission they were born for is to rely on their slender but dense bodies and their sensitivity to the air, and your unreasonable air pressure and cyclones to hunt." The blood mystic chuckled. Asda's broken body turned into specks of blue light and slowly gathered to form a glowing humanoid silhouette. Those movements, those were all used by Black Sword when he fought against me. A voice came from the glowing blue silhouette. "You saw my battle with him and used the life you created to imitate him." "Oh, that's all." Giza's body slowly descended. "That fellow is very powerful. He actually tricked me with a useless piece of flesh just now. Such a powerful fellow, of course he's my role model. After all, I was once a witch." The blood mystic walked down from the back of the gigantic black monster and covered her mouth as she chuckled. "Learning and research were my past vocations." The young girl with the purplish-red cracks on her face gently bent down and picked up a black spider-like monster that was heavily injured by the cyclones just now. Her gaze was so gentle that it was as if she was stroking a kitten next door. But in the next moment, the blood mystic's gaze sharpened. The little monster in her hand leaped out and pounced on the air mystic's unformed blue light. As if they had received an order, countless black little monsters pounced on the blue light. Some of them exploded into broken limbs and blood, causing the blue light that was taking shape to fluctuate. Mystic energy interference? The glowing silhouette's tone was doubtful. "You know that this won't work. At most, it can only delay my rebirth." But Giza's reply made it silent. "That's enough." Asterisk bang. Asterisk, a gigantic blood-red tentacle suddenly burst out of the ground under the blue light. Countless smaller tentacles spread out and bound the other monsters in the blue light tightly. "Giza, the glowing silhouette spoke amidst the fluctuations. It seemed a little surprised. The blood mystic laughed heartily. "Tell me, how much air is there under the ground that is a few hundred feet, a few hundred meters, or even a few thousand meters? How much time do you need to use that pitiful amount of air to return to the surface?" "It should be enough for me to kill that boy." The glowing silhouette did not speak again, but the speed at which it took shape was clearly increasing. It seemed to have become very anxious. Unfortunately, every black monster that exploded after entering the blue light could shake off a part of the blue light, greatly reducing its recovery speed. Of course, you can evolve to increase your control and range of effect. The blood mystic sighed, "But I think that if you want to come back immediately from underground like that, the power you need, you must knock on the door to realize it, right?" The glowing silhouette suddenly flashed. "Come on, are you willing to knock on the door to protect that boy?" The blood mystic said with a charming smile. "Or are you willing to watch that boy die for your own safety?" The glowing silhouette flashed more and more rapidly. "See, this is the sorrow of never being on the battlefield." The blood mystic snorted softly and stroked her hair, which had turned blood red due to the evolution. "You bunch of people who have never fought in a civil war. Newbies." A few seconds later, the glowing silhouette finally spoke. "I don't understand. That's not your style. Your so-called reasons are also not valid. Why would you rather pay such a huge price and risk being sealed by the legendary anti-mystic equipment and being discovered by Helen?" Asda's voice, which had yet to take shape, sounded illusory. "You still want to kill that boy? Just because you don't want him to suffer?" At that moment, the two mystics were silent for a moment. Finally, the blood mystic replied flatly, "You won't understand, except for me. None of us will understand." In the next moment, the huge blood-red tentacle dragged the black monster in the blue silhouette along with the blue light, which had yet to take shape, into the bottomless ground. Countless stones and soil tumbled down again, filling up the hole where the tentacle broke out of the ground. The tremors lasted for a long time, until it became smaller and smaller, until it disappeared. Only Giza was left. She silently stared at the ground where Asda disappeared. Her gaze was filled with thought-provoking and complicated emotions. The huge black monster behind her crawled forward. It extended its head or thorny limbs to her hand and intimately nudged the blood mystic. Yes, the purplish-red spots on Giza's face gradually faded. Her emotions also returned to normal. She gently stroked the monster beside her and said softly, "At least I still have you." Chapter 173. Under the night sky, in the deserted ruins of Shield District, the blood mystic gently turned around and stroked the black Kilika. In the next moment, the dense shell on the spider-like Kilika's body began to tear, change shape, and expand. Its black exterior began to turn red, and a dozen blood-red tentacles formed from human limbs extended from its body, growing larger and larger. Kilika's body grew larger until it turned into the blood-red hydra that Thales had seen before. Like a giant squid that was dozens of meters tall, it shook its tentacles and let out a strange whistling sound. "Find that child." Giza's madness and stubbornness just now disappeared without a trace as the purplish-red markings on her face faded. At that moment, she was quiet and peaceful, like an ordinary and innocent girl. The mystic gently stroked Kilika, her tone light and gentle. "You know his scent, understand his presence, and are familiar with his bloodline." Giza exhaled softly, her expression strange. "Belongs to that fellow's bloodline. That guy that you want to eat, even in your dreams." The hydra's dozen or so giant tentacles trembled at the same time, and there was a sizzling sound of flesh and blood rubbing against each other. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the tentacles fell with a loud bang, creating dozens of deep ravines in the ruins. Smoke and dust rose into the air. Giza laughed. She looked at the terrifying Kilika with a doting gaze, as if she was looking at an angry puppy wagging its tail. "Go. Find him." The girl next door, Giza, paused for a second before she opened her mouth slightly and exhaled softly. "Before he becomes a mystic, kill him. Even if it means destroying all of Dragon Cloud City. Even if it means exposing myself. Even if Kilika's huge body once again let out a strange, unsettling, sizzling sound. In the next second, its dozen or so blood-red tentacles plunged into the ground one after another from different directions. Asterisk bang, bang, bang. Asterisk its flesh and blood seemed to be multiplying endlessly, continuously extending the length of its tentacles and digging into the ground. Suddenly, Giza narrowed her eyes and turned her head with a solemn expression. A figure suddenly appeared in the smoke and dust stirred up by Kilika, slowly walking towards the mystic. Giza exhaled softly. "As expected, I've wasted too much time." The silhouette in the smoke and dust approached slowly, one step at a time. The blood mystic closed her eyes and shook her head gently. He actually evacuated the people in the surrounding districts. Raikuru's descendants aren't completely useless. At this moment, boom, a medium-sized tentacle suddenly shot out from the ground beside the figure. Amidst the smoke and dust, tentacles broke through the ground and attacked the uninvited guest. However, the figure in the smoke only moved slightly. Cheek, the sound of a weapon piercing flesh could be heard. The next moment, Giza's expression changed drastically. She fell to her knees. Ah, ah, ah. The blood mystic screamed in pain. Boom. In the district adjacent to Shield District, more than 10 huge, blood-red tentacles broke out of the ground again. For example, in the Sword District, which was the closest to the few noble districts, there was a huge tentacle like this. After it destroyed a stone house on top, it broke through the soil and rocks and shot towards the sky. The moment it came out of the ground, the heads of these terrifying tentacles, which were formed by bloody human bodies, suddenly burst open and scattered into countless smaller tentacles. The small tentacles first stopped in the air and slowly turned around, occasionally trembling once or twice. It was as if they were sniffing. Not long after, these small tentacles trembled at the same time, and then quickly grew, proliferated, and extended in all directions. At this moment, a thin figure in a white cloak suddenly appeared from a corner and instantly landed in front of the roots of all the tentacles. The tentacles sensed the approaching flesh and blood. In that instant, countless tentacles attacked the cloaked figure like a wild beast with its hair standing on end. The figure turned around gently and brandished a special white-hilted blade. The blade flashed. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk surrounded by countless tentacles. The figure flashed incessantly in that instant, even leaving after images. So much so that from afar, it looked like he was brandishing the blade in a few different directions. The blade grazed almost every tentacle, leaving a wound. But it was far more than that. The next moment, the tentacles that were grazed by the blade trembled violently. Then, these tentacles that seemed to have a life of their own immediately began to blacken and wither in large swathes. Finally, as if they were burning, the entire tentacle turned into flying ash and scattered. Flesh and flying ash instantly floated into a ball. The cloaked man swung the blade again. This time, the strange blade stabbed into the roots of these small tentacles, the big blood-red tentacle. The huge tentacle shook violently, and bubbles and a large amount of steam began to emerge from the place where the blade had stabbed. Then, it also began to blacken and wither, until it completely turned into flying ash. Left the roots? The small tentacles that fell on the ground seemed to have sensed something and immediately trembled violently. Like snakes, they scattered in all directions, escaping from that terrifying man. At this moment, countless hurried footsteps could be heard. Dozens of masked figures in gray appeared at the corner of the street. They wore special equipment, arm shields, light crossbows, and streamlined long blades with white hilts. They stepped swiftly and skillfully, blocking almost every tentacle that tried to escape. Their movements were swift, their bodies agile, and their minds calm. Then, they raised their hands and swung their blades. Asterisk shing. Shing. Swoosh. Asterisk this time, the small tentacles that were cut by the blade did not turn into flying ash. Instead, they were like normal limbs that were injured. Bright red blood gushed out of them, but their vitality was obviously not as strong as their roots. After a large amount of blood flowed out of the severed tentacles, they immediately fell to the ground and slowly shrunk. The man who first appeared, the star killer Nicholas, flung his cloak off. With a stern expression, he ignored his subordinates, who were busy clearing out the tentacles, and walked towards the corner of the street. There, even more white blade guards clustered around an old but dignified man. According to Madame Calshin's information, there are at least a dozen of these things in Shield District and its surrounding areas. Fortunately, we evacuated the residents in time, or else they would have become food for those things, Your Majesty. The Star Killer reported solemnly. Nuven VII furrowed his brows and looked at a trembling tentacle in the distance. A white blade guard stepped on it and chopped it off. Bright red blood flowed out of it. Nicholas noticed the king's gaze. He swung the strange blade in his hand and said slowly, "We've tested it. Normal anti-mystic equipment can only ensure that they can maintain their basic mobility under the siege of these things. Only a legendary anti-mystic equipment like the Severing Soul's Blade can protect themselves and get rid of these disgusting things at the same time." The king nodded. His expression was terrifying. Gleeward has already set off with the Soul Slayer Pike. That calamity won't be jumping around for long. Behind the king, a bureaucrat who looked like a disciplinary officer said worriedly, "But these things are still expanding, trying to find more people to feed on. Now, they've even appeared here. Sooner or later, they will extend out of Shield District and catch up to the residents we arranged to evacuate to other districts, and even to those outside the city. It's one thing for it to continue growing by absorbing, but if this goes on, the entire Dragon Cloud's city. King Nuven raised his hand abruptly and stopped his subordinate from reporting. His eyes flashed with anger and determination. The tentacles in this area were quickly cleaned up. King Nuven clenched his fists and raised his head to look at the warriors around him. He shouted loudly, "White Blade Guards!" Yes, all the White Blade Guards, including Nicholas, turned their heads in unison and shouted angrily. They stared back at the Northland King with sharp gazes. King Nuven took a heavy step forward. He glared at each of his personal guards, the elite White Blade Guards, the Dragon's Imperial Guards, the most valiant existence in Extet. The sound of earth and rocks collapsing came from afar again. King Nuven took a deep breath. The flames in his eyes burned brighter. "Tell me, boys, when Extet needs your protection," the old king's old and powerful voice rang in everyone's ears. "When Northland needs your bravery, when you need to sacrifice your lives, when you bleed dry," King Nuven turned his head and fixed his gaze on the blood-red Hydra in the distance. He stared at the blurry but huge figure and roared ferociously. "Will you hesitate? Tell me." At that moment, all the White Blade Guards straightened their bodies without hesitation and punched their left chests with their right fists. Asterisk thud. Asterisk the dull sound of a punch rang out at the same time. It was heavy and shocking, like a person. All the elite warriors roared angrily at the same time. Their voices were deafening. "No, your majesty." Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk King Nuven turned around and abruptly drew his saber. With a dignified expression, he nodded and looked at his guards. "Very good. Nicholas, you're in charge of dispatching." The Star Killer knelt on one knee and punched his chest with a solemn expression. "All White Blade Guards, equip yourselves with anti-mystic equipment and walk around the edge of Shield District," King Nuven said calmly to the captain of his personal guards. "Whether it's delaying, intercepting, or strangling, block this thing in Shield District. It can forget about touching a single Northlander." Nicholas nodded fiercely and stood up to give his orders. Everyone split into 8 teams. Each team has at least 30 people. Check the anti-mystic equipment and bring signal arrows. Send messages according to wartime standards. The Star Killer looked at his subordinates and said coldly, "Form a circular formation of 5 people each. Focus on dealing with these little things. Slashing and slicing are the most effective methods. Pay attention to your footsteps. Don't get entangled by more than one enemy. If you run into such a big fellow..." Nicholas kicked the large tentacle that had already withered into black, dried limbs and shook his severing soul's blade. "Send a message to inform me." King Nuven sighed. Kalshan said that the more people that Calamity faces, the stronger it will become. "So, you won't have any backup." The king extended his right hand and pressed firmly on Nicholas' right shoulder. He stared straight ahead. "Whether it's the patrols or the recruits, they don't have anti-mystic equipment. They will only die in vain. Our hope lies with Gleeward and you, the Soul Slayer Pike and the Severing Soul's Blade. Gleeward has already gone to find that Calamity. The Soul Slayer Pike is the best way to deal with it. What you need to do now," King Nuven's eyes flashed, "is to trap a rat in a cage. Completely cut off that thing's strength and escape route." Nicholas and the king exchanged a deep glance. Then, he nodded firmly and respectfully. "We have no problem, your majesty. Please wait for the news of our triumphant return in the palace." But King Nuven shook his head. "I'll go with you." In that second, Nicholas widened his eyes. "Your majesty, it's not safe ahead." King Nuven raised his hand sternly and stopped him from speaking. "Most of the White Blade Guards are here. Heroic Spirit Palace may not be as safe as here. And I have never doubted that the place where the White Blade Guards are located is the safest place in the world." King Nuven's eyes were filled with unquestionable majesty. "Do you have any objections to this statement?" Nicholas shuddered violently. In that instant, Nicholas said nothing. He only gritted his teeth and nodded solemnly. King Nuven let go of his shoulder and laughed boldly. "Come, my brave warriors. Today we will set foot on the land of our homeland and rush into a war between humans and non-humans. The old king raised his head and looked at the cliff of the sky, at the valiant statue holding a spear. Today, we will follow in Rikaru's footsteps to hunt the legendary Calamity. The white blade guard's expressions became solemn. Nicholas' pupils gradually narrowed. He slowly tightened his grip on the weapon in his hand. Nuven VII turned to the Hydra in the distance. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Take out those crazy criminals who have committed heinous blood debts in Northland 600 years ago and now. Take out those unreasonable freaks who have caused endless disasters for thousands of years. Take out those evil beings who take pleasure in killing and bloodshed. Take out those scum who see us as ants. King Nuven clenched his fists. His gaze was fierce. Destroy them all. Giza suddenly collapsed to the ground. Her originally rosy and healthy face suddenly turned gray and shriveled. Moreover, this gloomy color continued to intensify on her face. Behind Giza, the Hydra Kilika sensed its master's condition and trembled madly. Following Kilika's movement, a few tentacles appeared around the figure again and attacked the uninvited guest. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk rip. Asterisk two sharp sounds of flesh being pierced came from the smoke. Oh no. Kilika, that's... Giza screamed in pain. Her entire body trembled and her face became increasingly gray, as if she was enduring torture. Kilika suddenly writhed like a madman. Asterisk crack. Asterisk the ground between the mystic and the figure cracked open. A huge blood-red tentacle extended from Kilika's body, twisting madly as it struggled to break free from the ground. It trembled continuously, as if it was experiencing the most terrifying torture. The bright red tentacle formed by severed limbs started to blacken and wither at an extreme speed, starting from the figure in the smoke. Like a fine cloth dyed with ink, the blackening and withering of the tentacle spread all the way to its roots. It extended to Kilika and Giza. The blood mystic raised her black and withered face, gritted her teeth, and roared, "Don't even think about it." In the next moment, before the blackening and withering tentacle reached Kilika with that terrifying momentum, it swelled up by itself from its roots and suddenly broke. Asterisk bang. Asterisk a large amount of blood burst out. At that moment, Giza Streelman cut a sorry figure and looked nervous, like a gecko with its tail cut off, struggling to survive. If she was a moment late, she would be doomed eternally. The blackening and withering spread to the point where it broke off. Finally, it could not continue, and the huge tentacle was completely turned into a withered branch. Only Giza's panting could be heard in the air as she lay on the ground. Her face finally began to regain its rosy color. The mystic raised her head, gritted her teeth, and stared straight ahead. She stared at the figure walking towards her from the smoke. The figure in the smoke approached her slowly. What followed was an unpleasant sound of friction. Asterisk crash. Asterisk Giza stood up from the ground and frowned slightly. The figure was tall, but his pace was strange. With every step, his right leg would drag. It was like a cripple. Asterisk crash. Asterisk the unpleasant sound continued. It sounded like exquisite tools rubbing against a rough rock surface. Finally, a rough voice came from the smoke. Shield District is a sad place. The smoke and dust gradually dispersed, revealing a strong and capable man. Under the Northlanders' forthrightness, generosity, optimism, and positivity, it hides the darkest and most obscure colors of Dragon Cloud City. Asterisk crash. Asterisk the noise continued. The crippled man was about 30 or 40 years old. The contours of his face were flat, but his nose was high. The stubble on his chin made him look rather boorish. Some people were born in this unfortunate place. Their parents only left them poverty and hardship, and they learned only tenacity and tenacity. The man limped forward, his tone filled with grief. Asterisk crash. Asterisk Giza's frown deepened. She found the source of the noise. The man was dragging a 2-meter-long metal spear behind him. The pitch-black spearhead was dragged on the ground, making an unpleasant sound of friction. The blood mystic's eyes were fixed on the spear. Her eyes were filled with a strange light. Some people came here for the sake of standing out. They used the most precious moment to exchange for the most unpredictable future, to preserve something memorable for themselves, for their families, and for their descendants. The cripple dragged the heavy spear with his right hand. As he turned, the left side of his face was revealed. Giza saw his most obvious feature clearly. The man did not have a left ear. There was only a round hole where his ear should have been. It was as if it had been cut off at the base. But no matter who it was, they were forced to seek shelter in this broken place known as Shield District. It doesn't even have a complete thick wall to shield them from the wind and snow. Here, some people are busy, petty, and unscrupulous. Some are illiterate and tremble in fear. Some are lonely and despairing and covered in wounds. Some are impulsive, hot-tempered, and hot-tempered. Asterisk crash. Asterisk the man limped forward. His expression was sad, and his voice was low. They're just ordinary people, but they're also pitiful people. But they're still living under the feet of the most powerful person in all of Ekstead. With the Northlanders' most contented attitude and the strongest smile, they do the lowliest of jobs. They receive the merest income, have the most pitiful hope, and live the most miserable lives. They do not have unparalleled power, no great achievements, no respectable honor, no noble titles, and no glorious bloodline. But they still clench their teeth, swallow their blood, hold back their tears, tighten every muscle, and struggle to survive. The man stopped limping and stood in front of Giza. He turned his head and glanced at a ruin. There, a child's severed hand lay quietly. The man turned his head abruptly. This time, his eyes stared straight at the mystic without wavering. His eyes were filled with indifference, loneliness, disappointment, pain, hatred, and dead silence. This is Shield District, a filthy place where even the snow is black, the cripple said flatly. In the great Ekstead, in the majestic heroic spirit palace, under the dazzling glory of Northland, the man's gaze swept across the ruins around him, and there was a hint of pain in his eyes. We struggle bitterly, struggling at death's door. We are more like Northlanders than the strongest Northlander. The crippled man, with only one ear, had a cold expression. He raised the spear in his hand and looked at Giza. But you, even this tragic and unfortunate chance, this chance to grit our teeth and fight for hope, had to be taken from our hands, which were empty to begin with. Stripped of everything. We are in your eyes. The man closed his eyes gently. He tightened his grip on the spear in his hand. His words were filled with pain. Like worms, you can trample and knead us as you please. Is that so? Calamity? The blood mystic exhaled deeply. Her gaze was extremely solemn. She did not answer the man. It was as if she did not want to waste time. She only fixed her gaze on the spear. A few seconds later, Giza finally spoke slowly. 600 years later, the controller of the Soul Slayer Pike. Giza pacified Kilika behind her while panting. She said flatly, "So it's you, a cripple?" The man snorted. The blood mystic raised her head and looked at the cliff of the sky. She glanced at the heroic statue of the human hero, Rikaru Ekstead, and then looked down at the lame, one-eared man. She frowned. It was as if he was making a comparison. A moment later, Giza heaved a long sigh. Isn't that too far off? The man stared at her without saying a word. What, in this era, Giza said in disdain, as long as you're a supreme class, you can master a legendary anti-mystic equipment. Phew! The one-eared man spun his hands. His spear whistled through the air, and the pitch-black spearhead was pointed straight at Giza. The spearhead vibrated slightly. Buzz, it was as if the spear had a life of its own. Drew Gleeward, an ordinary heavy swordsman in Dragon Cloud City, conscripted, he said in a low voice. By the way, the layman named Gleeward said coldly with the Soul Slayer pike in his hand, the entire Shield District, I'll cover it. Oh, Giza's expression turned cold. She gritted her teeth, but she did not show a smile, which was a rare sight. Then you'll have to thank me. She looked around at the ruins on the streets around them and shook her head. You're home. It's so clean. Gleeward was not angered by her words. The man only dragged his lame leg and took a light step forward. I was just greeting you just now. You should also know the origins of this weapon, right? Gleeward tapped the ferocious-looking spear in his hand and said quietly, When I received it 10 years ago, Merc almost nagged me until my other ear fell off. The man's gaze became pure. The Soul Slayer Pike, King Rikuru's great weapon. All life in this world, from great dragons to ants, demons to flowers and plants. Once pierced by this pike, Gleeward stared at the tip of the pike, his eyes sparkling. All life in one's body will be drained. At that moment, the one-eared, lame man's aura began to change. It was as if he had arrived at the most horrifying battlefield. All life, every part of your body. Giza did not speak. The touch of death, Gleeward raised his head and emphasized coldly, only requires a light touch. The girl, who had always smiled gently, now stared at the pike without any emotion. Her gaze did not shift for a long time. It was as if she was recalling something. This is the unparalleled ability of the legendary anti-mystic equipment, the Soul Slayer Pike, the heavily injured heavy swordsman said through gritted teeth. Extermination. This is a legendary anti-mystic equipment forged especially for you, a guy who can't be sealed normally. Gleeward exhaled gently at the pike. Blood calamity, enemy of life. In the next moment, a cold glare shone in Gleeward's eyes. Asterisk boom. Asterisk his uninjured left leg stomped on the ground with a loud bang. His strong but injured body shot up in a shocking manner. He charged towards Giza, who had an unpleasant expression on her face. The ferocious Soul Slayer Pike thrust forward with an invincible momentum, as if it was charging on a battlefield. Asterisk, buzz, asterisk in the air, the pitch-black pike released a joyful vibration. It was as if it was longing for something. Chapter 174. The moon was gradually setting in the west. Asterisk bang. Asterisk, a loud rumble came from the center of Shield District. The once insufferably arrogant Hydra, Kalika, had once again dived into the ground and disappeared without a trace. In the endless smoke and dust, a man with only one ear dragged a long metal spear behind him. He limped and rushed up a slope made of ruins at an extremely fast speed. His posture was strange. Gleeward swept his gaze around him. He could only see a few blood-red tentacles scrambling to crawl into the ground. The boss of Shield District calmly raised the Soul Slayer Pike and swept the spearhead in all directions. Just as the spearhead swept to the left, the Soul Slayer Pike suddenly trembled. Asterisk buzz. Asterisk Gleeward no longer hesitated. He took a step forward and rushed in that direction. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk his pike was faster than a human figure. It instantly pierced into the smoke and dust. Asterisk bang. Asterisk, one of the ruins exploded. A disheveled girl revealed herself in the blasted ruins. She avoided the pike by a hair's breadth and flew out. Gleeward did not stop. He chased after Giza and stabbed at her head. The spearhead swept past the left side of Giza's face. The latter's face immediately sizzled as if it was being roasted and began to melt. Damn it! As the blood mystic cursed softly, a few tentacles suddenly extended from under Giza's simple dress. They struck the ground violently and pushed her away from Gleeward's pike. Very well. Gleeward stopped in his tracks. His eyes were filled with coldness, and he said calmly, hide, run, hide. This is the attitude you should have, Calamity. Giza gritted her teeth and glared at Gleeward with a furious expression. Then, the latter charged at her again. Giza moved. She rushed through a ruin without stopping. The many tentacles under her dress swung swiftly, allowing her to leap as if she was running on flat ground. Gleeward chased after her relentlessly. At that moment, asterisk boom, asterisk, a blood-red monster with 4 tentacles and two sharp pincers crawled out of the ground beside Gleeward. Asterisk thud. Asterisk the layman's footsteps came to an abrupt halt, and he abruptly stepped on a large rock to stop himself, narrowly avoiding a sharp pincer that swept past the tip of his nose. This weird and disgusting creature was actually made up of blurred and sticky limbs. On what seemed to be its head, there was a huge eye that was spinning. Gleeward frowned. "These are your warriors?" Giza did not say a word. She just looked at him coldly. In the next instant, the monster expanded into a strange form that was several people tall and several people wide. It attacked the man with the gun from 6 directions at the same time. The tentacles curled around his limbs, one of them stabbing towards his crotch, the other reaching for his head. But Gleeward still did not move. He had no intention of dodging, even in the face of a fatal encirclement. He just stared at the mystic. Not a bad idea. Gleeward was unmoved. His tone was flat as he continued to observe his opponent. A second later, the crippled man's eyes flickered, and he swung the Soul Slayer pike in an arc. The moment his opponent's killing move was about to reach his body, the pike lightly brushed past one of the monster's tentacles. Asterisk shick. Asterisk the monster shuddered violently. Its shockingly powerful tentacles and sharp pincers began to tremble uncontrollably. Giza's expression changed as she witnessed all of this. Then, her body swayed as well. In the next moment, Gleeward quickly rushed down the slope. Behind him, the monster had already changed its shape and color as it trembled. It cracked open like a piece of charcoal and fell down. "Aya!" 5 meters away from Gleeward, Giza screamed uncontrollably again. She covered her face with her hands as she trembled and contorted. Her face, which was starting to turn black, was filled with pain. "How does it feel to be killed?" Gleeward's voice was heavy, and his footsteps were steady as he swiftly approached his inhuman opponent. "Whether it's Kilika or these monsters you created, they're all essentially you, right?" In pain, the blood mystic raised her left hand with great difficulty and extended it towards the dying monster. She gritted her teeth in hatred. Asterisk shick. Asterisk before it completely turned into black ash. The monster that was stabbed by the Soul Slayer pike exploded into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere. As the monster sacrificed itself, Giza's pained expression lessened as well. However, in the next moment, Gleeward, whose expression did not change but whose killing intent was hidden, had already rushed in front of her. He thrust the pike mercilessly. Giza's expression was ferocious. She screamed and quickly retreated, but it was too late. The power of eradication in Gleeward's body surged freely. His pike suddenly sped up. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk the wind howled. In the next moment, the Soul Slayer pike's black pike twisted in the air in a bizarre manner, as if it had a life of its own. The body of the pike bent in a terrifying arc. It stabbed Giza's left hand. Aya, the blood mystic, screamed in pain. This time, her screams were far louder than before. A visible blackness spread from her left arm to her entire body. Gleeward rotated the pike with ease. He knew that extermination had taken effect. The moment she was stabbed by the Soul Slayer pike, Giza did not hesitate. Her right hand immediately turned into a blood-red blade. Asterisk crack. Asterisk before the blackness spread to her chest. The blood mystic's expression was fierce. She chopped off her left arm. Her left arm fell to the ground. Then, before it completely turned into charcoal and ashes, it swelled and exploded. Giza clutched her severed arm and took a painful step back. "Beautiful, but do you feel pain as well?" Gleeward was the one who praised her, but he did not have any intention of showing mercy. His cold eyes reflected the girl's image. It also reflected the black pike he was thrusting towards a girl. The wind howled. The pike was raised again. The pike was pointed at the disheveled Giza. It was about to pierce her face. Giza clutched her left arm weakly. She gritted her teeth and stared at Gleeward with a mournful gaze. A satisfied smile finally appeared on Gleeward's face. But it was also at that moment that a few blood-red lines that looked like the branches of a tree and blood vessels slowly rose on Giza's face. The pike thrust forward. It was unstoppable. In the next moment, a figure burst out of the ruins on the ground. Asterisk boom. Asterisk it stood between Giza and Gleeward. Asterisk thud. Asterisk it was a dull thud, not the muffled sound of metal piercing flesh. Gleeward, who held the pike with both hands, frowned deeply. The tip of the Soul Slayer pike stopped right before the tip of Giza's nose. It was only half a second away. The Soul Slayer pike that the crippled man used to take the mystic's weapon was currently held by a short and muscular figure who was using both arms to hold the pike, even though the latter's hands were already bleeding from the friction of his grip on the pike. The weak Giza panted. The blood-red lines on her face trembled slightly. She stared at the pike before her with the ghost of a smile. Her expression was complicated and subtle, but Gleeward's expression quickly changed. Ow! Gleeward stared in disbelief at the short and muscular man who was holding his pike in a death grip. The man's attire, figure, and appearance were no different from a normal Northlander. How could it be you? You are. Gleeward stared at the man in front of him, whose face was filled with despair. He called out his nickname in shock and bewilderment. Glacier Sentinels, Big Leather Belt? Giza revealed a long-lost smile when she saw Gleeward's expression. At the edge of Shield District, Nicholas turned a gigantic tentacle into ashes with a smooth slash. Behind him, the shadows of countless swords and blades could be heard. The elite warriors of the White Blade Guard were carrying out their duty to kill even more smaller tentacles. The Star Killer frowned and walked down the battlefield. In the distance, King Nuven, who was tightly surrounded by a dozen guards, narrowed his eyes and looked at the captain of his personal guards. Your Majesty. The sound of horse hooves came from afar, along with the loud reports of the cavaliers on the horses. The secret room has sent news. Kilika has disappeared. Very good. King Nuven's expression changed. He nodded and said to a noble behind him, This proves that our strategy is effective. That calamity, it does not dare to face the Soul Slayer pike head-on. Nicholas, who had just gotten rid of a tentacle, came forward. We used the best strategy against the Blood Calamity. On one hand, we used a small number of elites and legendary anti-mystic equipment to attack its vital points. On the other hand, we divided and surrounded it to cut off its source of power, Your Majesty. The Star Killer's expression became solemn, and his eyes shone. We suppressed it. King Nuven nodded heavily. Behind the king, a few Northland soldiers rode over on horseback. They brought along a few noble bureaucrats who were in charge of delivering the news. They continued to deliver the news. Also, Your Majesty, we still do not have any news about the Prince of Constellation and your granddaughter. King Nuven's expression did not change, as if he did not care about his granddaughter's life or death. Also, the nobles and the residents of the other districts are talking about it, especially the residents you evacuated. Many of them saw that monster. There are all sorts of comments about the invasion of the Calamity. Many of the militias who have been enlisted have asked to immediately change their equipment and join the battle. The situation is a little chaotic, and the patrols are a little overwhelmed, replied a Madame Calshon. Continue to monitor that thing and keep the news flowing. King Nuven turned around and frowned slightly. He thought carefully and then decisively ordered. Also, inform the chief garrison officer to disperse the patrols and pacify the civilians one by one. In the name of the king, this place will be solved very quickly. Ordinary troops without anti-mystic equipment will not be of any use. No one is allowed to recruit or gather troops for any reason. The officials nodded and continued to report the situation. The outskirts of the city are very close. We also received news when we evacuated the residents. Your 6 counts and their vassals have already sent fast horses and messenger crows 3 times, requesting to bring their troops into the city to provide support. Bringing thousands of people to feed that calamity? The king rudely interrupted them. Reply to them that the Waltons have seen their loyalty, but this is no ordinary battlefield. A large number of troops will only make the situation worse. A clerk quickly recorded the king's words, while another worriedly said, "In addition, the 4 archdukes have requested your majesty that for your own safety, you should immediately return to Heroic Spirit Palace and explain." King Nuven nodded and nonchalantly waved them off. "Let Leaspan deal with the nobles, including the archdukes. Tell them that the king is hunting at the front line. Under such circumstances, it is best for them to shut up." After issuing the order, the heralds rode away on their horses. "You know, they actually have a point. You should stay in Heroic Spirit Palace, your majesty," the Star Killer said calmly. The king shook his head. "Almost all the White Blade Guards have been mobilized, and we can't summon troops into the city. Staying in an empty Heroic Spirit Palace with 4 archdukes and their personal guards with ulterior motives?" King Nuven snorted coldly. "Your king just killed an archduke not long ago. I think I know which option is safer." Nicholas nodded and shook off the blood on the severing soul's blade. At this moment, "Your Majesty, boss, look." A white blade guard pointed at the sky and shouted. In the night sky, a spark flew high into the sky above Shield District. What followed was a sharp sound. The white blade guards shuddered in unison. A signal arrow. This means... Nicholas' gaze flickered. It's the first group from the east. They found a big guy that's hard to deal with. We have to immediately... At the same time, a similar spark ballooned in the sky from another direction. At the same time, there was a sharp whistle. King Nuven frowned. 2 places? But in the next second, a third signal arrow rose from afar. At the same time? That's not right. King Nuven stared at the spark and frowned. "We've strictly assigned the routes. We split them into 2 directions, east and west, and gradually surrounded them from the edge of Shield District. While the 1st and 5th groups were clearing the route in front, the troops at the back shouldn't have met the big guy." Just as he spoke, a 4th signal bolt appeared not far away. Nicholas' expression changed drastically. So many signals at the same time. There's only one explanation, Your Majesty. A few seconds later, Nicholas panted and said, "A new monster broke out from the ground. So other than the 1st and 5th groups, the others also met it." He could not finish his sentence. Asterisk bang. Asterisk, a loud rumble was heard. Amidst the smoke and dust, a blurry, indistinct, gigantic creature appeared in the center of Shield District, swinging its countless tentacles. Everyone present stared at the monster, the multi-headed snake, Kilika, dumbfounded. How could this be? King Nuven gritted his teeth and looked at the nightmare monster that had reappeared. He took a deep breath and looked at the warriors around him. "It's such a big target. Isn't it afraid of the Soul Slayer Pike's ability?" "Gleeward." King Nuven stopped talking. The old king's expression was unpleasant. He had obviously realized something. There was silence for a few seconds. Then Nicholas put the severing soul's blade into the scabbard on his back and slowly crouched down. He tightened the straps on his legs and nodded solemnly. "Your Majesty, I request that we depart immediately." The Star Killer regained his extreme calmness. He said softly, "We must slow down the work of clearing these tentacles. I think I need to bring the severing soul's blade as soon as possible to save Gleeward." On the other side of Shield District, "Dodge!" Blacksword's furious roar was heard. Thales looked at the blood-red tentacle that was charging at them. He gritted his teeth and dragged Little Rascal backwards. But they were far from fast enough. The tentacle slithered on the ground as fast as the wind and instantly slid before their eyes. Then it suddenly bounced up and shot towards Thales with the sound of the wind. It was as tall as a person. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk damn it. Thales cursed in his heart as he watched the tentacle lunge at the tip of his nose. "I can't dodge it." Little Rascal cried out in surprise. At that moment, that strange fluctuation surged through Thales' body again. Thales felt time slowing down again. In this time that seemed to be playing in slow motion, he could clearly see that the tentacle lunging at him was made up of countless bloody human tissues, from skin to muscles, from blood vessels to bones. In the air, it began to fork from the tip, revealing a section of sharp teeth. It was like a large, abnormally shaped snake lunging at its prey. A wave of nausea surged in Thales's heart. What the hell is this? At the same time, a new surge of strength was born in his body. Thales felt the new strength in his body and calculated where the tentacle would land. The next moment, he pushed Little Rascal away. Then he pounced on the other side. The tentacle brushed past Thales's right hand and Little Rascal's glasses. The two children rolled to the sides and fell to the ground. Asterisk thud. Asterisk the blood-red tentacle missed its target and crashed into a wooden plank in the ruins. It no longer had a chance, because in the next moment, a small red sword pierced through the air and spun towards it. Asterisk thud. Asterisk the blade was powerful and accurate, nailing the tentacle to the wooden plank. It was unable to move. The hilt of the small red sword was still trembling. Although the tentacle struggled continuously, it was nailed by the blade and could not break free. Thales fell to the ground. He seemed to have overexerted himself. His right hand was sore, and he was panting in shock. He turned his head and looked at Black Sword, who was lying on the ground covered in wounds. The latter's right hand was suspended in the air, maintaining the posture of throwing the flying sword. Only then did Little Rascal let out a startled cry. She quickly stepped on her legs and crawled backward. She did not even dare to look at the disgusting tentacle. Thales sat up from the ground and stared blankly at the tentacle struggling weakly by his feet. "Well done, little one." Black Sword exhaled weakly and his head fell back to the ground. "Your reaction," but Black Sword did not finish his sentence. The part of the tentacle that was nailed to the ground suddenly split open from where the blade had pierced through. Then it slapped the ground, and the tentacle broke free from the blade. Thales shuddered. "T, be careful," Black Sword yelled. But this time, Thales could not react in time. The tentacle pounced on him and wrapped itself tightly around him, from his left leg to his waist, from his chest to his head. Thales' eyes were also tightly wrapped, and he immediately lost his vision. "No!" Little Rascal screamed. Thales only felt a shiver run down his spine. It was sticky, greasy, warm, quivering, and occasionally contracting. And a little dizzy. That was what Thales vaguely felt in his daze. It seems quite comfortable until he felt a greasy, wet, and warm ball slide across the left side of his face and stop at the bridge of his nose. The ball began to tremble continuously, as if massaging his face. This feeling, Thales thought in his daze, is like pressing my palm on my eyelid and feeling my tremble in my palm. When he thought of this, Thales shuddered violently. He knew what the greasy, wet, and warm ball that kept massaging the bridge of his nose was. It was someone's eyeball. F***CK. 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 An unprecedented disgust engulfed Thales, immediately waking him up from his hallucination. In extreme panic and nausea, Thales desperately shook his right arm, the only part of his body that was not covered by the tentacle, trying to pull that disgusting thing off. But the tentacle only tightened its grip. Thales clawed at the tentacle in vain, but he only felt that breathing was getting harder and his consciousness was fading. Little Rascal and Black Sword's anxious voices rang in his ears, but he could not hear them clearly. And the eyeball that was quivering even faster, F***CK. His heart beat faster, and the blood vessels in his ears surged more rapidly. Thales, who was suffocating, felt increasingly uncomfortable. Soon, he began to see stars. What should I do? A thought flashed through his mind. Right, I still have. He let go of his right arm and reached behind his waist, wanting to touch the JC dagger that Jayla gave him. The dagger. The dagger. But when he touched his waist, he only felt something greasy and warm. The tentacle had also tightly wrapped around his waist. Thales felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. At that moment, despair overwhelmed him. T. What should I do? His right hand flailed about behind his waist, but he could not catch anything. What should I do? Then, A hard object brushed past Thales' right hand while he was flailing about. The pain brought Thales, who was on the verge of fainting, some clarity. He mustered the last of his strength and grabbed the long, foreign object firmly. He pulled it out. Then, he reached for his head. But the accident happened just like that. The moment Thales lifted the foreign object, a wave of heat from the inside out, from his heart to his right hand, suddenly erupted. It was like the most terrifying flame, roasting his entire body in that instant. Pain, scorching heat, and spasms. These three sensations reached his entire body at the same time. Inside and out, every corner, every tissue, and every cell. Illusory sounds appeared in his ears. At first, it sounded like the increasingly loud sound of blood vessels surging. But soon these sounds changed. Some sounded like waves sweeping across, some sounded like volcanic eruptions, and some sounded like the howling of a storm. Thales opened his mouth, but nothing came out. The only thing that entered his mouth was the fishy, salty taste of the tentacle, and the disgusting organs that slid past his tongue, pieced together from an unknown person. But at that moment, he no longer paid attention to the disgusting tentacle and the restraint. There was only a burning sensation left in his senses. But in the next moment, Thales felt his entire body tremble. Then he relaxed, and his vision reappeared. His breathing began to become smoother. His chest was no longer heavy, and the restraint on his face slowly loosened. The tentacle let go of him. Then it slid down silently. At that moment, the burning sensation from the bottom of his heart to his right hand gradually disappeared. Thales panted hurriedly. He struggled to sit up from the ground, gasping for air after surviving a disaster. Then he saw two pairs of shocked eyes. Black Sword and Little Rascal stared at him in a daze. It was as if they had seen something incredible. Thales was shocked. Then he realized that they were not looking at him. He lowered his head and looked at his right hand. Then he could not help but narrow his eyes. At some point in time, Thales' right hand had firmly grasped the weapon Black Sword threw at him. It was the small red sword. But at that moment, the dark red blade of the small red sword was actually emitting a dazzling red light. Thales stared at the small red sword, dumbfounded. He watched as the blade, which was originally dark red and lusterless, gradually became lighter and brighter, becoming a color similar to the blade. It was as if it had just been sharpened. That was not the only abnormality. The disgusting tentacle began to change from the point it approached the small red sword. Thales had seen this change before. It was in the birch tree forest, when the fortress flower was facing the blood mystic. The entire tentacle, which hung limply on Thales' body, began to dissolve, wither, and turn black. Then it turned into ashes and dissipated in the air. It was as if it had met its natural enemy. All that was left on Thales' body was black ashes. "What did you do?" Black Sword frowned. He stared at the sword in Thales' hand and murmured, "Could it really be a legend?" "A legend," Little Rascal blinked. She did not understand. At that moment, before Thales could react, he heard the sound of a raging tide, which resembled the surging of blood vessels. Whoosh! It seemed to be surging from afar. But the raging tide soon changed, turning into a low murmur of a human. Thales shuddered and jumped in fright. He raised his head and looked at Black Sword and Little Rascal, but both of them only stared at him in a daze. Black Sword's gaze kept shifting back and forth between Thales' face and the sword in his hand. He did not bother to hide his deep suspicions. However, the two of them acted as if they hadn't heard the voice at all. This scene is so familiar. Thales looked around in panic. Aside from the ruins, the night sky, and the glow of the small sword in his hand, he saw nothing. "What's going on? What's going on?" Staring at the glowing small sword in his hand, Thales was at a loss. Just as he was about to speak, the single syllable became clearer. It began to form words and sentences. "My name." The voice rang slowly, like an old man from afar. "My name." It sounded like it was coming from countless wooden planks. Thales could not tell what language it was, but he clearly understood the meaning of the voice. My name, Blade of Purification. Thales opened his mouth wide and stared at the glowing small sword in his hand in utter shock. Purify, Blade of Purification? Thales was completely stunned. But that was not what surprised him the most. Amid the raging tide, the voice uttered the last two sentences. It's been a long time, the voice said slowly, my blood brother. Thales shuddered. Blood, brother, brother? A second later, the voice and the light on the small sword fell silent. Cold snowflakes fell. It was as if nothing had happened just now, except for the tip of the small sword. It had turned from a dull red to a pure crimson. It was the color of blood. Chapter 175. Dragoncloud City, the border between Armor District and Shield District. A series of loud roars came from the direction of Shield District, as well as faint tremors. We should evacuate together with the residents. A valiant swordswoman with black hair, light armor, and thick black gloves stood on a roof. She frowned as she stared at the tall figure in front of her. It's not our duty to be nosy, and it's not in line with our principles to look for trouble. But the figure just stared at the sky of Shield District in the distance, taking in the crazily rampaging, unusual, giant blood-red monster. Is this the reason Raphael asked us to leave? Cohen pursed his lips with a worried expression, his eyebrows constantly moving. This is what the Secret Intelligence Department wants to do. Did you hear what the residents said? That's the legendary Hydra, Kilika. Cohen clenched his fists tightly. Displeasure flashed in his eyes. It's those calamities, the mystics, those legends that we can only read about in family records and dossiers. Raphael, Cohen looked at the ruins of Shield District, his breathing quickened. Did you do this? Is this your plan? Miranda frowned and looked at her colleague with a complicated expression. The disciplinary officers didn't evacuate the area for no reason. This is not something you should worry about. Dragoncloud City definitely knows how to deal with calamities. Miranda looked at the Hydra flinging out another giant tentacle in the distance, sighed, and shook her head. And no matter what Raphael did or what he wants to do, it's not something we can interfere with. Cohen was still staring at the Hydra. His golden hair was covered in snowflakes, but he did not notice it at all. That Shield District, Big Leatherbelt, lives there. We even sat in his house before. Do you remember the man who fought against the orcs in the Glacial Sentinel? Listening to the sounds of destruction, Cohen's eyes were filled with sorrow. Him and his daughter. Miranda did not say anything, only lowered her eyelids slightly. After a while, she said quietly, "We can't do anything." Cohen was silent. In the distance, as the Hydra Kilika's movements intensified, the tremors grew stronger. Do you know what's the most ironic thing? A few seconds later, Cohen said to Miranda behind him with an expressionless face, "On the day me and Raphael became seeds, what Master Shao said to the 8 of us on the night Colossus." Hearing this, Miranda subconsciously put her hand on the hilt of her sword. The mission of the Tower of Eradication is to preserve the last, purest, and most transcendent spark for mankind. Against the backdrop of the Hydra wreaking havoc in the distance, Cohen continued to speak calmly. To pass on the power of eradication and to pass on the spirit and mission of our ancestors. Cohen's eyes flashed with mixed emotions. Be alert and ready at all times. The day they make a comeback, the swords of eradication will be unsheathed once more. Miranda raised her head and gritted her teeth as she stared at the Hydra's terrifying figure. Regardless of race, country, or seniority, we will resume the mission that belonged to our predecessors, and we will recreate the glory of the Calamity Hunters. In the darkest days, in the hellish battlefield, in the last moments of mankind, we will carry our swords in hope, go against the crowd, face death calmly, and press forward. Charge towards the almost invincible calamities. This is the original and final mission of the Tower of Eradication. Raphael, as a seed with high hopes, coincided when he said this. Turn the calamities, stop your meaningless and baseless guesses. Miranda interrupted him coldly. "We don't know what Raphael and the Secret Intelligence Department did. Maybe the Secret Intelligence Department has a more important political purpose. Maybe if they didn't do this, the Hydra would have appeared in Eternal Star City instead of Dragon Cloud City." Cohen sneered, which was rare. "Politics?" The blonde police officer shook his head in disappointment. "The Tower of Eradication passes down skills to protect mankind and is above politics. This is also the most valuable thing about it. No matter how bad the relationship between the Tower of Eradication and Constellation is, it has never rejected students from Constellation." Cohen lowered his head and said in a low voice, "But we use these treasures, which have been passed down for thousands of years, to kill each other. Swordsmen are proud to be born in the Tower of Eradication. But over the past 600 years, how many swordsmen of eradication have truly died in the hands of the calamities, died while guarding the path of mankind? And how many died under the swordsmanship and powers of eradication that were also passed down from the tower?" Miranda's expression did not change, but her voice was a little ethereal. "Not every student can escape the shackles of politics. Not every student has the same ideals and goals as the Tower of Eradication. But, Raphael?" Cohen sighed heavily. "With his status compared to us, he should be the most detached from these things, shouldn't he?" Miranda looked at his back in silence. A few seconds later, the swordswoman put away her solemn expression and chuckled softly. "Cohen." Miranda looked at Cohen, who turned around in surprise and curled up the corner of her mouth. "Has anyone ever told you, maybe you're not suited to be a suzerain or even a noble?" The swordswoman flashed a thought-provoking smile and asked meaningfully, "The ideal and kind heir to the Count of Walla Hill." Hearing that, Cohen was stunned and stared at Miranda in a daze. He tilted his head and stared at the roof under his feet. Desolation and loneliness flashed in his eyes. This time, Cohen was silent for a longer time than he had ever been. Finally, the police officer's voice rang out absent-mindedly. "I know. From the first day, I could remember things. I knew it." Cohen's voice was calm, but made Miranda's heart darken for no reason. "I can't be a good suzerain. I can't." Miranda did not speak. At this moment, the two of them looked up as if they had sensed something. In the next second, the two swordsmen jumped off the roof at the same time and hid behind the wall with agility. A minute later, two figures flitted past the streets that had already been evacuated. One of the strange footsteps was light, as if he was walking on the ground. The other's footsteps were more normal, and his steps were steady. In terms of movement, Miranda, who was hiding in the dark, thought both of them seemed to be good fighters. However, both of them seemed to be injured, and their bodies were unstable. "I think we should go into Shield District to look for someone, even if that thing is there." One of them sounded very young and impatient, as if he was not satisfied with his companion beside him. "I say, can't you say something?" "Oh, okay, I remember now. Can't you give me some reaction?" "God, don't make those gestures that I don't understand." "Wait." Miranda's pupils constricted when she saw the two figures. In the next second, Cohen watched in shock as Miranda stood up, left her hiding place, and blocked the two people who passed by. The two uninvited guests stopped in their tracks warily and adjusted their postures so that they could attack easily. But their hostility was quickly broken. "You are," at that time beside Lady Cecere, Thal's attendant, Wyacasso, held his saber and stared at the swordwoman. His eyes widened in shock. "Broken Dragon Fortress? Lady Miranda, why are you here?" Wyatt asked in astonishment. "It's a long story. What about you?" Miranda frowned. "What are you looking for? Is it related to that calamity?" "This." Wyatt was stunned at first. Then he turned his head hesitantly. He was a noble of the Arund family, and even the heir of the Duke of the Northern Territory, who had once tried to usurp the throne. The disappearance of the prince. But in the next moment, Wyatt frowned slightly. He saw that Miranda's expression was also not right. Both of them felt the tension in the air at the same time. They turned their heads. The companion behind Wyatt, a man with a silver half-mask and metal prosthetic limbs, was trembling. Ralph, the phantom wind follower, fixed his fractured hand on his body. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the blond police officer. His hands could not stop trembling. He touched his throat with difficulty, then abruptly let go as if he was scalded. Soon, Ralph's gaze was filled with hatred and anger. Cohen narrowed his eyes in puzzlement as he looked at the strange, short-haired, silver-masked man. His gaze swept across the man's lower body, which was covered by clothes, but he could still hear the prosthetic limbs. He scratched his head. "Why are you looking at me like that? Do we have a grudge?" "Excuse me." Under the other person's extremely unfriendly gaze, the police officer asked cautiously and confusedly, "Have we met before?" Cohen soon no longer had to be confused. In the next second, Ralph coldly swung his right hand, and a hidden blade popped out from his arm. Looking at the familiar hidden blade, Cohen's gaze tensed. A memory from not too long ago flashed through his mind. It was that night. Disaster's sword, Groudon. The girl with dual blades. He himself. And the police officer frowned. He bent down and placed his hand on his saber. Miranda and Waya were both stunned. They looked at the two people who were about to fight, puzzled. "So, you're not dead yet. My old friend from Red Street Market." Cohen vigilantly took half a step back. His gaze was as sharp as a sword, and his tone was cold. "Scum of Blood Bottle Gang." The expression on the other half of Ralph's face, which was not covered by the mask, became more and more unpleasant. He let out a low, guttural growl and clenched his fist tighter. The rustling sounds of flesh scraping against each other came from all directions. It was as if thousands of snakes were swimming wildly in all directions. How many threats, enemies, and dangers do these scraping sounds signify? In the midst of the strange rustling sounds, Nicholas, who was under the eaves of a dilapidated house, opened his eyes gently. The power of eradication in his body began to circulate in a strange manner. It surged through his entire body in waves. In the next moment, the Star Killer descended like a bolt of lightning. He broke through the eaves with an astonishing momentum. Asterisk bang. Asterisk as Nicholas' figure appeared. A dozen blood-red tentacles of various sizes appeared in front of him. The tentacles trembled in unison and attacked him from different angles. Nicholas, who was in the air, should not have been able to dodge, but his figure strangely began to flicker and blur. All the tentacles that were stretched out towards Nicholas curled, whipped, struck, and stabbed at him from front to back. These life-threatening tentacles brushed past his ears, armpits, soles of his feet, and waist in the air, but without exception, all missed his body by a hair's breadth. The air was torn apart by the tentacles. The howling wind glided past the surface of the Star Killer's body. In that second, the unscathed Nicholas' gaze was calm. He swung the severing soul's blade in the air. The trajectory and arc of the blade formed countless ellipses in the air as Nicholas' body descended. Asterisk thud. Asterisk, Nicholas landed steadily on the ground. Behind him, many broken tentacles fell and turned into ashes. Nicholas stood up. Without changing his expression, he stabbed the severing soul's blade into the large tentacle in front of him. Soon, Kilika's severed limb disappeared from the world. It's much easier than parrying the weapons coming from all directions on the battlefield, Nicholas thought to himself. After all, I only have to face one enemy. He broke through from the edge of Shield District all the way here, and the worry in his heart did not decrease. Instead, it increased. The number of enemies on the road was getting denser, and the Hydra's figure was also getting bigger. Clearly, he was already close to Gleeward. Hopefully, nothing will happen to him. As one of the few Supreme-class warriors who had fought their way out of piles of corpses on the battlefield, Drew Gleeward had an indomitable will, rich experience, and resolute determination that matched his exquisite fighting skills. This kind of warrior seemed to be born to exist on large-scale battlefields. Regardless of whether it was a favorable or unfavorable situation, they could create unimaginable miracles. When he thought of that person, Nicholas could not help but frown. The kingdom's wrath in the south. This was also why, even though Gleeward's temper was terrible and his relationship with the officials of Dragoncloud City was bad, he was still chosen as the wielder of the Soul Slayer Pike 10 years ago. Even though he was still cursing and insulting Nuven the Seventh and the other archdukes of the Walton family and their parents on the first day he received the pike. Of course, it was also because of his bad temper that Gleeward, a heavy swordsman, lost his title, official position, and wealth after he retired. His name was also not among the 5 war generals. Instead, he became a famous boss in Shield District and Hammer District. The Hydra was right in front of him. Nicholas gritted his teeth. Before new monsters or tentacles reached him, Nicholas did not stop moving. He moved forward quickly. When he bypassed the ruins of a collapsed mill, Nicholas was stunned. He saw Gleeward. Gleeward was not suppressed to the point where he could not fight back as he had expected, nor had he fallen. This was the worst-case scenario he had expected. Gleeward stood in front of him, perfectly fine. His back was facing Nicholas. The Soul Slayer pike was still in his hand, and the spearhead was still trembling. What really stunned Nicholas was not Gleeward. Instead, it was his surroundings. Behind Gleeward were countless corpses. Adults, children, old people, men, women, most of them were dressed in rags and had serene smiles on their faces. But their faces were as black as dried wood. Nicholas stared at the corpses all over the ground with an unpleasant expression. He had seen this kind of death before. It was the effect of being hit by extermination. But Nicholas stared at Gleeward in disbelief. "Gleeward!" Nicholas shouted loudly. Gleeward shuddered slightly and turned around slowly. Nicholas tightened his grip on the severing soul's blade in his hand. Gleeward did not even notice that he was behind him. This was unimaginable in the past. There's something wrong with his current state of mind, the Star Killer thought to himself. The lame former heavy swordsman turned around while trembling and looked at the Star Killer. Nicholas stared at Gleeward's face in shock. It was covered in tear stains. "It's you." Gleeward bit his lip and another tear fell. He said hoarsely and weakly, "Walton's lackey." When he heard the familiar and rude form of address, Nicholas felt slightly at ease. But he still stared at the corpses all over the ground and asked in puzzlement, "What happened? These people, what happened?" Gleeward shuddered violently, and his voice rose sharply. "What happened?" Gleeward clenched his teeth tightly and closed his eyes in pain. "Didn't you see it?" Nicholas walked forward and stood next to Gleeward. He faced the young girl in front of him, the young girl with a face full of blood-red spots and a gentle smile. "Oh," the blood mystic chuckled. "Another one?" A puzzled look appeared on Nicholas' thin and pale face. "It's okay." Giza shook her head. Her gaze was relaxed, as if she did not care. "I have enough reserves." In the next moment, the mystic gently stroked Kilika behind her. The Hydra shuddered again and released 2 large tentacles. The tentacles trembled continuously on the ground, then slowly tore apart, creating 2 openings that were as tall as a few people. Nicholas' pupils shrank. From the 2 openings, 1, 2, 3 people slowly walked out. There were dozens of people. The person who walked toward them was an old woman with a face that looked like she had gone through the vicissitudes of life. She was puzzled at first, then confused, and then terrified as she looked at her own body. There were dozens of people of all sizes, men, women, the elderly, and the young. After their initial bewilderment, they became astonished. Then, they all walked towards Gleeward at the same time. Nicholas turned his head abruptly and looked at Gleeward. Could it be? Gleeward shook his head laboriously. His eyes were filled with tears of grief, indignation, and desolation. Gleeward? The old woman who led the group opened her fearful eyes. She seemed to know Gleeward. "Good child, what is going on? I remember that just now." "Ah." The old woman lowered her head in surprise. She looked at her thin and shriveled legs, one in front of the other, as she dragged her body forward. "How did I stand up? My legs are healed. Granny Daval." Gleeward looked at the old woman's figure and closed his eyes in grief. He stabbed his spear into the ground. "Bastard, no." The old woman immediately realized something. She said in panic, my body, why can't I move?" Why am I walking? Granny Daval was not the only one who reacted this way. Among the dozens of people, almost everyone had the same reaction. Panic, fear, and shock appear behind the crowd. What's going on? My Hannah. I can't walk so fast. I'm too old. I'll fall. Oh my God, look, it's a monster. It's the monster I saw before I fainted. However, the crowd continued to move forward. At that moment, Nicholas, who was in a daze, understood something. They can't help themselves. Tears flowed out of Gleeward's tightly shut eyes again. His voice was intermittent. These civilians of Shield District, after they were eaten by that monster, that bitch, I don't know what she did now. She's controlling their bodies. Nicholas watched the crowd move forward towards them in disbelief. He watched as they continued to quarrel, question, argue, and even cry, shout, and roar. Just like the most ordinary residents of Shield District. I didn't eat them. They are perfect, independent individuals. The blood mystic side. Every single one of them is alive. Nicholas looked at the corpses on the ground beside Gleeward and completely understood. He took a step forward, and his palm unconsciously twisted due to anger. The Soul Slayer Pike. Gleeward swallowed hard and shook his head in pain. She's different from the other tentacle monsters. The crippled, one-eared man suppressed his grief. Extinction can't hurt her directly. It can only kill these people themselves. The blood mystic smiled like a flower. That's right. Didn't you say that you're in charge of this district? At that moment, the demon-like maiden smiled. The blood-red stripes on her face were especially strange and terrifying. Then, let me see your determination. I have thousands of people. The terrified crowd quickened their pace and blocked the path between the two supreme-class warriors and the mystic. Gleeward let out a furious roar. Nicholas took a deep breath and calmed down. They're just ordinary civilians. Or we can break through them without stopping, regardless of the cost. The Star Killer swung the severing soul's blade in his hand and said coldly, "Go straight for that monster." Under the Star Killer's gaze, Gleeward still shook his head laboriously. Nicholas frowned. He suddenly noticed that Gleeward had many wounds all over his body. The mystic answered his doubts. Ordinary civilians? Giza smiled softly. No, there are thousands of them. Their thoughts are clear, their minds are clear, and they can even speak on their own. But they're not afraid of death, they're not afraid of pain, they don't cower, they don't stop, they don't hold back, they don't hesitate. The blood mystic tilted her head, swiped her finger across her lips, and smiled charmingly. Flesh and blood dolls. As she finished speaking, Granny Daval, who was leading the group, suddenly cried out in surprise. The next moment, the old woman suddenly lowered her body and got down on all fours. The crowd behind her instantly burst into an uproar. As she cried out in surprise, Granny Daval used her hands and feet like a feline. With agility and speed that did not match her age and body, she leaped more than 10 meters in a few seconds and pounced on Gleeward as if she was hunting prey. No! Gleeward roared in pain. He turned the pike around and used the handle to sweep Granny Daval back. As Granny Daval cried out in pain, she flew back to her ruin and fell hard. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the old woman's bones seemed to be very fragile. Just like that, Granny Daval's left hand was bent and deformed. Nicholas widened his eyes in anger. He watched as Granny Daval used her broken left hand to support herself on the ground again and pounced on Gleeward while she cried out in pain. The old woman's pain screams echoed in Nicholas' ears. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Gleeward raised his head abruptly and roared. "Ea!" This time, Gleeward widened his eyes in anger. As tears flowed down his face, he trembled as he handed over the pike. Asterisk rip. Asterisk the pike pierced through Granny Daval. Gleeward child. Granny Daval's face was filled with disbelief. Then, Granny Daval's face turned black. She lost all her life and slowly fell down. The crowd burst into a collective howl of panic. Gleeward gritted his teeth and panted continuously. "Hey, these people aren't as useful as my cuties. The blood mystic covered her mouth and chuckled. The blood spots on her face swayed like reeds in the wind. Of course, you're also much weaker when you face them pitiful humans. Nicholas stared at all of this in a daze. Gleeward's eyes were bloodshot. He bit down hard on his lower lip and pulled the pike out of the old woman's body while his entire body trembled. They won't stop. The crippled man gripped the pike in his hand tighter, as if he wanted to leave a palm print on it. No matter how injured or damaged they are, they will only get up again. This was his shield district. They're coming at me wave after wave. These were the people he was supposed to protect. Stop me, kill me, these unarmed, innocent civilians. Unless, Gleeward roared angrily with a face full of tears. He swung his hands and raised the pike. Kill! The crowd drew closer. Panicked, fearful, and trembling faces that he was incredibly familiar with appeared before his eyes. Kill them, Gleeward, who was about to break down, was like a trapped beast that had been forced into a corner. He roared in grief, indignation, and despair. Kill them. Nicholas watched the waves of people approach them, then looked at the countless corpses that had already fallen beside Gleeward. He felt a chill run down his spine. The blood mystic clicked her tongue. TSK, the Soul Slayer Pike. Is it? Unprecedented anger appeared in her eyes. I know the power of this thing better than you do. The power it can unleash in Raikuru's hands is much stronger than a rookie like you, but I'm still standing here in one piece. The blood mystic raised her hands. There was a smile on her face, and her voice was cold. Guess what this proves? The mystic grinned and laughed with her head thrown back. Very well. Giza thought quickly in her abnormally excited state. This way, I can at least buy some time. Enough time to search for that boy. Find him. Kill him. Save him. As her thoughts raced, Kilika extended more and more tentacles underground. 2 patches of red appeared on Nicholas' pale face. He spoke slowly and laboriously. So, you've already planned how to face the Soul Slayer Pike from the beginning, right? Starting from absorbing your food, the mystic flashed a bright smile. Gleeward could not stop trembling. He raised his head and looked at the approaching crowd. His eyes were filled with numbness and determination. Nicholas stared at his inhuman opponent. His heart grew heavier. What should I do? Kill all the residents of Shield District who are not dead yet? Kill thousands, or even tens of thousands of them? Fight her again? How could this be? The Star Killer took a deep breath and shook his head slowly. The Soul Slayer Pike is recorded in the legend of the world, as well as you and the Hydra. But why is there no record of this scene? I'm not sure about this either. The blood mystic exhaled. Her smile did not fade. But I can make some guesses. Nicholas and Gleeward frowned. Did you know that the Soul Slayer Pike's ability was originally called Extermination? The mystic smiled faintly. But later on, it was renamed Extermination. Gleeward shuddered. Giza chuckled. She raised her head and stared at the cliff of the sky, at the statue of the hero who was holding a pike and staring at the ground. It was a statue of perseverance, courage, compassion, tolerance, and greatness. Originally, Raikuru had a blood heir. The mystic said faintly, his son, his younger brother, his nephew, his uncle, the Extet family who loved each other. Nicholas and Gleeward stared at each other. Their eyes were filled with shock and bewilderment. Until we met on the battlefield. The mystic narrowed her eyes. Her eyelashes trembled slightly. Your so-called human hero. That heartless, cruel, and terrifying man with a heart as hard as stone. Raikuru Extet. In their eyes, the terrifying and cruel blood calamity gently raised her slender fingers and slowly pointed at the advancing crowd. Personally lifting the Soul Slayer Pike, Giza's eyes shone with a strange and subtle red light. She parted her cherry lips and revealed a secret that sent chills down their spines. All of them, did not spare a single one, kill them all. Chapter 176. Thales stared at the small red sword in his hand absent-mindedly. He did not even notice when Little Rascal shuddered and moved closer to him. She pulled him up from the ground with all her might. The blade of purification. Is that its name? Even under the dim moonlight, the blood-red edge of the sword was extremely bright. Thales tried his best to sort out the thoughts in his mind. He even forgot about the environment he was in. Is this sword a living thing? If it is, why didn't it move in Blacksword's hand? If it isn't, then what is that voice? That voice that came from my ear? No, it's more like it came from the bottom of my heart. Why is it so similar to what happened when the high priestess of Bright Moon Temple prayed? The moment he touched it, the burning sensation that seeped out of his body reminded him of the scene when his mystic energy went out of control. Is there a connection between the two? It said, "My blood brother." What does that mean? It also said, "It's been a long time. Have I seen this thing, the legendary anti-mystic equipment, before?" More and more questions popped up in Thales' mind, but none of them had an answer. It only made him more confused and confused. "What did you do?" Blacksword's voice rang in his ear, stern and fierce. Thales was startled. He snapped out of his daze and unconsciously loosened his right hand. Asterisk clang. Asterisk, the small red sword in his hand fell to the ground. Blacksword struggled to lift his upper body with his weak body. He did not know whether it was because of the shock or his injuries, but his expression was very unpleasant. A pair of sharp eyes locked on Thales' face. Why? Why did it suddenly become effective? Thales only reacted then. He looked at the small sword on the ground, took a deep breath, and looked up at Blacksword. About that, the second prince forced an awkward smile. "I don't know." Blacksword's frown deepened. Little rascal let out a hunt. "Look." The girl pointed at the ground, her voice filled with surprise. It changed back. Blacksword and Thales were shocked. Their gazes were once again attracted by the small sword on the ground. The small sword that once shone with a red glow in Thales' hand began to change color. The bright blood-like blade on the ground faded once more, turning into the same dull and dark red color as before, as if all its blood had been sucked out. Thales blinked in bewilderment. He was not the only one who reacted this way. The legendary assassin of the Brotherhood shook his head shakily, his expression puzzled. What exactly is this? If only Ramon was still here. Blacksword looked at the dimming small sword. He lowered his head and gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with indignation. Right at this moment, another loud explosion sounded from afar. Bang! Before anyone could react, a dilapidated house, not far away, suddenly turned into dust. A terrifying, giant, blood-colored tentacle soared into the sky. In the distance, the Hydra's silhouette was faintly discernible in the smoke. Both Thales and Little Rascal shuddered. They watched in astonishment as the tentacle split into countless tiny limbs. Like a group of densely packed, wriggling snakes, they swept towards them from all directions. "What are you waiting for?" Blacksword roared anxiously. "Run." Thales shuddered. Without saying a word, he grabbed the pale-faced Little Rascal. Ignoring everything that had just happened, he dashed in the opposite direction of the tentacles. This kind of tentacle again, so Thales gritted his teeth. Did Asda really lose? Aren't mystics immortal and indestructible? Then how'd he lose? Damn it, I have to keep running. As for Blacksword, who was still on the ground, unable to move, he could only wish him luck. However, this time, the tentacles seemed to be exceptionally swift and powerful. They flooded the corpse-strewn street like a tidal wave. Everywhere they went, there was a terrifying, sizzling sound. When Thales heard it, he felt a chill run down his spine. He was scared out of his wits. Without Asda's protection, they had barely taken 4 or 5 steps when the first small tentacle caught up to them. This time, its target was only Thales. In an instant, Thales felt a weight under his feet. His ankle was tightly entangled by the tentacle that came first. Thales felt a chill run down his spine. Thud! He staggered and fell to the ground. The tentacle began to twist and drag him backwards. "No!" Little Rascal screamed. She turned around and grabbed Thales' arm tightly, trying to save him from the entanglement of the tentacles. However, how could the strength of 2 children struggle against the multi-headed snake's tentacles? They were dragged towards the snake-like tentacles. Damn it! Thales felt his scalp tingle as he watched his ankle being entangled tighter and tighter. He glanced behind them and saw other tentacles getting closer and closer. In just a few seconds, they were right in front of him. The melted, broken, and stuck limbs of the tentacles were clearly visible before his eyes. Thales shuddered. He quickly turned around and yelled, "Run!" However, Little Rascal only bit her lower lip and refused to let go of his arm. She shook her head violently. They were dragged a few meters back. Sizzling, the terrifying sound of flesh rubbing against each other came closer. Thales felt a chill run down his spine. *T. It's too late. Soon, countless tentacles blotted out the sky and the moon. Like a raging wave, they swept over slowly. The first tentacle wrapped around Little Rascal's left arm. The second covered Thales' back. The third, the fourth, and the fifth from his limbs to his body. These tentacles bound him and Little Rascal tightly. No. The sticky, warm, yet nauseating tentacles covered Thales' eyes as he roared, blocking Little Rascal's tear-stained face from his line of sight. Little Rascal screamed and let go of Thales' hand as he was pulled. Thales' eyes were about to pop out of their sobs as he watched Little Rascal's sorrowful face disappear before his eyes. No. Thales desperately reached for JC's dagger as the tentacles pulled on him all over his body. At the juncture of life and death, he no longer cared about secrets or side effects. He had to use mystic energy, or what he thought was mystic energy. However, just as the second prince was about to stab himself with the dagger, another tentacle came from behind and bound his right arm. Then it dragged him backward. He could not touch the dagger. Thales gritted his teeth in indignation. No, he was like a prey hunted by a spider, trapped in a spider's web and unable to move. He could only close his eyes and wait for death. But at this moment, Blacksword's low growl suddenly rang in his ears. Then, the sound of flesh being torn apart could be heard one after another. *swoosh. Thales shuddered. He felt the momentum of his being dragged suddenly lessen. In the next moment, the tentacles wrapped around his head and face were suddenly released. Blood splattered everywhere. Blacksword, who was covered in wounds, appeared in Thales' sight. Thales was instantly invigorated. Before he could speak, Blacksword roared and swung the red small sword in his hand amidst the surging group of tentacles. *whoosh. The wind howled. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The blade of the sword drew circles and circles on the flesh and blood of the tentacles. It cut and severed the tentacles one after another. The tentacles trembled, and like a pot of boiling oil, they madly attacked Blacksword. With a body riddled with wounds, Blacksword displayed a speed that did not match his physical condition. His body sometimes trembled to break free from the entanglement, and sometimes he turned to dodge the attacks. He fought with all his might in the group of tentacles that surrounded him from all directions. Blacksword dodged a tentacle that reached for his left shoulder. His right arm trembled, and with a strange rhythm, he shook off a tentacle that was resting on it. Then, he roared and cut off a tentacle that was binding Thales' left leg. Blacksword's expression was unpleasant. He stepped on the ground, full of tentacles. His legs had been unknowingly entangled, but he was still oblivious. The small sword in his hand never stopped swinging. Sometimes it would cut off a tentacle that was binding Thales, and sometimes it would cut off a tentacle that was trying to stop him. Blacksword stood in front of Thales amidst the group of countless tentacles. His gaze was firm, and his body moved. At that moment, he was like a restless bug that had fallen into a spider's web. He was stubborn and unyielding, struggling with all his might and trembling incessantly. Thales watched the scene in a daze. "Hold on to me," Blacksword roared. His left arm, which was wrapped in a thick cloth and had a thick bloodstain on it, grabbed Thales' shoulder in a death grip. Then he swung the small sword again and instantly cut off 3 tentacles that were binding Thales. *grip. The next moment, Black Sword's expression was fierce. Like pulling a carrot, he forcefully pulled Thales out from the mass of tentacles. Thales hugged Black Sword's arm tightly and coughed continuously. Black Sword swung with great force and threw Thales out of the tentacles' range. Thales rolled on the ground and panted rapidly. A few tentacles wanted to follow Thales, but they were mercilessly cut off by Black Sword before his eyes. As for Black Sword himself, he was increasingly entangled by the tentacles. Thales did not even have the time to catch his breath. He quickly turned around and saw Black Sword, who was almost drowned in the tentacles, struggling bitterly after saving Thales with a burst of power. Thales instinctively wanted to crawl backwards, but when he raised his head and saw Black Sword's gaze, he could not help but stop in his tracks. That man was still fighting ceaselessly in the mass of tentacles. This sword, why isn't it working? Black Sword looked at the red small sword in his hand and roared. These things haven't disappeared. Thales, who had just escaped death, felt mentally and physically exhausted. He propped himself up on the floor and listened to the sizzling sound of the tentacles behind him. The helpless expression on Little Rascal's face when she was finally dragged away appeared in his eyes. He could only feel an unbearable resentment in his heart. How could this be? He gritted his teeth and roared back without thinking. How the F***ck would I know? I was holding it just now, and as soon as the words left his mouth, both of them shuddered. Thales understood something. A tentacle seized the opportunity to wrap itself around Black Sword's neck, causing him to tremble all over. At the critical moment, Black Sword did not swing his sword again. Almost drowned in the tentacles, he gave Thales a deep look. Little fella. Black Sword suddenly raised his voice. Thales panted and tried his best to stand up. A few tentacles had already bypassed Black Sword and were in front of Thales. However, in the next moment, Thales saw Black Sword move his arm, causing the wind to whistle. A black shadow spun and pounced towards the prince's face. Thales subconsciously narrowed his eyes. He could not help but raise his right hand to protect his head and face. However, the black shadow made a perfect turn and accurately fell into Thales' right palm, which he had just raised. The Prince of Constellation subconsciously clenched his fist and felt a weight on his hand. Thales bent his knees. In a flurry, he caught the small sword that Black Sword had thrown at him. The hilt just flew into his palm. Although I don't want to admit it, Thales took a deep breath. Black Sword's throw was really accurate. Black Sword took one last look at Thales before he was completely drowned by the tentacles. The tentacles that wrapped around Black Sword lifted the prey and swept it backwards. Thales breathed in a daze, but he knew what he was going to do. Please. He gritted his teeth and brandished the small sword. Stepping on the ruins and snow, he ran forward. Hurry up and give it to me. Make it work. In the next moment, Thales roared with all his might, as if that would calm him down. He swung the small sword at the tentacles that were pouncing towards him. One of the tentacles touched Thales' face, causing him to feel numb. The other tentacle reached for his hands and made an unpleasant sizzling sound. However, in the next moment, that strange burning sensation attacked his heart again. His blood vessels began to surge endlessly again. Thales' small sword changed. As if it had been injected with some kind of power, its dull, dark red blade, starting from the hilt in Thales' hand, gradually changed color and glowed. It became bright red again, as if it had been revitalized, just like before. Red light spread out. The two tentacles that were closest to Thales immediately trembled before the small sword's blade. In just a few seconds, their warm and strong flesh curled up and withered into dull gray limbs. With the sizzling sound of roasting flames and red steam, they were turned into ashes. Thales was shocked. It's effective. He did not stop. Instead, he charged forward without a care for his life. Not far away, the blood mystic, who was facing off against Gleeward and Nicholas, turned her head and cast a glance in his direction. Giza's tentacles were very memorable. Thales did not want to experience the warm, solid, sticky, and slippery sensation when he bumped into them. It's too disgusting. But this time, Thales only lowered his head, raised his small sword, and charged forward with all his might. Surprisingly, Thales did not run into any substantial obstacles that could stop him for more than a few seconds, even though the group of tentacles looked so terrifying. Thales stared at the ground, not letting the surging tentacles in front of him affect his vision. With just one breath, he continued to run. His entire body crashed into the mass of tentacles that wrapped around the black sword in a disorderly manner. The wall of flesh and blood formed by the tentacles crumbled the moment he touched it. Ashes fell continuously in front of him. If he was entangled by a tentacle, Thales would subconsciously lean the blade against that spot. In just a few seconds, the tentacles would tremble slightly, then loosen and turn into ashes. Like ripples on the surface of a lake, the tentacles trembled, retreated, and dispersed in front of him. At a speed faster than when they came, they curled towards the roots. But Thales still did not care. He just raised his sword and charged forward. The next second, he felt the ground beneath his feet become empty. Thales panicked and fell to the ground. But he did not fall. Asterisk thud. Asterisk a dull thud was heard. Thales felt a pain in his head. He felt as if he had crashed into a thick wall. Something caught him just in time. Enough! Blacksword's cold voice rang in Thales' ears. Thales shuddered, and only then did he raise his head. Freed from his predicament, Blacksword's expression was unpleasant. He grabbed Thales' wrist tightly and held the red small sword in front of his neck. "That's enough," Blacksword said coldly and let go of Thales' arm along with the small sword. Thales, who was still in a state of shock, finally found his breath. Having survived the disaster, he looked around. He saw the tentacles retreating in defeat. They curled back in a sparse and sporadic manner, either withered on the spot or disappeared into the darkness. It was as if nothing had happened. The only thing missing was a person's figure. Thales ran 2 steps forward in a daze. He saw nothing but corpses and withered tentacles all over the ground. It's too late. Blacksword's sharp eyes stared into the darkness in the distance. His voice was a little weak. "We can't catch up." Thales' heart trembled. Clutching the red small sword, he slid weakly to the ground and bit his lower lip. However, his left hand accidentally pressed against something. A hard object. Thales lowered his head and was immediately shocked. It was Little Rascal's glasses. The pair of black-rimmed glasses that did not suit her. One of the lenses had been worn off. But its owner, Thales could not help but feel a pang in his heart. Little Rascal. He had dragged her away from King Nuvan, away from Asda, and away from Giza's tentacles. But now, in the end, she was... When he thought of this, Thales felt a lump in his throat. It was as if a huge rock was stuck in his heart. No. Thales picked up the badly damaged glasses and bit his lip hard. In his mind, he could not stop the image of Little Rascal hugging his arm tightly. Then, she was drowned in the tentacles, screaming as she was dragged away. No. Blacksword clutched his chest, swayed, and sat down. He spat a mouthful of blood on the ground. After he regulated his breathing, he raised his head. Thales shut his eyes tightly and lowered his head. Blacksword heaved a deep sigh when he saw Thales behaving this way. "Looks like you really did something." Blacksword stared at the tentacles that had withered and turned black around him. Some of the tentacles had even scattered into ashes. He said slowly, "It only reacts to your touch. That sword seems to only be effective in your hands, to restrain mystics." Immersed in indescribable grief, Thales shuddered slightly. Thales glanced at the bright red weapon in his hand with a blank gaze. "Do you have anything to explain?" Blacksword shook his head and put away his previous expression as he calmly asked. Thales furrowed his brows. He stared at Blacksword with a mixture of resentment and annoyance. Why is he still concerned about this? Thales was silent for a moment before he spoke. "Explain." Thales sneered mournfully. "Explain my ass." Blacksword ignored what he said. Instead, he stared at Thales' face. A few seconds later, Blacksword suddenly spoke. "As your ambition." Thales replied absent-mindedly. What do you have to do with that place?" Blacksword asked seriously. At that moment, Fails felt a surge of resentment in his chest. He had no intention of paying any attention to Blacksword. He said coldly, "What the F***ck do I have to do with it?" Fails lowered his head and gritted his teeth. He closed his eyes and tried his best not to look at the corpses on both sides of the street. After being attacked by the tentacles just now, they were unrecognizable. Blacksword did not answer him. He only tilted his head and frowned as he looked at the darkness in the distance. A moment later, Blacksword's tone turned cold. "Don't you know? She's in this state because of you." Fails trembled and raised his head. His eyes flickered as he looked at Blacksword. "Everyone here, including Ramon, thousands of people died because of you. You should know this very well," Blacksword said indifferently. "How do you feel?" Fails breathed without realizing it. His eyes were empty and lifeless. "This is the disaster brought about by those monsters," Blacksword said flatly. 12 years ago, I saw such a tragedy. Corpses were strewn all over the place. Countless ruins, companions who were snatched away, innocent people involved, and the monsters' indifferent and hateful gazes, as though no one was around. To those monsters, we're just worms that can think and talk. Compared to their goal, even if it's an extremely ridiculous goal, we're not worth mentioning. Fails gritted his teeth and narrowed his eyes. "What are you hinting at? The Mystics destroyed the entire city. You, and I have to take responsibility for it." Blacksword let out a long sigh. The injuries on his body seemed to have healed a lot. "So, we have to do something, even if it's for the sake of the girl beside you. Isn't that right?" Fails pinched the black-rimmed glasses in his hand and regulated his breathing. "You need my help," Fails said with certainty. Blacksword nodded slowly. "This sword can only be effective in your hands." Blacksword stared into Fails' eyes. "Since we've already obtained this weapon, we have to do something. So, yes, I need your help," Blacksword repeated his words. "What do you want to do?" Fails' breathing became erratic. His voice was a little hollow. This time, Blacksword stared at him for a long time before he slowly spoke. "Look around us. Look at the ruins they left behind." Blacksword stood up shakily from the ground and gazed into the distance. "That thing is still wreaking havoc. I'm guessing that Dragon Cloud City can no longer control the situation." Fails' entire body trembled. He came to a realization. "You want?" Fails was a little surprised. He followed Blacksword's gaze and turned his head to look at Kilika in the distance. "You want to find the Blood Mystic? You want to end all of this?" Blacksword nodded. "To end this city's nightmare. If we're lucky, we might even be able to save that girl, if she hasn't been eaten by that thing." Fails' breathing slowly quickened. "Otherwise, as long as you're still here, as long as that thing is still here," Blacksword said meaningfully, "you and the unlucky people around you won't have peace. Even if that girl is rescued, she'll eventually fall into the hands of those monsters again. Even if you have this sword." Fails furrowed his brows and looked at the small sword in his hand. A few seconds later, he said in a low voice, "The blade of purification." "What?" Blacksword furrowed his brows. Fails stared at the sword in his hand and its blood-red blade. A resolute look flashed in his eyes. "The name of this sword is the Blade of Purification." Blacksword looked at him and suddenly laughed. "You really do know something?" "Not much more than you do," Fails said emotionlessly, his eyes lifeless. "So, little guy, what's your decision?" Blacksword did not continue the topic. He looked at the young prince with a forceful gaze. As the youngest wielder of the legendary anti-mystic equipment in history, Fails took a deep breath. He stared at the blade of purification in his hand. Only the howling cold wind and the faint sizzling sound of the Hydra remained in his ears. Asda's profound gaze appeared before his eyes. Giza's sweet and gentle smile. Little Rascal's tearful expression. The screams of the Northland residents fleeing for their lives rang in his ears. In that instant, Fails' gaze became resolute. "All right, I'll go with you." But before he could finish, Blacksword suddenly said, "By the way, let me remind you." Fails was stunned. "Excessive use of the legendary anti-mystic equipment will put a huge burden on the body," Blacksword said calmly. "If you can't control its power, it'll be dangerous." Hearing that, Fails was slightly stunned. He lowered his head and scrutinized the blade of purification in his hand again. Under the moonlight, its blood-red blade looked so bright and dazzling. Dangerous, he said in a daze. Especially for those who have not reached Supreme Class. They can't guarantee absolute control of the legendary anti-mystic equipment. Blacksword's voice continued to ring. And you better think it through. Blacksword's words were extremely cold. Fails frowned heavily. In that instant, he suddenly thought of Gilbert, Yodel, and Gines. He thought of their gazes, even though he had never seen Yodel's gaze. He thought of what Gilbert had told him, that he had to protect himself first when he encountered a calamity. But he also remembered his own identity. Every time I use mystic energy, I have to pay a heavy price, right? And he thought of Giza's smile again, and her gentle but determined gaze. She won't let me go. Fail sneered. You were persuading me to go with you to find the mystic, and now you're saying this. What's your answer? Blacksword raised his eyebrows slightly. Fail's gaze gradually focused. He raised his head and looked at Blacksword's sharp gaze. Then he nodded heavily. Let's go, Fail said flatly. Let's go and see that cute big sister. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.